I'm Jackson Pearce. I'm wearing a tiara because today's video blog is about princesses. More specifically, today's video blog is about Disney princesses. Regardless of your feelings about Disney in general, there's one thing that I think most people have to admit to. They're really good at telling a story. That's why with writing, I think it's actually helpful to take a Disney-esque kind of approach if you get stuck. And the main component of any Disney-esque approach? The I'm Wishing song. Get ready for a whole lot of this.
I'm wishing for the one I love to find me today.
The I'm Wishing song occurs in just about every Disney movie. It's a very clear, cut and dry presentation of what the main character wants.
I've been dreaming of a true love's kiss. I want to be where the people are. I want adventure in the great wide somewhere.
I can do this all night. The I'm Wishing song sets up the entire movie because from that point on, we're certain without a shadow of a doubt exactly what our protagonist is after. If you find yourself stuck at any point in the writing process, be it rough drafting or revising, consider writing an I'm Wishing song for all of your characters. I'm not suggesting you toss in a scene where your main character frolics with woodland creatures. Truth be told, the I'm Wishing song doesn't have to appear in the manuscript at all. But spelling out what your character wants in clear, exact terms might help you figure out what your character would do in any given circumstance. Just like Disney, your character's actions should all probably be a result of the desires we learned about in the I'm Wishing song. And if writing the I'm Wishing song doesn't help you get out of the writing rut, consider buying a tiara, because sparkly things make everyone happy. Thanks for watching, and you can catch the rest of my blog at www.jacksonpearce.com.
But now you're getting older. You're not afraid to be seen hanging out in the cool part of town. Like you told me, yeah, it was never in doubt if you were underground. Dragging your feet, now you're going slower. A database, they called your names, but now you're getting older. You got a tendency to self-destruct. Yeah, you like it a lot, even though it's clear you're out of love. I try to cheer you up.
So a few days ago, Caleb Nation tagged me with a video blog question. What are some things that I would like to do if I became a really, really famous author? I mean, besides the whole dancing in the street thing. Number one, I have this crazy idea that being a really famous author is kind of like being pregnant in that you have a pass to eat whatever you want. Because, you know, I'm in the middle of revising my worldwide bestseller sequel and I need chocolate to do that. Number two, I'd get that tattoo that I've always wanted, but my mom says will prevent me from getting a good paying job because apparently corporate America hates tattoos and I'll amount to nothing if I get one. I still don't think you're right about that, Mom. Number 3. While at book signings, I'd sign copies of my books, but then I'd also ask the store owner if I could sign copies of other books. Books I hadn't written. Because that just sounds funny to me. Number 4. I'd write a book where everyone has a really elaborate, detailed costume that involves things like, live birds and hoop skirts and fancy hair. And then I'd go to fantasy conventions and I'd watch people try to dress up like my characters. Number 5. I'd drop totally fake hints about future books. Yeah, I get incredibly attached to the characters. Like I just wrote this scene where Jin has to fight El Chupacabra, and I think I've said too much. Hi, I'm Jackson Pearce, and in honor of the upcoming NaNoWriMo, today's video blog is about outlining. Outlining isn't for everybody. Some people are really into the whole fly by the seat of your pants kind of thing. And that's totally fine, but if I tried to write novels that way, I would never have a complete first draft. Actually, I had like 30 incomplete first drafts based on when I tried to write novels that way, so. Outlines, however, pull me through the storytelling process. They let me know what comes next when I get writer's block and where I'm headed when I lose my way. So, suffice it to say, I love my outlines and I think everybody should give outlining a try at least once. In general Jackson vlogging fashion, I've got a metaphor for outlining. Actually, I have 2 metaphors, one that involves Harry Potter and another that involves the condo I just moved into. So here goes. First, start with the most basic of ideas, the general core of the story, the blank walls, if you will.
Walk like an Egyptian.
Then move in the major aspects of the manuscript. If you have any scenes already worked out in your head that you're positive you want to see in the final manuscript, try to write a paragraph summary of each of them. Finally, fill in the small details. It's okay if you can't figure out all the little details while you're outlining. That's what the actual writing of the manuscript is for. What is important though is you figure out how you're going to get from the beginning to the middle and the middle to the end. Those transitions are often where writers get stuck and give up and don't know how to finish the book, and then they lose NaNoWriMo, and then they're sad, and then they curl up in the fetal position on their floor and with like the mouse in your hand, and you've got like an unfinished book, and you're like, oh, help, Mom, bring me a popsicle, I don't know what else to do, I can't finish my book. So there you have it, how to outline or how to move furniture by yourself at 11:30 on a Thursday night. Thanks for watching. You can sign up for NaNoWriMo at www.nanowrimo.com, and you can catch the rest of my blog at www.jacksonpearce.com. Hi, I'm Jackson Pearce, and today's video blog is about giving cats baths. Also about giving up on your novel. No one likes to give cats baths. Not the cat, not the owner. Unfortunately, even cats get dirty, and thus it is necessary. I should add that he actually does need a bath. I'm not just doing this for this video blog.
It's okay if you fool everyone. It's okay.
Similarly, no one likes to say I quit on a manuscript. Oh god. But unfortunately, I think shelving a manuscript is something that every author has had to do at some point. Mine was a story called The Key Bearer. After 2 years of working on Key Bearer, I realized that I was gonna have to throw the towel. I started writing As You Wish as a way to get over my misery from Key Bearer not going so well. I'm sorry. While writing As You Wish, I thought about all the critiques and feedback that, thought about all the critiques and feedback I'd gotten from Key Bearer. So I realized that if I applied all the stuff that I'd learned from Key Bearer to As You Wish, that as a result, I would have a much more polished, cleaned up manuscript that was a little bit more presentable.
With you, but it's okay if you
I'd never been able to do all that though had I not written Key Bearer and learned from all my mistakes. So the general idea here is that every manuscript is a learning experience and something you can apply to your future writing. Sometimes you have to go through hard times so you can come out a better writer, or a fluffier, cleaner cat.
It's okay if all right turns wrong. It's okay if you wanna move on.
Like, this is how they will look on the shelf, only hardback.
Look at all of them.
Except on the shelf, one is always upside down.
Why?
No, not intentional.
Oh, just that one kid did
Yeah,
that.
that one kid. You can visit me online at jacksonpearce.com.
Nah.
True story.
Oh, my book's getting signed.
Where should I sign?
Wherever you want.
Well, what page is the best to sign? I should sign on this one because this one already has my name on it.
So true. This is the first book signing of As You Wish. And I am getting the first
I need
one.
to practice.
Practice a little bit. Yeah, don't mess my book up.
Oh no, I did the P wrong on this one. I'm off to a really bad start.
This is terrible. I'm really nervous now about my book.
Okay.
Are you gonna write for Katie on it? For my loving little sister. But add that part later in case you screw up on your name. Then that one can just go to anybody.
Oh man, I'm okay.
No pressure. Don't mess it up though. I really want.
Shut up!
Okay.
I did it really well!
Oh! There it is. The first signed copy of As You Wish.
Well, the uncorrected proof.
The advanced reader's copy.
Okay, do I need to write for Katie at the top?
I was hoping for your loving little sister.
That's a lot of words. You
Okay.
saw how I messed up that other book earlier.
Okay, for my sister Katie. I want the sister part in there because like I put up with you for all those years. I feel like I deserve that.
Look, I write your name better than you.
Yeah, that's true because I cannot write the letter K to save.
Do I put an
my
exclamation
life.
point after that?
I think you
I
have
think it
said
needs
that
to
with
be
enthusiasm.
I spelled sister wrong.
You did not.
I didn't.
There it is.
Should I sign Mom's copy?
Yes. Should we keep recording for that?
Okay. Which one is
Okay.
Mom's copy?
Well, not mine. This one's mine.
This one is good.
Let me check it out.
Oh no, that corner's bent.
Oh,
This one has the white line at the bottom.
nope. Somebody you only kind of like gets that one.
Whoever gets that one is gonna be like, what the hell? I saw the video.
I know,
I know
what
how
this
you really
means.
feel. This one's good. This is a good signing pen. I should hang on to this.
Stop talking inside. I'm videotaping it. It was very pretty.
Oh, it looks really good.
Let's turn it around. Let's get a zoom. Now that this video is 5 minutes and 10 seconds long, the end.
Hi, I'm Jackson Pearce, and this video is about Amazon's recent epic fail. So in case you haven't heard, Amazon has this new policy in which they're stripping books of their search functionality, listing, and sales ranking based on the fact that they contain adult content. And oh yeah, it considers any books that have the tiniest trace of homosexuality as adult content. Basic nonfiction books on homosexuality, in Amazon's opinion, boo. Books with graphic heterosexual rape scenes, Amazon's okay with. As a reader and a writer, I'm concerned naturally. I feel like they're creating a digital blacklist based on a few user complaints that something contains adult content. So with that in mind, I decided that there are a few books that I should complain about. Books that, in my opinion, are just so full of the homosexuality that clearly the bigwigs at Amazon are pretty afraid of. I decided to call Amazon's customer service hotline and talk to somebody about some titles that I really feel need to be added to this digital blacklist. All of these calls are recorded with the consent of the other party.
For quality assurance and training purposes, this call may be monitored or recorded. Did you know that most questions can be answered quickly by visiting our online help pages?
Online help pages.
Sorry, I didn't get that. To check the status or delivery time of your order, press or say 1.
Complaint?
Complete or change. Sorry, I didn't get that. To check the status or delivery time of your order, press or say 1. For general information about delivery, press or say 4. For all other options, press or say 7.
7.
Thank you for calling Amazon. My name is. You may have the order number or the email address.
Actually, it's not. I'm not calling about an order. I'm calling about an Amazon policy that I wanted to get some thoughts on. But they're not being flagged right now as adult content like a lot of books on homosexuality are. But after reading them, I found myself having some homosexual urges, and I wanted to see if they could be marked. The main one actually is Twilight.
You're calling about Amazon.com, is that right?
Yes. Actually, the whole Twilight series. There's 4 books in it. Well, the first Twilight book it definitely made me just feel a little bit bisexual, but then by the time we got to the last one, I'm complete homosexuality, and I really feel like those should be marked as adult content.
You want to say that some items on Amazon should be marked as those. How Untitled Saga which you have observed?
Just a few. There's the Harry Potter series. I think it goes without saying, Moby Dick. Not for me, I'm a woman, but you know, for the boys out there. The New Oxford Bible.
Okay, I have just put notes that you have called us to let us know that some items on Amazon should be marked as adult, like Twilight series, and there are some other also, okay?
Okay, all right, that would be great. I'm gonna go listen to Indigo Girls right now. So in case you missed the sarcasm there, it is absolutely ridiculous for Amazon to be blacklisting these titles, especially the ones that are so clearly not adult content. I mean, Heather Has Two Mommies, it's a children's book. There are pictures. If you feel the way I do, I would encourage you to not patronize Amazon until they resolve this problem. And if you feel even stronger, maybe give customer service a call. Thanks for watching, and you can read the rest of my blog at www.jacksonpearce.com. I'm Jackson Pearce, and this is a video review of Dust of 100 Dogs by A.S. King. Dust of 100 Dogs is about this girl named Mare who is a teenage pirate in the Caribbean. She does all sorts of pirate things like fire cannons and sail ships and order people around, and she does embroidery, which isn't very piratey, but it's actually pretty awesome. But then, right as she and the guy she loves are about to retire from their life of piracy, she gets killed and cursed with the dust of 100 dogs, which is a really fancy way of saying that she has to live 100 lifetimes as dogs before she becomes a human again with all of her memories intact. What Mare learns as a dog helps her understand how to be human again when the time comes. And as it turns out, there's a lot you can learn from dogs. So much, in fact, that I decided to go to the park and ask some dog owners what they think they would learn from living as a dog. That is, if anybody will talk to me, since right now I just look like a crazy person walking around talking to myself in a camera. If you lived as your dog for a day or a year or however long, like what do you think you would come away with knowing that you wouldn't know as a person?
I think I would learn how to love completely selflessly.
Okay, if I had to live as a dog, I would learn a lot about different smells. Apparently they can tell when like someone's gonna have a heart attack.
Oh yeah, all sorts of, they can do cancer now, I've heard.
Yeah.
They can sift it.
Don't have to sleep all day?
The biggest thing that I can learn about living as a dog is the truth. Really, the big thing I can learn is just like, I mean, I hate to say this, but who is for real and who isn't?
Yeah. And aside, this might be my favorite sign ever. I don't have a dog, so I didn't feel like I could chime in on all this, but I did dress my cat up like a pirate for this video. He's got a hat. Anyhow, the book is 100% original and very, very hardcore. King doesn't glamorize Mare's life either as a pirate or as a modern teenager. In fact, it's even arguable that both lifestyles have comparable disadvantages. King also handles the jump between time periods and dog lives pretty seamlessly, thematically blending all three lives together. I will confess that I kind of wanted Mare to end up with somebody else at the end, and a few bits and pieces were kind of slow, but it was not nearly enough for me to give this book any less than 5 stars. Thanks for watching, and you can catch my blog at www.jacksonpearce.com. I'm Jackson Pearce, and this video blog is about prizes. Everyone likes prizes. You hardly ever hear people talking about how they think prizes suck. So with that in mind, I'm giving away a prize. So at the moment of filming this, I have 326 YouTube subscribers, which is great. Thank you, the 326 of you who have subscribed. But I want more because I'm kind of like Veruca Salt in the whole, you know, I want them now. I want them right now. I want them of the words to this song, but can we look at my cat for a moment here? Do you see him? That is wholly undignified. I'm just saying. So when I reach 600 YouTube subscribers, one of those subscribers will receive 3 really great prizes. Prize number 1 is a signed copy of The Forest of Hands and Teeth by Carrie Ryan, which is a book about zombies. Prize number 2 is a signed copy of Fairy Rebels / Knife if you live in the UK, signed by R.J. Anderson. This is not the one you will get because this is just an ARC, but you'll get like the hardcover version. And it's signed. And prize number 3 is my favorite because it's one of my 3 precious ARCs of As You Wish. There are only 3 of these left, and I have all 3 of them. My publisher is completely out. And so there's only 3. And I'm going to give you one for subscribing. I'll even sign it if you want. It's up to you, you're the winner. So that's 3 books just for hitting the subscribe button, and that's pretty great. So you should subscribe and tell your friends to subscribe, and your parents, and the guy that works at the grocery store, and your neighbors, and anyone you happen to maybe see as you go about your day. Tell everyone to subscribe, and that way someone will probably win, and then you can just either borrow their books or steal them. If you're into that kind of thing, whatever. I won't tell. You can win me. Hi, I'm Jackson Pearce, and today's video blog is about 3 relatively unrelated things. Thing number 1, line edits. Line edits are the universe's way of reminding an author that we're not as awesome as we might think we are. Exhibit A, these are line edits. They result in Exhibit B. This is an author after working on line edits for almost 72 hours. The good thing about working on line edits is I can kind of see the light at the end of the Sister's Red Tunnel, which means that it's almost, shiny and ready to be published and other good things. Thing number 2 is prizes. Again, if you're already subscribed to my channel before I announced that I would be giving away these 3... A lot of things are needy right now, including Twitter and my cat. So if you're already subscribed to my channel before I announced that I would be giving away these 3 books all signed, then you're already entered to win these 3 books all signed. And there's still more! If you make a video about the contest, then you get an extra entry in the drawing to win those 3 books. So 2 entries instead of just 1, so go make a video. Thing number 3 is I'm very excited right now because I'm about to start filming another video review, and it involves Jell-O, and that makes me happy. So, Jello. You should go make a video now, and thank you for watching. You can see the rest of my blog at www.jacksonpearce.com.
It's okay if you wanna play dumb. It's okay if you fool everyone.
Dear John Green, Willie is indeed a very cute puppy. But I see your very cute puppy, and I raise you 4 very cute baby raccoons. Enjoy. I'll be taking this one home. It would be better that way.
Carrie's creative instincts were already...
Perhaps because most of my videos are related to writing somehow, you're thinking, come on, Jackson, tie these baby raccoons into something writing related. Anybody else that got Ranger Ranch? But I won't be doing that because, well, sometimes an insanely adorable baby raccoon is simply an insanely adorable baby raccoon. They're gonna help us clean up later. It's gonna be awesome. I don't think their noses are real. Thanks for watching, and you can catch the rest of my blog at www.jacksonpearce.com.
Hi, she's Jackson Pearce.
And she's Katie Pearce.
And I don't know my life.
And we're exhausted.
No, I was supposed to say
And
I live
she
in
lives in Birmingham.
We have to start over. Hi, she's Jackson Pearce.
And she's Katie Pearce.
And I live in Birmingham.
Which is where John Green went to school and got a lot of his inspiration for the book Looking for Alaska.
So we took textual clues from the book and spent the day
Looking for Alaska.
Okay, that'll do. We say those differently, that's why. Okay.
I'm so tired.
You hold your head up to the sky, you say, what kind of blue are you?
Alaska Young was here, fictionally speaking.
Digging a hole right through
looking for booze. Train tracks.
It's so
Dear John Green, in your next book, please be more specific about location.
you to prove within your ruby shoes. You deserve a smile with no.
I heard one time that you see so many cows in your lifetime that it counts to see like one every day of your life, even though you don't actually see one every day of your life.
That's the most boring trivia I've ever heard.
Please edit that out of the video.
Go on, go on, go on. The stars are watching. Just say.
Alaska Young was here. Sorta. We did find Strawberry Hill. You're right.
Gotta take a bow and do it your way. It's okay.
That would get you arrested.
It's okay. La 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 la. It's okay. La da da la da. It's okay. La da da la da.
It really brings out the aroma of strawberries. It's not as bad as I thought it would be.
It's drinkable.
Nor is it good.
It's definitely not good.
It tastes like watered down Kool-Aid mixed with booze.
Yes.
I don't want to drink any more of this. I'd like to put it down now.
You don't drink the whole bottle?
Strawberry Hill. Enjoy one today.
Who dances like this though?
Cool people. Hi, I'm Jackson Pearce. And look what I got in the mail! It's my book. It's my very first book, and I got it in the mail this past week. Ah! And wait for it. Wait for it. Wait. The spine is pink. I love pink. I'm just saying, it's pink. I'm also just saying that this coming Friday at 2:30, I'll be at TwyCon in Dallas, Texas, talking about how to write to get published. And the super important thing is that after that panel, I'll be signing the first 50 copies of As You Wish. Or at least I hope that I'll be signing the first 50 copies of As You Wish, because I won't lie, I kind of have nightmares that I'll sign 5 copies and then people are gonna be like, wait, what are you doing here? You're not Kristen Stewart. I don't want your book. Forget you. Bye. And then I'll have to carry 45 copies of As You Wish back up to my hotel room by myself. Do not let that be me, please. So if you are going to be at TwyCon this week and can accept the fact that I am not and never will be Kristen Stewart, please come by the panel and then get a copy of As You Wish, because you'll like it. Like, I think it's a really good book. I mean, I'm biased, but you know. And if you don't like it, then, well, you know, hopefully I'll be in Atlanta by then, so yeah. Thanks for watching. You can catch the rest of my blog at www.jacksonpearce.com. Ladies and gentlemen, writers young and old, get a laser printer. If I could offer you only one tip for writing, a laser printer would be it. Being able to print more than 60 pages a minute is verified invaluable by most in the publishing industry, whereas the rest of my advice is nothing more than my own random observation of the writing craft. I will dispense this advice now. Enjoy the ultimate freedom of writing a rough draft. Oh, never mind. You'll be so stressed about the draft you won't be able to appreciate it till it's done. Trust me though, when it's sold and you're immersed in copy edits, you'll look back at that draft as the unadulterated, unaltered, and unburdened expression of your truest self, even if it is full of cliches and typos. It was never as bad as you imagined. Don't worry about money. Embrace the old stereotype of the poor, starving writer, the kind that existed before Stephen King and J.K. Rowling were in Forbes magazine. Find a critique partner, the kind who isn't afraid to say, this is really bad, nor is afraid to say, I think you're really talented. Write at least one thing that is out of your comfort zone. Revise. Be careless with grammar rules, but remember that Strunk and White were writing before you were born. Edit. Don't waste your time on jealousy. Sometimes you're ahead, sometimes you're behind. The race is long, and in the end, it's only with yourself. Save all of your rejection letters. When you've made it, you'll look back at them and smile quietly to yourself. Keep your first drafts, no matter how embarrassing they are. Daydream. When you write, do so without worrying about what your mother will think, unless you plan on having her and her alone read your manuscript. You are the only person your writing ever needs to please. Buy a good thesaurus. If you love a book, tell the author. The effort is never unnoticed. Maybe you'll be published, maybe you won't. Maybe you'll win awards, maybe you won't. Maybe you'll be a bestseller. Maybe your work will be known and loved only by a handful of fanatics who recite it in basements nightly. Whatever you do, remember that you write because you love it, not because of what you're paid for it. The publishing industry is set up to weed out those who don't want it badly enough. Figure out how badly you want it. Reach out. Find people who want to help you and people whom you want to help. Follow agent and editor submission rules. Do not compare yourself to Whitman. It will only make you feel awful. While I'm at it, don't compare yourself to anyone else either. Be patient. Sometimes the best ideas are lurking in the darkest corners of your brain and can only be coaxed out by ignoring them. Write what you want, never what you think the industry wants. Great book ideas are not a finite resource. They are the gold rush and foreign oil that will only run out if you don't mine them constantly. Formulate a strict outline once, but abandon it halfway. Write by the seat of your pants once, but figure out the ending early on. Blog. There are certain truths about publishing. Not all good books get published, and not all published books are good, and no, that isn't really fair. The faster you learn to accept this, the happier you'll be. The best you can do is write a book you want to read, and hope the rest of the world wants to read it too. Write the book you want to read. Don't listen to the masses. There will always be someone who says your book is garbage, just like there will always be someone who says it's flawless. Both of those people are liars. It's okay to walk away. Saying an idea isn't panning out doesn't make you a failure. Be careful whose advice you take. Don't rearrange your book for one agent or one author or one editor if it's not what you think will really make the book better. Likewise, don't fold your arms and refuse to listen. Confidence is not the same thing as pride. But trust me on the laser printer. Pearce, and I'd like to present you with the 8 reasons why I'm never filming outside again. Or in the very least, never filming in a public park again. Number 1, airplanes. Waited by a breathy growl and the scraping of talon-like nails on the hardwood floor. Scarlet. Number 2, birds. Around all at once. There's a really loud bird. I think they were mating, which means there was like bird sex right above my head. Number 3, thugs with backward viewpoints on homosexuality. Number 4, cars. Truck going by. Number 5. My first reaction. Number 6, random musical fail.
Walking with my feet 10 feet off the field. Walking in the air.
Number 7, a truck full of porta potties, which broke down less than 5 feet from me. It smelled really pretty. Number 8, this guy.
I'm not in the way, am I?
He was drunk. Like, really drunk. I'm done with the outdoors. Hi, I'm Jackson Pearce, and this video is about critique partners. When I started writing, anybody who wanted to could read my manuscripts. Actually, anybody who, could breathe could read them. I don't think I even had, ability to read as a requirement if you wanted to read one of my books. I just wanted feedback in any shape and form. But then when I started to get really serious about wanting to be published, I narrowed my critique pool down to 2 people. I trusted what they had to say because they were involved in the writing industry and knew what it took to get published. And now I have 3 or 4 critique partners whose job is to do one thing: beat my books into submission until I hide in the corner of my office quivering. And I love them for it. That's the kind of critique partner I want. One who's honest. One who won't let the book go out unless it's awesome. One whose interest is in the quality of the book, not my feelings. But that's just me. Some people want a softer hand when it comes to critiques. And that's fine. There are only a few things that I consider to be universal critique partner rules. Number 1, a critique partner's job is not to flatter you endlessly. If you want a lot of flattery, send the book to your mom and she'll read it and tell you how proud she is and she'll just be delighted no matter what you wrote. Number 2, a critique partner needs to be qualified. Try to find a partner who reads a lot and, better yet, writes a lot. Number 3, try to find a critique partner whose style you mesh with. If getting a really heavy, hard-handed review is going to crush your spirit and make you quit the book, you don't want a critique partner who's going to give you that kind of critique. Number 4, don't argue. Even if you disagree with what your critique partner has to say, it just makes you look like a jerk. Just don't make the change that you disagree with. It's your book. Number 5, remember that if you want to be an author, you've got to get used to people reading and not always liking your work. It's not the end of the world if somebody doesn't like your book, and likewise, it's not the beginning of the rest of your life if somebody loves the book. It's one person's opinion, and it's up to you what to do with it. Thanks for watching, and you can catch the rest of my blog at www.jacksonpearce.com. I'm Jackson Pearce, and look what I have. I know they're boxes, so they're not very exciting at the moment, but I'm going to open them. Hang on. And you will see why I am so excited. I don't know that I can open them with one hand while I hold this camera, but I'm gonna try. This is the first one I've seen. These are the final copies of Sisters Red. Are you ready? Oh, I'm excited. Are you ready? Oh my gosh. Oh, it has gloss on it. They didn't tell me they were doing gloss on it. Look there, you can see it shiny. I've never had gloss on a cover. And then there's like a... Oh my god, it's so pretty. It's so pretty. A little bit. Actually, I might... Look at that. It's red. Oh my goodness. I'm like shaking. I'm so excited. My hands are shaking. Like, there I am. Hey there, self. So, this is my book, Sisters Red, and I'm really, really excited to see it in person, and it's here, and I love it so much. It comes out June 7th, but I will tell you secret information. It ships to stores May 12th, so you might be able to see it. I don't know, but it officially comes out June 7th, and I'm so excited. I'm like overwhelmed. It's just so pretty. So anyhow, if you don't know anything about this book, go to sistersrednovel.com, and you can actually read the prologue for free, the first chapter, to see if you like it, and then if you want to buy it. But I think you should really buy it anyway because I think that this is a really pretty cover. Don't you want it in your house? I do. Yep. Thanks for watching, everybody. I'm gonna go hug my box of books now.
When we were little, Scarlett and I were utterly convinced that we'd originally been one person in our mother's belly. We believed that somehow half of us wanted to be born and half wanted to stay. So our heart had to be broken in two so that Scarlett could be born first. And then I finally braved the outside world a few years later. It made sense in our little pigtailed heads. It explained why, when we ran through grass or danced or spun in circles long enough, we would lose track of who was who, and it started to feel as if there was some organic, elegant link between us. That was before the attack, though. Now our hearts link only when we're hunting. When Scarlet looks at me with a sort of beautiful excitement that's more powerful than her scars, and then tears after a Fenris as though her life depends on its death. I follow, always, because it's the only time when our hearts beat in perfect harmony. The only time when I'm certain that we are one person broken in two.
I'm Jackson Pearce, and according to the app I downloaded for my iPhone, Sisters Red comes out in 29 days. Not only that, but it actually ships to bookstores in 3 days, which means bookstores actually know how many copies of Sisters Red they'll be getting, and that's really exciting to me, and that means I had to find out how many copies they would be getting. Hi, I wanted to see if you'd be carrying a book that comes out later this month. Okay, what's it called? It's Sisters Red by Jackson Pearce.
Yeah, we have it on order.
Can I ask how many copies you have on order?
5.
Hawaii's getting 5 copies of Sisters Red.
P-I-E-R-C-E?
P-E-A-R-C-E.
Yes, we're going to have 104 books. June 7th.
Oh, that's the bookstore I'm doing the signing at. It's all coming together now. Hi, I wanted to see if you'd be carrying a book that comes out later this month.
What book is that?
It's Sisters Red by Jackson Pearce. Can you tell me how many you have on order?
5.
I don't think he really wanted to talk to me, which is fair because I realize I'm kind of wasting people's times. I'm sorry, bookstores. Please don't stop carrying my book. It's all very exciting to me because As You Wish was a little bit hard to find. Not every bookstore carried it. So calling a store in like Hawaii and finding out they are going to have my book is very, very exciting and fun and, new and awesome and other things. Speaking of As You Wish, actually, that brings me to the May contest, which is my last big contest for Sisters Red. So obviously May is going to be the biggest prize pack because it's going to have the December prize, the January prize, the February prize, the March prize, the April prize, and a brand new May prize. So it's a pretty big thing to win. Leave a review of As You Wish or Sisters Red on any bookseller's website and you're entered to win the May prize. It can be Amazon.com, BarnesandNoble.com, Borders.com, or if any of the indie stores near you have a review section, you can leave it on that site, bookdepository.co.uk, anything, just a bookseller website. And you can do a totally honest review and it's not going to make a difference in you winning, I promise. So I'm going to go now and I am totally not going to check on my cell phone's international phone call plan, and I am definitely not going to start calling UK booksellers. That is not, that would be really annoying, right? I'm not going to do that.
Wake up in the morning and look at the city. Grab some Fruit Loops because I think that breakfast ought to be pretty. Before I start, check my mail so it doesn't distract. Cause when I start writing books, I ain't looking back. Set for a plane with space dogs, toys. Think about bookish boys. Couple things I enjoy, joy. Hey, wait, I gotta check out my Twitter feed. Start right after I read these. Wait, isn't something on TV? Writing starts soon enough. Gotta finish other stuff. Hang tight, I'm alright. Maybe get it done tonight. Tick-tock on the clock. Let's just call it writer's block. No, whoa. Writing starts soon enough. Gotta finish other stuff. Hang tight, I'm alright. Maybe get it done tonight. Tick-tock on the clock. Let's just call it writer's block. No, whoa. Gotta run to the store, cause there's no ice cream here. And if I don't get my chocolate, then I'm something to fear. And now I've gotta get my sister, cause we're gonna go shopping. Later, I swear that I'm gonna write all night without stopping. Just gotta catch up on some blogs. Maybe go for a jog. Listen to Les Miserables. Now I'm still driving all around, round, but when I get back in town, then that book's going down, that book's going down. Writing starts soon enough, gotta finish other stuff. Hang tight, I'm alright, maybe get it done tonight. Tick tock on the clock, let's just call it writer's block. No, whoa, 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 ho, whoa, 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 ho. Writing starts soon enough, gotta finish other stuff. Hang tight, I'm alright, maybe get it done tonight. Tick tock on the clock, let's just call it writer's block. No, whoa, 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 ho, whoa, 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 ho. I mean to write, wanna expound, but time I found it escapes me. Just gotta start, I'll do it now. Gotta sit down, writing spree. I mean to write, wanna expound, but time I found it escapes me. Just gotta start, pulling it up. Now hang on, got some stuff to do before I begin. Writing starts soon enough, gotta finish other stuff. Hang tight, I'm alright, maybe get it done tonight. Tick tock on the clock, let's just call it writer's block. No, whoa, 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 ho, whoa, 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 ho. Writing starts soon enough, gotta finish other stuff. Hang tight, I'm alright, maybe get it done tonight. Tick tock on the clock, let's just call it writer's block. No, whoa, 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 ho, whoa, 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 ho. I'm Jackson Pearce, and I am going down into my parents' basement. If I can find the lights. Oh, here we go. Okay. Now, this is not the house I grew up in. My parents moved a few years after I went to college. But when they moved, I made them keep something that I considered very important from when I was younger. Okay.
Upside down tonight. Took my faith and I breathed.
So this is the door from my bedroom from when I was a teenager. That is from when I went to WGI World Championships. A cap from my graduation party. These numbers, this 26 and 49, and there's a 6 down here. Those are actually all the numbers that I had when I auditioned for Color Guard. I think a lot of the reason that I write for teenagers is actually kind of tied up in this door and what it represented to me. When I was a teenager, I wanted to do everything, and I guess I still do in a lot of ways, but I wanted to be everything, and I wanted to be so many different things and meet so many different people and do so many different things with my life. And what I think is really beautiful and amazing about being a teenager as opposed to being an adult or being a child is that you get to do it. You get to take dance class, and you get to fall in love, and you get to, play football, and you get to be in art club. I think a lot of adults spend their lives trying to be teenagers again because they wish that they could sort of love without thinking about, where is this person's career going in a few years? Do I really want to get in a relationship? And they can, they wish that they could just say, I would like to be in a play, and go to the drama department and sign up. And so that's pretty much why I write for you guys. I'm jealous. I'm jealous, and my arm is getting tired from holding this camera up, to be honest with you. So thanks for watching, and you can catch the rest of my blog at www.jacksonpearce.com. I'm Jackson Pearce, and it is very, very early in the morning. Well, that's not true. It's not really that early anymore, but I woke up at 7, which was very early considering the fact that I didn't get back from my sister's red release party till like 1 a.m. So literally like 30 minutes before the release party started, I got an email from my publicist telling me that Sisters Red was going to be mentioned on Good Morning America as part of their summer read segment. And then I freaked out. And then I freaked out some more. So I woke up at 7 o'clock this morning and watched all of Good Morning America. And it wasn't aired until 8:45 in the last 15 minutes, which is a really good time slot. So I'm glad it was aired then, but I can't believe I woke up at 7. Anyway, presenting the segment.
And now now for America's Healthy Summer. School's out and kids everywhere are coming home with their summer reading lists. Today we had some fun with the homework, a roundup of books to get teens and younger kids excited about reading. Amplishette Murphy is here to tell us which books will turn your kids into bookworms, and we've got so much to get through, but let's start out with the first category, dystopian.
Yeah, and this is a very popular category for teens, in particular dystopian novels, and one of the hot titles of the summer is Mockingjay by Suzanne Collins, which is the last in the Hunger Games trilogy, and it is very hotly anticipated. Unfortunately, fans are going to have to wait until August 24th to find out what happens to the heroine, but it's going to be worth the wait. And this is called This World We Live In. It's also part of a series, The Last Survivors, because it takes place after the moon has collided with a meteor, so it's caused cataclysmic climate change on Earth, and the heroine and her family literally have to fight to survive. So it's the ultimate dystopia. Very exciting read. And The Gardener I picked because I think this is great for boys who love sci-fi, who love mysteries. It's about a kid who stumbles upon some discoveries about his parents and this beautiful, mysterious girl, and then there's this ominous research facility. Yes, and so this is a really, really good read called The Gardener by S.A. Bodine.
This is the supernatural stuff.
Supernatural. So we've known about vampires, but one of my choices is a book called Sisters Red. Oh my God. It's basically a modern-day Little Red Riding Hood, except Scarlet wears this beautiful cloak, but she packs a hatchet because she is hunting the werewolves who killed her granny and prey on young girls, and so she has a sister and a cute boy next door. So there's a little romance.
What age group is this for?
Well, this is probably for 12 and up, because there's quite a lot of violence. I think, actually, not to be stereotypical, the boys will like the bloody beast battles, but the girls will like the romance and the girl power. This is a really very good book, Sisters Red by Jackson Pearce. The Red Pyramid is by Rick Riordan.
I can't believe my book was on Good Morning America. Thank you, Good Morning America. You're my new favorite TV show, even if you come on at 7. Thanks for watching, and you can catch the rest of my blog and go read about my release party, which was amazing, at www.jacksonpearce.com.
This is Holly and Allison. Hi. Backstage, yeah. Adrenaline. Oh, wait, and awesome shoes. Let's see your shoes. Oh, yeah.
I've never thought I could write longhand, and then in Italy this summer I started doing it because my new thing is changing locations. I'm really getting kind of weirdly organic, so I like to tap in.
She's weirdly organic all the time. That's just the reality.
I don't think organic is weird. That's the only way I can write. But I have to like to.
Well, I like to type though because I need like my 3-fingered magical recipe to make it work.
Myself believe that she would look back at me,
a picture.
Wait, that thing doesn't have like night vision, like spy vision.
We lack spy vision on the camera.
There were like a bajillion people there. We signed a bajillion books. That's a technical term, bajillion.
This seemed like a very good plan at the time when we made the schedule.
Note for the next tour, there will be no nighttime drive.
Well, you know, but we revised. We actually included dinner, which was not on the original itinerary. There was no meal on the first plan. Oh wait, we can look at traffic. Look, Cassie and traffic.
There's a bus. I wonder where they're going.
Say hi, Melissa.
Hello.
Hi, Melissa. Hi, Melissa.
Traffic on our way to Phoenix for Scottsdale Civic Auditorium. I sound like a bad narrator. Traffic on the way to the Phoenix Fabulous there.
I've made so many plans after what you said last night. Didn't know what to do with my hands. Wanted to ask if this was all right.
So, this is an anthology called Enthralled Female Worships. It will go out next fall. And in each story, we pick a reader from each stop who gets to be a character in the story. Now, depending on who writes it, you could end up making out, or dead, or making out with a corpse. No.
First Kiss, Then Tell. It's all true. It's just that bad. Yeah, First Kiss.
A boy named Dave. I ended the date after the kiss was that bad.
Mine was a boy named Dave too. I wonder if it was the same guy.
Alex, cover your ears. We might need to talk.
How did we get started writing?
I wrote a poem when I was in grade school, and I thought it was really great, and it had the line, "An ivory rose stepped out of my soul." And my mom said, "Oh, you're a writer." And then I just thought I was, and that was...
I started writing in 6th grade because there was a woman named Sister Elaine Peters who thought I was a slightly difficult student. The good sisters had me stay with them for a little bit in the convent and decided that I was either a writer or was being targeted by Satan, but either way, I should be writing it down, so I did.
I started writing a novel when I was 22, and it was called Stuck Up Trendy Asian Bitch. I didn't get to sell it though, but...
And I originally, when I was growing up, wanted to be a lady trucker because of a show in the 70s called BJ and the Bear.
BJ and the Bear, nice.
And I was going to be a foxy lady trucker because that's what was on BJ and the Bear. And then fortunately 7th grade came along and I took journalism. And I fell in love with writing.
In high school, I had AP English class. I had this great teacher, and he'd make us read a book, and he'd want us to write an essay on it. So I'd always read the book, and then instead of writing the essay, I would turn in a short story.
Boom clap, boom de clap, boom boom clap, boom de clap, boom boom clap, boom de clap, boom boom clap, boom de clap. Try with me, here we go. Boom boom clap, boom de clap, that's right. Boom de clap, boom boom clap, boom de clap. 1, 2, 3, everybody come on off your seats. I'm gonna tell you about a beat that's gonna make you move your feet. from side to side. Jump to the left, stick it, glide. Zigzag, cross the floor, shuffle in diagonal. When the drum hits, hands on your hips. 1 foot in, 180 twist, and then a zigzag, step slide. Lean in left, clap 3 times, shake it out, head to toe. Throw it all together, that's how we roll. Do the hoe down, do the hoe down, do the hoe down. Throw it all together, that's how we roll. We get to 4, 5, 6, and you're feeling busted, but it's not time to quit. Practice makes you perfect.
I'm Jackson Pearce, and this video is about me. So I was seeing this movie tonight with my friend John, and we were talking as we were walking to our cars afterwards, and just blah, 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 that kind of thing. And as he's walking away, he's like, bye. By the way, vlog. To which I said, nah. As you may or may not know, the vast majority of my videos are some form of writing advice, which is all well and good. I really like doing that, and I really like thinking that I'm helpful. The problem is coming up with good writing advice and making a video to go along with it takes a really long time. I mean, I've got posters and metaphors and advice and stuff, and it's just hard to produce that kind of thing on a very regular basis. In large part because I don't actually have a lot of advice to give. Writing advice is kind of like, jelly beans, scotch tape. I can't even think of a metaphor for writing advice. And so I realized if I keep doing these big elaborate videos, I'm only going to be able to do like 1 video a month for however long I do videos. And that's not good. I would really like to be able to do more than that. So I got out my markers and I used my drawing abilities, which don't really exist, and I made this. 30 days of vlogging. I'm going to hate myself in the morning. So basically what I'm going to do starting tomorrow is I'm going to try to do a vlog every single day. I do not know that these are going to be entertaining. Pretty much I don't really know anything, including if you'll watch or not. But either way, I'm going to give it a go and see how it works, and hopefully I won't be incredibly boring. I have made a list of things that I might vlog about, mainly because I really like making lists and crossing things off. I should add intro post, that way I can cross it off. 1 down, 30 to go. Maybe for the whole 30 days I can just hold Space Dog up, because who doesn't like to look at Space Dog? Everyone does. Oh, she licked my nose. That's not good. I'm Jackson Pearce, and this video is about 5 things. Thing number 1. Look what I have. This big stack of paper right here are actually my contracts for Purity, which I'm very, very excited to sign, and I'm very, very excited to sort of move forward with. So if you didn't know, Purity is my very first contemporary book. It is about a girl trying to lose her virginity before she goes to her purity ball. And it's about God, it's about sex, it's about love, it's about mourning. If you're a really big philosophy nerd, it's about David Hume's problem of evil. I'm going to sign these contracts, and then we are going to move on with thing number 2. Ta-da! I'm just gonna sign 1 on camera because I have to sign like 27 times, so. Thing number 2 is I have these postcards that I had made. If you send me a letter to my snail mail address now, I promise I will write you back on a Sisters Red postcard, and I even have this thing that cuts off the corners and makes it even prettier. Yay! While we're on that, let's go on to thing number 3. I also have these book plates for both As You Wish and Sisters Red, and they're very, very nice, and if you send me a self-addressed stamped envelope, I will send you a signed book plate. Now I need to think of a thing number 4. Oh, thing number 4, I've got it, okay. So, I'm a big nerd, which is probably not a surprise to most of you. The historical novel I'm working on right now is set in 1909, and it kind of centers around some real life events involving Mark Twain, Nikola Tesla, and Thomas Edison. And I'm really, really excited because this coming weekend I'm going to get to go to Connecticut and go to the Mark Twain Library and do all this Mark Twain research stuff and sort of look around his the house that he lived in when he died. It's called Stormfield, it's in Reading, and I'm really excited about that, and no one else is, but it's my video, so that's that thug you saw in the last video coming out. Dancing with Space Dog Thug. Play number 5 in the Friday 5, which I'm super excited to talk about finally, is that on October 31st at Fountain Bookstore in Richmond, Virginia, I and Maggie Stiefvater will be signing books together, and we're gonna do like Halloween costumes and events, and we're gonna give things away, and we're gonna have a costume contest. I don't even know all the details yet because Maggie's in freaking Europe and I can't talk to her right now while I'm so excitedly telling you this, but I will be there and Maggie will be there, and it's going to be so much fun because hanging out with Maggie is so much fun, and I'm pumped. Pumped, I tell you. Yeah. So anyway, if you live anywhere around Richmond, Virginia, you should probably come out to Fountain Bookstore to see us, and you should probably wear a costume. This means I've almost made it through a whole week. My name is Jackson Pearce and I kill things. I don't mean to kill things. I try not to kill things, actually. I actively attempt to not murder anything in my day-to-day life. But unfortunately, every day I am slowly in the process of murdering 4 distinct things. The 4 things being my houseplants. I know everybody watching this doesn't necessarily live apart from their parents or that sort of thing, but let me just tell you right now, don't get any houseplants. While we're at it, don't get any goldfish either, because they're just as hard to keep alive, but that's another story. So I've got these 4 houseplants that I got from various places. 2 have sentimental value. 1, the guy who lived here before me left it for me, and the other one I got at IKEA, so I don't really care if it dies or not. But still, you know, I've got 4, and I'm trying my best to keep them alive. I really am. I mean, I water them every day, I check on them, I try to keep the dead leaves off, that kind of thing. I even got online and I looked up varying ways to keep houseplants alive longer, and I tried them. For example, I've tried moving them around a lot to see if maybe different light would help. I've tried watering them differently and at different times of day. I even saw a suggestion online that I play music for them. But I have questionable taste in music, so I have a feeling by the time we got to the 3rd Britney album that the houseplants just started trying to shrivel up and wither. I think it's kind of interesting that people are so eager to take this thing that belongs outside, and we want so desperately to bring it into our homes and have it sort of at our convenience. I guess the same thing happened when people domesticated animals. We wanted what was out there, only in here, where it's air-conditioned and different. Well, I guess for cavemen it wasn't exactly air-conditioned, but it's just very different, I'm sure. Has anyone had like goldfish or hamsters or houseplants or something that you feel like instead of trying to give it life, you're just trying to keep it from dying at any cost? Is that just me? Am I surrounded by death? And now, because I've gotten several comments that there needs to be more Space Dog in my videos, I'm going to show you one of 2 things that I have managed to keep alive, which is Space Dog and this weird little thing she does. She can't stand it when you blow on her face. No, really, watch. You can do it, little plant. Just grow. Spread your leaves. Spread them. Come on. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. Oh baby, baby, have you seen Amy tonight? Is she in the bathroom? Is she smoking up outside? I'm Jackson Pearce, and today me and this pirate puppet are going to discuss book downloading. I used the pirate because he's a pirate and book piracy. It's the really little things that make me happy, I guess. So before I start discussing, I want to make one fairly lofty assumption, and that is if you are downloading books, for one reason or another, you think that it's okay, that it's legal, that it's acceptable, that everything is bright and shiny with your book downloading. I'm making that assumption because if you're downloading books yet know that it's illegal and wrong, then, well, you're kind of just a... Anyway, yesterday I tweeted that I was sad that I was eating ramen noodles while copies of my book were being downloaded for free. I got a lot of responses, many of which justified not only why downloading books was legal, but also why it's a good thing. So I'm going to use this video to answer the questions about book piracy that I got yesterday. Only something of value can be stolen. A copy is not something of value. Anyone can make a copy. Yarr! Copyright and patent laws exist all over the world, which means that we as humans recognize that there is something inherently valuable about an idea, otherwise we wouldn't need those laws to protect the idea. Hard copies of books are just ideas that are put into physical form. The idea itself is what has value, which is why we charge for each book, because inside the book is the thing of value. So when you download a copy of the idea without paying for it, you're stealing. Getting a book for free online is no different than getting a book from a library or borrowing a book from a friend. This one I got a lot, and I can understand why people might think libraries are the same thing, but the difference is libraries only have a certain number of copies going out at any given time. With downloads, there are millions upon millions of copies that float out in the world. With libraries, there's one at each branch, maybe 2. On top of that, libraries frequently supplement an author's income by having them come in for paid visits. All the money goes to the publisher or company anyway. I know there's this urban legend in the music industry that most of the money from album sales actually goes to the record company, that the artist sees very little of that money. I don't really know if that's true or not, but I think it's an argument a lot of people use to download books. But here's the thing. We are not the record industry. I get a royalty rate from each book sold, and that adds up. More importantly, each book sold is an assurance to my publisher that my books will in fact sell, which makes them more likely to offer to publish future books. If you're trying to hurt big companies by downloading books, you're failing. You're only hurting the artist. I have to download them. You can't buy the books in my country. I'm very sorry, that has nothing to do with me. If I had it my way, my book would be published in every country in the world and in every language. I promise you, it really would be. There are sites out there like bookdepository.co.uk that offer free shipping pretty much worldwide. I think there are a few countries that they don't offer free shipping to. Or if you want, you could buy a legal version of the ebook. Another option for you. Ebooks are ridiculously overpriced. Why, they cost half me booty. I just don't have any more booty to give. I don't understand. Then go to the library. If they don't have it, ask them to get it. And if they won't get it, I'm sorry. You'll have to save your pennies and buy it if you really want it. That's the way it works. Not being able to afford something, not carte blanche to steal it. I can't afford an iPad either, but I'm pretty sure the Apple Store is going to be pissed if I run out of their store with one under my arm. But the people downloading your books wouldn't necessarily buy it anyway. That is true, but if out of 1 million downloads, just one of those people would have bought the book, then I've lost money. Some of the people downloading will buy your next book or a hard copy of the book they downloaded. Maybe, but I wager they'll just download my next book, and I sincerely doubt that most of them are going to go out and buy the hardback of the book they've already read for free. Like we talked about earlier, the idea is the thing that has value, and they've already experienced / had the idea, so why pay for it again? Downloading is free publicity. Free. I've been to the forums. I know how this works. Downloading is really just publicity for more downloading. Hey, I read this book for free. You can get it for free too. Here's the link. I should be able to try before I buy. I completely agree with you. That's why every publisher I know offers at least one sample chapter for free. And in some cases, like with my first book, As You Wish, they offered over 60 pages for free before you bought it. Cory Doctorow and Stephen King have had crazy success offering free / donation-based ebooks for sale. Why can't you do that? Cory Doctorow and Stephen King have near cult followings. They're New York Times bestsellers. They're really famous. I am not. I'm not that famous. I, like most authors, just don't have the sway to demand my publishers allow me to release an ebook for free or a donation. Maybe someday I will, but not today. Likewise, I don't have the fame to bypass a traditional publisher and just put my books online for download. In short, I know that everybody has the ability to download, and I know that downloading is a reality that's not going to go away. I'm not stupid. I also know that when it comes to the internet, moral right and wrong kind of dissolve into a shade of gray. But what really depresses me about book downloading is the people that take the time to download books. You must be book lovers. You must be people who like to read. You must be people that want to read more. Why go through all the trouble to download something if you don't like books? Yet you hurt the very person providing these books. You hurt the person without whom the books can't exist. And when authors get upset that they can't scrounge together a living without your support, you come up with excuses to justify stealing from us. I'm pretty sure I've only scratched the surface of arguments in favor of book downloading in this video. And because no one wants to be a thief, I wager that a bunch of new arguments will be generated in response to it. But maybe if you have to come up with an excuse for something, if you have to fight so hard against the creator of something that you enjoy, maybe you're in the wrong. It's easy to download. It costs money to buy books. I know that. I get it. I really do. But it doesn't make it suck any less for authors. I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Yo-ho, a pirate's life for me. We pillage, we plunder, we rifle and loot. Drink up, me hearties, yo-ho. We kidnap and ravage and don't give a hoot. Drink up, me hearties, yo-ho. Yo-ho, yo-ho, a pirate's life for me. We extort, we pilfer, we filch and sack. Drink up, me hearties, yo-ho. Maraud and embezzle and even hijack. Drink up, me hearties, yo-ho.
I'm Jackson Pearce, and today's video is about classic books. I feel kind of presumptuous starting out with a quote, but I'm gonna start out with a quote anyway, and that is a quote by Mark Twain, and it's, "A classic is a book that A classic is a book that everybody talks about and nobody reads." And I will totally be the first to confess that had I not had to read a lot of books for my English major in high school, then I probably would not have read a lot of classic books. But I'm really glad that I was forced by various professors and teachers and that kind of thing to read classic books, because I found a lot of books that I really, really love amongst the classics. For example, Little Women, one of my all-time favorites. So favorite, in fact, that I named my cat Alcott, which, I mean, God, if one day somebody names their pets after me, I've just found a new career goal, ladies and gentlemen. To Kill a Mockingbird, who doesn't like To Kill a Mockingbird? The thing about To Kill a Mockingbird that I think is so great is that even if all of the symbolism and meaning just goes right over your head, the story is still fantastic. So there's that. Fahrenheit 451, this is the book that renewed my faith in classic literature. That said though, just because I'm a writer and majored in English does not mean that I love all classics, because there are some classics that I hate. I think the dean of the UGA English department is gonna come to my door and kick me in the knee. Heart of Darkness. Couldn't stand it, did not like it. In fact, when I pulled this one off to show you guys, I realized that there were like notes all throughout and it's got underlines in it. And then I noticed that none of this is in my handwriting and this must be somebody else's book. I don't know how I got a hold of it, because let me tell you, I would not have underlined that much. Persuasion, which I know is Jane Austen, and I know I'm supposed to love Jane Austen because everybody loves Jane Austen. Maybe it's a time period thing. Maybe I just am unable to go back to a time when for fun ladies took a stroll about the room. Tess of the D'Urbervilles. When we were on the Smart Chicks tour, I said that this was my least favorite classic book shortly after Melissa Marr said it was her favorite classic book. So that caused a bit of a stir. Yeah, I won't lie, checked out of it when she shaved her eyebrows off. Just couldn't, decided that was it for me. I think classics kind of have a light side and a dark side. Very similar to The Force, or duct tape. Anyway, I like that almost everybody has read this book because that means we almost instantly have common ground to discuss, and that's really cool. However, the dark side is I think that sometimes classics turn people off to reading. Had I not read a lot outside of the classroom in high school, I might incorrectly make the assumption that all books are Jane Austen. And then therefore I might have thought, well, I hate reading because I hate these books. And that's not good. If you're only reading books for school and you think you hate reading, give a book outside of the books you're reading for school a chance and see if you still hate reading. And if you do, maybe you just hate reading. I mean, I don't like that, but I don't like math either, so I understand. Anyway, is there a classic that you absolutely love or absolutely hate? And don't just say you hate all classics, because let me tell you, this and this, wildly different books. It is impossible to hate them both for the same reasons. Leave it in the comments. I'm thinking that in the future I'm gonna start answering comments in videos. Is everybody cool with that? Does that seem like a good idea? Anyway, I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Save my life right now. I'm stopping this game, let the choices play out. And if I don't like the...
I'm Jackson Pearce, and this video blog is about a problem I have. So since I write full time, I'm home during the day, and that means that if I ever turn on the TV, like during a lunch break or that kind of thing, I inevitably am going to be watching daytime TV. Daytime TV is very different than normal TV. There are pretty much only three things on TV. There's either daytime talk shows, CSI reruns, or infomercials. I don't really like talk shows too much, and if I watch CSI, I do that thing where I sit down to watch one episode, and then I just end up watching CSI for like hours, and so years ago I had to just cut CSI out of my life. Infomercials, however, are really hard to avoid because if you find like even one normal TV show on during the day, inevitably there's gonna be an infomercial during the commercial break. Infomercial during the commercial. That's tough. And when I watch infomercials, this happens.
We've all been there. It's Saturday morning.
Whoa, it cut right through the grime on that boat. I mean, I don't have a boat, but what if I get one and I have nothing to clean it with? I bet I could use it to clean other stuff too, like the ceiling. Yeah, the ceiling of my potential boat. I've got a call right now.
So you're saying I can use it on like my oven? What about like the dishwasher? Yeah, it's a great commercial. You should get that Billy Mays guy though, he's really good. Oh, that's right, hang on. And it said that if I mentioned I saw it on TV that you would include a free laser pointer. So yeah, I don't know why that happens. I feel like my brain is just more susceptible to infomercials and like the line. So I've decided no more daytime TV for me. Just none, can't do it. I'm really sorry, CSI, that I was secretly watching even though I said I wasn't watching it anymore. Oh, what do I care? It's not like it's been good ever since Morpheus joined the cast anyway.
All right, time to answer comments as promised. Weasley is my king. 1, I absolutely love your username. That's fantastic. 2, anytime a literary figure is referred to as yummy is a good time in my book. Celine, yeah, I have no idea why that's necessary. I completely agree with you. We do not need to know how much Hester loves sewing. Winky Blinky, I can't decide if I feel really sorry for your cat or if I'm delighted, but either way, that is fantastic. Chelsea, yeah, when I read Dante's Inferno, I looked at all my friends and tried to decide which circle of hell we'd all be going to. And Kelsey, I agree, Swiss Family Robinson, not a great book, but you know that
that you watched the movie and dreamed of having that treehouse. You know you did. I did.
But who's that out on the road with arms outstretched and he's walking really slow? I stopped to check to see if he's alright, but he moans for brains and mindless hunger in his...
You're saying that I can major in either business management or accounting? Well, God, how does anybody choose? I mean, hang on, I'm gonna ask my dog. Space Dog, pick your head up if I should do business management. She said no. Okay. Pick your head up if I should do accounting. She's no help. I have no idea what to do. How do people make these decisions? I'm Jackson Pearce, and it's Thursday, which means it's Teaching Thursday, which means it's the day of the week where I try to teach YouTube something. So last week I taught you guys how to put on a wig, but this week I'm going to go in a different direction, and I'm actually going to teach about something. The something needs a little bit of an intro, so let me explain. So right now I'm working on this historical fantasy novel, which is based on the real lives of Mark Twain, Nikola Tesla, and Thomas Edison. Please note the novel at this point, just for fun, just for kicks. Hasn't been sold, isn't coming out, just for fun. And I'm surprised and delighted to say that part of that fun has been all of the research. If you told 10th grade me that one day she would love doing research, she would probably kick you somewhere painful. Most of my research has been centered on Mark Twain, but I have done a lot on Nikola Tesla and Thomas Edison as well. So for Teaching Thursday today, I've decided I'm going to teach you 3 things about Nikola Tesla that you probably didn't know. So just to give you a little quick intro on Nikola Tesla is pretty much the father of all modern technology. He invented everything. He invented the freaking remote control. I mean, everybody has that in their house. Everyone. And unfortunately, he's kind of got this reputation for being crazy because he was kind of like an artist of science. He was just all about the science. You know how artists are, they're just all about the art. He was all about the science at the expense of things like romance and money and his reputation. But that all made him a really, really interesting person. So 3 things about him that you should know. Number 1, Tesla was constantly being robbed. Constantly. He was a genius, but he was basically just awful at doing the paperwork to protect his inventions. And he was frequently robbed by none other than Thomas Edison. For example, Tesla pretty much came to the US just to work with and meet Thomas Edison because Thomas Edison was the big name in science at the time. So when he gets here, Edison is all like, hey man, can you fix all my busted machines and make them work better? And if you do, I'll give you a whole bunch of money. And Tesla's like, all right, man, I can do that. So Tesla goes to work and he fixes the machine and he makes them perfect. And he hands them back to Edison and is like, look, I made your machines better. Where is that money that you were talking about earlier, And Edison said, and I quote, Mr. Tesla, you don't understand our American sense of humor, and didn't pay him. Edison, little bit of a jackass, not gonna lie. I know he's an American hero and all, little bit of a jackass. True facts. Number 2, in an interview, Tesla once said, when wireless is perfectly applied, the whole earth will be converted into a huge brain. We shall be able to communicate with one another instantly, irrespective of distance. Not only this, but through television and telephony, we shall see and hear one another as perfectly as though we were face to face, despite intervening distances of thousands of miles. And the instruments through which we shall be able to do this will be amazingly simple compared with our present telephone. A man will be able to carry one in his vest pocket. All I'm saying. He knew, because he invented the technology that does it. He invented wireless technology. He invented it. Genius, I tell you. Number 3, Tesla was totally celibate. He said that being celibate really helped him focus on science. And he was really young and really attractive and really famous, so there were a lot of ladies that wanted to tap that. Anyway, even though Tesla didn't exactly want to get freaky with any of these ladies, he thought women were pretty awesome overall. He once said, this struggle of the human female towards sex equality will end in a new sex order, with the female as superior. It is not in the shallow physical imitation of men that women will assert first their equality and later their superiority, but in the awakening of the intellect of women. So he was basically saying that one day women would rule the world, and he was saying it only shortly after they got the basic right to vote. And all I'm saying, guys, is that he was right about that iPhone thing. So maybe I should go get my tiara. Thanks for watching, guys, and I'll see you tomorrow.
You are always with me, and I always want you around.
I'm Jackson Pearce, and it's Friday, which means it's time for the Friday 5, where I tell you 5 things really, really quickly today because I have to be at a wedding in 20 minutes and I cannot go wearing this t-shirt. They will be so pissed off. Thing number 1, this week's Sisters Red came out in Spain. It's Rojo Ferros there. I took Spanish in college. I have never ever worked so hard for a C in my life. One really cool thing that came with the Spanish copy of Sisters Red was this flyer thing that I guess they handed out, and you open it up, and it has a picture of Scarlett and a picture of Rosie, and it says things about the book. I just thought it was really cool. Way to go, Spain, you rock. Thing number 2, I am halfway done with edits on the damn historical novel. Halfway done. And of course, it's just a first round of edits, so I'm sure there will be more edits later, but halfway. Number 3, so often at the end of my videos, I use some form of music. Lately, I've been using this band called All Caps, which is actually a DFTBA band. I use them for a lot of reasons, in part because their music you can use on YouTube and they don't freak out, but largely because they seem to be really awesome people, and because their music is fantastic. Sometimes it's really funny, sometimes it's really serious, but it's always really, really good. So you can subscribe to them by clicking the subscribe link that I will put somewhere on your screen when I edit this. Number 4, so last week in the Friday 5, I mentioned that on October 31st, me and Maggie Stiefvater will be doing an event together at the Fountain Bookstore in Richmond, Virginia. Just FYI that you do have to pay $8 to get a ticket to the event, but you can use that ticket to get $8 off any book you buy at that bookstore. So it's kind of like you just have to buy a book at the bookstore and you get your money back. But I just thought I'd let you know in case you were like, yeah, tickets. Number 5. I don't have a number 5. So here's a video of Space Dog being really cute last night, and I'm really sorry about the poor lighting. It was the middle of the night. Yeah.
She's trying to get her giraffe. She's trying to get her giraffe out of the toy box. Oh, she got it. Did you get it? Did you get it? Come here.
All right, comments answering time. Jalesh Kanavra, is that how you say your username? Yes, absolutely. Tomorrow I will do a bookshelf tour because you asked. Liam, yeah, I'm completely unashamed about making Sisters Red my wallpaper. And in fact, if you leave your iPhone unattended in my presence for very long, Sisters Red will be your wallpaper as well. Sammy, thank you very much. Although I have to say the only history I really know is about Mark Twain, Nikola Tesla, and Thomas Edison. So unless you wanted to just know a lot about them, I probably wouldn't be much use. David, yeah, he's absolutely huge. He actually outweighs the dog by 10 pounds. And yeah, raining out, I totally agree with you. I completely forgot about that. The worst is that I didn't know I was pregnant show because it just freaks me out. And Winky Blinky, yeah, if you've got a rash, you might want to get that looked at because I don't think that is supposed to happen. At least it didn't happen to anybody in the commercials that I saw. I'm Jackson Pearce, and as requested, today we are going on a bookshelf tour of my bookshelves. So when I moved into this house, I just had like 3 tiny little bookshelves from Walmart, and I had a friend who was a carpenter, and so I was like, hey man, can you build me the shelves that Belle swings on in Beauty and the Beast? And he was like, I can do that. And so that is what I have here. So we're gonna start at the top left shelf and go down and up and down and up. Awesome. Okay, the top shelf, which by the way I have to be on a stool to get up to. Hi, Space Dog. Sit. Down. Sit. Good girl, good girl. And if you get off that step stool for a minute, Alcott will get on it and take your step stool. You have to get off. I have to show people my bookshelf. I know, get off. This top shelf is all like antique books, kind of. This shelf is yearbooks and Shakespeare for some reason, and some My Little Ponies. And this is, they're actually medals from the Winter Guard group I coach from some years that we've won. Poetry, stuffed dog. Picture of me with color guard people, stuffed dog. So these are the books that I consider grown-up books, which is probably why this is the least widely read of all of my shelves. These are mostly philosophy books and a few books from classes that I took in college. Plato, everybody loves Plato. These are all of my classics for the most part. What's funny is this one, I've never read this book. I don't know why there's a bookmark in it. I must have put it there to make a teacher think I was reading it. These are all my books from when I was younger, my YA books from the, I guess, early 90s. Picture of me and my sister, picture of my grandparents. That's the grandfather that As You Wish is dedicated to. Moving on. Bottom of the shelf. Mostly graphic novels. This right here, Blankets by Craig Thompson. Whenever people ask me to recommend a book that they probably haven't read before, I choose this one because it is fantastic. It's an amazing book. These are my various YA fantasy books. More YA fantasy. That's right, people. I've got a shelf of Harry Potter. I know you're jealous. It's cool. Who doesn't want a shelf of Harry Potter? Alcott, get off my ladder. On this shelf, we have big, thick books. That's what the name of the shelf is. And a gnome. And this is one of those weird shelves that I think when you become an adult, you instantaneously want to have one of these shelves that just has crap on it, because this is a giant letter and like you have. This is a bone I got at a store somewhere. The only thing cool is these. I used to find these behind my house when I lived in Columbus, when I was a baby redneck. See, and yet another shelf with random stuff on it. These are nonfiction books, nonfiction books, nonfiction books. Fairy Tale Tarot that Sandra Mitchell got me when Sisters Right came out, which was very nice of her. These are how to write books mostly, some more nonfiction right here, and then we have essays over here, like in various memoirs. And then on this one, we go from dystopian to the freaking Maggie Stiefvater section. I don't know how this happened, I really don't, but I somehow have 2 arcs of Shiver. One is signed to me, so I know how that happened. I don't know why I have the other one. And then I've got an arc of Linger, and then I have the hardback of Linger. I don't have a hardback of Shiver. So that's the Maggie Stiefvater section, I guess. Various Mark Twain books for the damn historical novel. Historicals, ghost stories. Contemporary YA. The Shelf of Me. Now, I only have 2 books out, so I don't really know how I ended up with such a giant bookshelf. I just keep more than 1 copy of each book, and I have to have like one of each printing of As You Wish because they were different, and I don't know. And then after The Shelf of Me, we go to more contemporary YA. That's an arc I just got that I just read. Fantastic book, by the way. And then that's where Alcott sleeps, on her bed on the bottom of the bookshelf. Trixie Belden books that were my mom's when she was a kid, and I read them when I was a kid and loved them. But not as much as I love Boxcar Children, which is the next shelf, because I really, really loved those. This shelf is various notebooks and things that I've written in. December 2006 of What Will Become As You Wish, but here is There Are No Stars in Caliban. I had to change that because I was told Caliban sounds too much like Taliban, and given the political climate at the time, that was a bad decision. Oh, this is cool. This is from high school, and I used to write in these, like I plotted out stuff. Like, that was my outlining. Diversity. I don't really know what that means. My to-do list for writing. I mean, it's all like, I guess I was frustrated. I don't know, but this is what I did in high school instead of working on math, which probably explains why I failed math. Cookbooks. And then we have 2 more shelves of just more stuff. It's an adult thing. I don't understand it. I don't know why. Bookshelves. And Alcott's on my stool again. What is it with the stool, buddy? Why? So anyhow, there you have it. Bookshelves, yay. If you have any other videos you want me to do, by the way, request them, because I gotta tell you, we're going on day 13 and I'm kind of running out of video ideas. So please leave them in the comments and I will consider doing a video at your request, like I did this one at request. Anyway, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Alcott, get off the stool. I'm Jackson Pearce, and this video is about being happy. This weekend was Gay Pride Weekend in Atlanta, and I love Gay Pride Weekend for a variety of reasons. For one thing, the whole city is covered in rainbows, and who doesn't like rainbows? It's like living in Rainbow Brightland for a day. But there is one thing that I look forward to even more than the rainbow-bedecked city, and that is the Gay Pride Parade. As always, I made some posters to show my support for the cause and hung them in my window. I think they were well received, especially by any gay Jedi who saw them, I imagine. The Gay Pride Parade is always fabulous, though at times confusing. At most parades, you see a lot of the same thing, like all the floats are Christmas or Thanksgiving themed. At the Pride Parade, the theme seems to be, oh my god, look at this parade, it is awesome. People dress up in everything from Cinderella dresses to Harry Potter cosplay. These guys were shouting, hip hip hooray, Dumbledore's gay, securing their spots as the coolest people I unfortunately do not know. There are also a lot of things in the Pride Parade that don't always make sense to me. For example, this thing, which I originally thought was the Hindenburg, but turned out to be a floating burrito. It confused me only slightly less than this buffalo, which turned out to be a buffalo. Also, when these people went by representing the Sharpie company, I almost rushed downstairs in the hope that they were throwing out office supplies, because God, I love office supplies. Anyway, there is one common thread of the parade, though, and that is the complete, unadulterated, unashamed acceptance. Everyone in the parade and everybody watching the parade was accepted and excited about being themselves without reservation or embarrassment. And that is pretty fantastic to watch thousands of people be happy and costumed and exuberant and unashamed, despite the fact that there are people out there who hate them, and hate them for no reason other than the fact that they're different, and sometimes the masses unfortunately think different is scary. I don't really know what's scary about things like this, but I guess some people are freaked out by it. I thought it was fitting for me that this weekend was Pride Weekend in Atlanta because lately I've been watching videos from the It Gets Better Project. If you haven't heard, the It Gets Better Project is the brainchild of Dan Savage and is a response to the recent epidemic of kids ending their lives after being bullied over their sexuality. The It Gets Better Project is all about making sure kids and teens and even adults understand that it does get better. That the teasing and meanness and hatred is only a temporary situation, and hard as it may be, there is a light at the end of the tunnel you just have to keep walking toward. I'm putting a link to the It Gets Better Project's YouTube page beside this polar bear. The polar bear wants you to click the link. Listen to the polar bear. I mean, if you can't trust a polar bear, who can you trust these days, really? Pearce, and I have a secret that I'm going to confess to you YouTube because over the past 16 days we have gotten to know one another, and I feel like it's time I finally come clean. Okay, so every morning the very first thing I do before I even get out of bed is I read CNN. I read all of the articles on the front page, and I usually watch most of the videos, and I try to just be informed. And shortly after reading CNN, I kind of start to freak out. I read about the oil spill and I start thinking, you know, guys, it's partly my fault that we have this dependence on oil. I drove to the grocery store last week. I really could have walked. And then while I was there, I bought candy despite the fact that it was processed in a factory. Not to mention the fact that all those preservatives surely aren't good for me because I read that article on CNN Health about how that was just a terrible thing. And anyway, I start to stress about my entire life. And that's okay, that's fine. I mean, I think it's good that I and other people stress about things that really do matter. That is not the secret. The secret is that to stop worrying, I give myself a dose of anti-CNN and I go to TMZ and I read every single article. I love TMZ. I love pop culture of any variety, actually. I even get the magazines. I do, it's true. And I promise that I'm not one of those Chris Crocker types. Leave Britney alone! I just really like reading about pop culture. Because see, unlike CNN, when I read TMZ, I think, oh my god, Lindsay Lohan should totally go to jail. I really don't understand why this is an issue. She should absolutely go to jail. I need to comment on this. And then after that, I'm done. Because the news I read on TMZ does not matter at all. Not even the tiniest bit does it matter. If I get busy and I can't catch up on my pop culture for a week, that's fine. Besides, the odds are the stars that were messed up last week are going to be messed up this week. Well, look at that. After 50 years, Joe Jackson is still a lunatic. Whereas if I miss just one day of news related to the Middle East, then it takes me a month to figure out what just happened. It's complicated stuff because it matters, and anything that matters is complicated. So anyhow, this vlog is kind of a PSA for people like me. Just because somebody can discuss all the details of Britney Spears' conservatorship does not mean that they can't also explain the details of exactly how they're going to get those Chilean miners out of the mine. You know what loving pop culture does mean, though? I'm a beast at teen trivia. I'm serious. If I'm in your town and there's teen trivia, we should go. We will totally win that free pitcher of beer or the platter of wings if you're under 21. Either way, we're gonna win. Comments time. Ugly Fudge, I put your comment up because I feel like when people start using first comments on my videos that it means I win at the internet. Emily, Alcott and Space Dog do get along. Alcott's kind of clearly running the show, and Space Dog is a Chinese crested. And Aliski, I guess male tap dancers are sexy. I don't really know why you're asking, but congratulations, tap dancing for 8 years. Well done. Well done, you.
Oh, hey, Christina. I'm one of the 5 biggest dorks I know. Whoa. Today, forget about Gmail chat. That's not where it's at today.
I'm Jackson Pearce, and this video is about sleep. I know a lot of people really love sleep. I mean, there are entire industries built around like getting better sleep and longer sleep and faster sleep and more efficient sleep. I, on the other hand, I am at war with sleep. It's just that there's so much stuff I could get done if I didn't have to sleep every day. So when I get tired, I fight it. So when I first start to feel a little bit tired, I drink some caffeine, and then I drink a little bit more if I need to. And then if that doesn't work, I just start turning on every light in the house. And then if that doesn't work, I resort to more drastic measures. Of course, I know sleep is eventually going to win. And that's kind of just how it works, but I like to think I'm putting up a pretty good fight. Even after I've fallen asleep, I'm always super ashamed when I wake up and realize that I've lost the battle. Hello? Huh? No. I wasn't asleep. I don't know why I do that. It's not like I'm fooling anybody. I mean, not only is my voice really, really groggy, but hours and hours later, somebody will be like, hey, that thing we talked about on the phone this morning. And I'm like, the phone? It's okay to sleep. I know that it's okay to sleep, but that does not mean I have to like it. If anyone could invent something that would allow me to skip sleep without some sort of horrendous side effect, I would pay dearly for that. You know, if Tesla was still around, he would have invented that by now. Edison would have stolen it from him, but he would have invented it. It's true. Anyway, does anybody else like go to war with sleep like I do? Does anyone else deny they're asleep if somebody happens to call you? Because surely that can't just be me, right? Right? Thanks for watching, and if you didn't know, every Wednesday night at 8 p.m. Eastern I do a live show. I'm gonna put the link in the little sidebar or below bar or wherever it is. And I kind of chat and talk and hang out, and it's fun times, and you should come. 8 p.m. Eastern. Okay, that's all. I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Comments time, share it. You have to read the news. You've got to be informed about what's going on in the world. It's really, really important, even though I understand that at times it's pretty, either boring or sad. Artemis Rampant, yeah, see, everybody needs something. Slash fanfiction, go with it. You own it, it's yours. And Summer Girl, I will support you anytime you want. I'm like a good bra. Very supportive. I'm gonna go now before I say something else.
Because I've entered the world.
Listen, I don't wanna nag you, but you've gotta stop playing this game. You've been walking around as that stupid cow for the past.
How to write a book in 20 steps. Step 1, get a book idea. Step 2, start writing. Step 3, keep writing. Step 4, discover plot holes. Step 5, discover character development issues. Step 6, edit plot holes and character development issues. Step 7, discover stylistic issues. Step 8, question your talent. Step 9, call your sister to complain.
Hello? Hello?
Step 10, call your parents to complain.
Hello?
Step 11, call other writers to complain.
I'm just not sure those agents really get the story. Well, that's kind of what her character development is supposed to be about. What did you think about that plot device, though? Yeah, me too.
Step 12, edit the book. Step 13, edit the book. Step 14, edit the book. Step 15, buy additional red pens. Step 16, edit the book. Step 17, question your sanity. Step 18, send the book to critique partners. Step 19, edit the book. Step 20, finish the book. Congratulations, you have written a book.
Save my life right now. I'm stopping this game, let the choices play out. And if I don't like the outcome, I'll try again.
I'm Jackson Pearce, and for today's Friday 5, I thought I would answer questions that I've seen in the comments of other videos. My mysterious glasses-wearing alter ego will be asking the questions. What kind of word processing program do you use? I've always just used Microsoft Word in the past, but recently I've started using Scrivener because Carrie Ryan sort of turned me onto it. But you don't need either of those programs to write a book, so don't try to use that as an excuse. What kind of keyboard is that? It looks all jacked up. So my keyboard is indeed split into 2 parts. It's because I have problems with wrist fatigue, and splitting the keyboard apart is a more natural position for your wrist, and so it doesn't hurt as bad. I like this one because you can spread the 2 sides of the keyboard as far apart as you need to, and although it did take a little bit of time to learn how to type on it, it did not take that long. Wait, oh my god, did you get YouTube partnership? I I did get YouTube partnership. I'm gonna share my 2 cents on the matter. No, really, my 2 cents. I am very excited about YouTube partnership though, not because I think I'm really gonna rake in the dough, because as you can see, that's not so much happening, but I'm really excited because now I can make my own video thumbnails, and I can put a header on my channel, and I can put that tiny little graphic above every video, so that I'm pumped about. Are the pantyhose still in the pantry? In case you're wondering, that question is a result of a video I posted earlier in the 30 days of vlogging, which I will put somewhere on your screen now. Just so you know, a few moments ago I realized that pantyhose plus pantry equals pantry hose. And I'm trying to come up with a joke, but all I can think of is pantry hose. I've got no joke, I've just got the punchline. And no, they're not still in the pantry. I actually took them back several months later, and it was so late that I could only get like a fraction of what I paid for them, but I was like, that's fine. Anything to get those pantyhose away from my life. Is that pink dinosaur on your shelf animated? Because it looks unnatural. Pink dinosaur? You mean that pink dinosaur? How you know he's a pink dragon? No, he is real. This is from a toy set from when I was really little, and when my mom sold it, I grabbed the dragon because the dragon was my favorite part of the set. And when I turn the saturation up in my videos, he becomes like ridiculously fake looking. So he is real though. I feel like I should use this dragon in videos, like he could talk to you. Rate the video. Why do all my voices sound the same? I'm not good at impressions. All right, I will see you guys tomorrow. I'm Jackson Pearce, and today's video is about Space Dog. Say hello, Space Dog. This is pretty much just a gratuitous Kipling video, so if you don't like adorable dogs chasing things and doing tricks, then this is not the video for you. Now, I call her Space Dog most of the time because, well, she looks like she's from space, but her real name is actually Kipling, like Rudyard Kipling, because I'm a huge nerd, and my cat's name is Alcott, and my dog's name is Kipling, so what more could you expect? So Space Dog is a Chinese crested, and she's been going to obedience school because she's very shy, and I thought maybe learning some basic obedience would help her get over that. So we're going to show off the tricks that we've learned today because I'm so proud of her. Down. Sit. Yes, good girl, good girl. And Alcott just watches unhappily in the background. All right, back up, back up. Spin. Yes, good girl. Okay, so this is a new one. Stop it. This is a new one we aren't very good at yet, but hopefully she'll do it. Okay, down. Okay, ready? Roll over. Roll all the way over. All right, that's good enough. That's good enough. I don't think he left any anywhere. Good girl. Good girl. And after we do tricks, it's time we get to play. Do you want it? Do you want it? Ready? Ready? You can't run before I throw it. Come here. Come on. Come back. Oh, I threw it. I threw it. Go back. I'm Jackson Pearce, and music is my candy. See, candy is delicious. Candy is tasty. Candy can't sustain me, but I enjoy eating it every now and then. What am I getting? I eat candy all the time, but the point is that candy is not going to help me survive. That is kind of what music is to me. So before all you music lovers wearing t-shirts bought at the concerts of largely unknown bands kill me with sticks, let me explain. I love music, I really do. I enjoy listening to it, I enjoy singing along to it, despite the fact that I'm a really bad singer. Yeah, that Kesha video that I'm putting the link somewhere on your screen to, totally auto-tuned into oblivion. I do not sound like that. But I don't need music the way I need, like, books. Books are my steak and potatoes. Music is my candy. This video is making me very hungry. This is probably why my musical taste is somewhat odd. I kind of just like what I like, as evidenced by my 25 most played iTunes songs. I've got a bunch of songs from the Legally Blonde musical, which is pretty good if you haven't seen it. And I've got a whole lot of songs from Rent, because Rent is the best musical ever written, pretty much. some Lady Gaga, some Miley Cyrus. I like Hannah Montana. The song Remains from the Dollhouse series that got canceled by Jed Whedon. I've got the acoustic version for Layla by Eric Clapton, which was actually my song from my 2011 book called Sweetly, which is why that's on there. Some Kesha, some Ingrid Michaelson, and some stuff from Slumdog Millionaire. It's all weird. Everything on there is weird. I just like what I like. I don't know. And I really like pop music, despite the fact that I totally know that those girls are auto-tuned into oblivion and they don't really sound like that, and they probably have very little real talent beyond looking super hot. But I'm okay with that because for me, it's just candy. It's not fine dining. I always feel really, really guilty when I admit to people that music just isn't my thing for a few reasons. Number one, I coach a marching band, which means I'm surrounded by musicians like 3 days a week. And number two, because all of these other authors have like playlists for their books and they're just really affected by songs and songs inspire books, and that's just not me. I mean, occasionally I'll listen to like one song during a specific scene in a book, and occasionally I'll have one song that's kind of like the theme song for a book, but typically when I'm writing, it's just like complete silence. Shh, you hear that? That's writing noise right there. Now when I'm driving my car, on the other hand, that's a different story. I'm usually listening to like Britney Spears or Taylor Swift lately. There's been a lot of Taylor Swift. If I turn the music up really, really loud, I can sing along and drown myself out, and then I can pretend that I sound just like Taylor Swift. I don't, but I can pretend. So is anybody else not a huge music fan, or maybe not a huge fan of another very popular art form? I would like to hear about it so I'm not lonely in this confession. And now I really, really want some candy or some steak. I have a feeling I will not get either of those things, but I am hungry, so I'm gonna go eat, and I will see you guys tomorrow. I'm Jackson Pearce, and NaNoWriMo is coming up. In case you didn't know, NaNoWriMo is National Novel Writing Month, and it happens every November from November 1st to November 30th. The goal is to write a 50,000 word novel in 1 month alongside other questionably sane people. The first time I did NaNoWriMo was my sophomore year of college. Cue dramatic college reenactment. I've been working on this massive novel since I was in high school, and editing and re-editing it had started to totally consume my life, to the point that I felt like it was the only book in me. Like, if that book didn't succeed, I would never write anything that did. And then I came across NaNoWriMo. A community of people writing novels that might suck and being okay with that. It was amazing. And I wrote the first draft of The Key Bearer, which ended up being the first book that I ever queried agents with. Here's the thing about writing novels. Writing is really rewriting. It's in the revision process that the book really takes form and shape and starts to become something that is not hundreds and hundreds of pages of fail. And in order to rewrite, you have to have something to rewrite. And that is why I love NaNoWriMo, because if you commit yourself to it and dedicate yourself to it, then in 30 days you will have something to rewrite, if you want to rewrite it. Or if you choose not to rewrite, you'll have a Word file and a nifty t-shirt. Either way, at the end of 30 days, you will have more than you had when you started. I still use a NaNoWriMo approach when writing a new book. I give myself a certain number of words every day, and no matter how tired or bored or stuck I am, I have to write that many words every day. Every single book I've written since my sophomore year of college, that is how I've written it. It works, I'm telling you. Anyway, so right now I'm putting a link to the NaNoWriMo site somewhere over my face. Go to it. Sign up. And while the link is hovering over my face, do you have an interesting NaNoWriMo story? Have you done it before? Did you win? Did you hate it? How did it go? I would like to hear about it, so you should leave that in the comments after you've gone to the NaNoWriMo site and signed up. All right, thanks for watching. I'll see you guys tomorrow.
It's comments time. I totally did not expect to love Legally Blonde the musical, but seriously, it's really, really good. I'm amazed. Duck Love, I'm sure that Gerard forgives you, and Deep is Blue, I have only seen that movie once, but I did actually really like Amanda Bynes in it. I think she's a better actor than people give her credit for. Obsessed with Books, I don't know what that is, but if you tell me, maybe I will. And A Butterfly Dreams, I do different things for each book. For Sisters Red, I usually sign Follow Your Heart. And Vicky, yeah, guys are weird, but you know, I've got to admit this, girls are pretty jacked up too. We're all kind of bizarre.
And forget about your grades, your boyfriend, and your job. Do it later, 'cause now I need to write another 1,000 words. Hit 20,000 words and I'm feeling awesome. And I should make writing.
I'm Jackson Pearce, and this video is about being uncool. I'm not the authority on being cool by any means, but I do feel like I'm something of a pro in the field of being uncool. As someone who has been uncool for most of my life, I can spot uncoolness relatively quickly. Lately, I've been spotting something rather uncool being mistaken for something cool in the world, and as an authority on the uncoolness, I feel that it's my responsibility to make sure everybody knows exactly how uncool this thing is. See, I really like graffiti. I genuinely do. I like well done, impressive street art. Not the random tagging where it's like, here's my name, and then you run away, but the actual art. Spray paint can be a very impressive thing. The problem is that often people who aren't really artists get a hold of spray paint. And if you're a boy and you are not an artist and you get a hold of a can of spray paint, there is pretty much only one thing that you are going to paint on the urban surface of your choice. And that thing is a penis. I'm not really sure why so many young men are just drawn to paint a phallus on walls or signs or streets. I guess it must go something like this. Dude, what should I paint? I don't know, man. I don't know. I've got it. I've got one. So I'm gonna paint one. Yeah, here we go. I mean, this happens all the time. At the school I coach at, the marching band trailers and surrounding walls were recently spray painted and they were just covered in penis drawings. They even included helpful labels like, penis, arrow, pointing, in case you didn't realize those lines created a penis. And the penis drawing goes beyond spray paint. I've seen it in pencil, I've seen it on computer screens, I see it everywhere. You boys just have a penchant for nude art, I guess, I don't know. I'm actually surprised you guys aren't better at drawing them by now. Given your experience, I would expect more of a lifelike quality. So anyhow, young men of the world, as an uncool person myself, I am here to inform you that drawing a penis on every available surface is in fact distinctly uncool. Ladies will not love you for your art skills. Yours, in fact, will not get bigger just because you've created an 8-foot likeness of it on a stucco wall. You'll just be a dude with a spray can and a portfolio full of poorly painted penises, which is decidedly uncool. Trust me on this, I'm an expert. And aside, somewhere on your screen right now, I'm linking a video of a former coworker of mine drawing digital penises all over the place. It cracks me up, you should watch it. Thanks for watching, I'll see you guys tomorrow.
I'm a sailor on this ship.
I'm Jackson Pearce, and I'm either a superhero or a supervillain. Choose one. I'll wait. The answer is, I'm not going to tell you. Not just because I like to maintain my mystique, but because the mystery is kind of the point of this video, so yeah. See, there's no way for you to know with absolute certainty if I'm a hero or a villain unless I tell you. And likewise, there's no way for me to know if you're going to interpret me as a hero or a villain. This is because you and I are distinctly different people. We see the world in different ways. I see the world based on my own history and experiences and viewpoints, and you see the world based on your own history and experiences and viewpoints. Neither one of us is necessarily viewing the world incorrectly, but we inevitably will view it differently. Books are the same way. When I write a book, I write it with everything that I am as a person. And when you read a book, you read it with everything that you are as a person. And even if we have very similar viewpoints, there will be some slight differences in the way we interpret the text. For example, I could write a review that says Hermione Granger is a strong, independent woman. She is driven, academically successful, quick on her feet, not to mention courageous. She is confident in her knowledge and not afraid to tell people when they're incorrect, be it morally or factually. And those statements would be true, but I could also write a review that says Hermione Granger plays second fiddle to two male characters. Yes, she has brains, but she uses them to advance the agendas of those male characters instead of fulfilling her own needs. Out of vanity, she changes her appearance in multiple books, and she allows herself to be emotionally abused by her friends in the final book. And those statements would also be true. Neither review would necessarily be wrong, and neither review would necessarily be right. And it's impossible for us to know what J.K. Rowling intended because we are not, in fact, J.K. Rowling. Although I do suspect J.K. Rowling wears a superhero mask from time to time. And likewise, it's impossible for J.K. Rowling to know how you, as a reader, are going to interpret a book. After all, if your life experiences lead you to believe that Hermione is secretly a lizard person, who is she to argue? She doesn't know your life, she doesn't know what you've gone through, she doesn't know why you would see lizard people and wizards, she doesn't know these things. You can certainly have discussion and debate about Hermione's lizard personness, but you can't categorically say she is one thing or she is another. That's kind of the wonderful thing about books, is they can be many different things to many different people. Thanks for watching, I'll see you guys tomorrow, and by the way, tonight is live show night, and on the topic of Hermione, we'll actually be discussing heroines in the live show, so you should come, it'll be great. Link is in the little thing wherever it is on your screen right now. Yeah.
Let me tell you, I've seen it done, we've seen it done. And being honest,
Teaching Thursday, and today I'm going to teach you, Internet, 3 things about Mark Twain. I've been doing a lot of research on Mark Twain for the damn historical novel, and as it turns out, he is pretty much one of the most interesting people that has ever lived. I'm just giving you 3 facts today, and they don't even begin to cover the interesting facts that surround Mark Twain. But here we go, fact number 1. So Sam Clemens and his wife, Olivia Langdon Clemens, who he just called Livy, had pretty much the most romantic relationship ever. Sam knew he was gonna marry Livy before he even met her. See, Sam was friends with Livy's brother Charles, and Charles had this little cameo with Livy's picture in it. And one day Sam is like, who's the hot girl? And Charles is like, dude, that's my sister. And Sam is all, well, get used to it, bro, because I'm totally gonna marry her. I'm paraphrasing, of course. Anyway, Sam and Livy finally meet up, and he thinks she's wonderful and beautiful and smart and lots of other positive adjectives. One of their first dates was to a reading by Charles Dickens, and if that is not romantic, I don't know what is. They eventually got married, and through his writings we can tell that Sam and Livy really loved and respected one another deeply. Sam used to say that he loved Livy as much for her brains as he did for her beauty, and he was truly heartbroken when she died in 1904. Alright, fact number 2 surrounds the famous white suit. Even though Clemens is famous for wearing the white suit, he didn't actually start wearing it till later in his life. He wore it for the first time at the Library of Congress in 1906. It was cold, it was freezing, it was the middle of December, and all of the senators that had been listening to this dude drone on and on and on about the copyright laws of perforated sheet music for like hours. So Clemens strolls in, takes off his overcoat, and bam! A fabulous white suit is underneath. This might not seem like a big deal nowadays, but that was incredibly ballsy in that time period. Eventually, Clemens gets up and speaks for over an hour about the need for perpetual copyright. Everyone is just like hanging on his every word, and keep in mind, this is Congress. Just a few months prior, Clemens had called them idiots and criminals, so it was pretty impressive, especially when he was done speaking and they gave him a freaking standing ovation. And if that wasn't enough, Clemens is like, man, I've got to stay in the Capitol and make sure Congress doesn't screw up on this copyright thing. And Congress is like, oh, of course, Mr. Clemens, here. Please use the Speaker of the House's private chambers as an office during your stay. I couldn't find any documentation on how the Speaker of the House felt about that. And then Clemens is all, I should really go meet the president. So he walks up to the White House door and is like, knock, knock, knock. Hey, I'm Mark Twain and I'm gonna need to meet the president if you don't mind. And the guy at the door runs to Theodore Roosevelt and is like, Mark Twain is at the door right now. And Theodore Roosevelt rushes downstairs and he and Mark Twain have a lovely conversation. Fact number 3 is about Halley's Comet. I know this is something a lot of people already know about Clemens, but it's one of my sort of favorite Clemens factoids, so I thought I would share it. Clemens was born in 1835, just before Halley's Comet passed by the Earth, and in 1909 he was quoted as saying, I came in with Halley's Comet in 1835. It is coming again next year and I expect to go out with it. It will be the greatest disappointment of my life if I don't go out with Halley's Comet. The Almighty has said, no doubt, now here are these 2 unaccountable freaks. They came in together, they must go out together. And because Samuel Clemens is clearly the most awesome psychic on the planet, he died April 21st, 1910, which was one day after Halley's Comet made its closest approach to the Earth. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed Teaching Thursday and that you find Mark Twain / Samuel Clemens as interesting as I do, and I will see you guys tomorrow. Pearce, and it's Friday, so it's time for Friday 5, which is a problem because nothing happened this week to report today on Friday 5. Like, it was the most boring week ever. I do have at least one important thing for the Friday 5 though, and I've already announced this once before, so maybe it's cheating, but I'm so excited that I'm going to announce it again. So next Sunday, not this coming Sunday, next Sunday, October 31st at 2 p.m., Maggie Stiefvater and I will be having a big Halloween event at the Fountain Bookstore in Richmond, Virginia. We're gonna have costume contests and giant book-themed giveaways. I wanted to give away this hatchet from the Sisters Red trailer, but I don't think I can take it on the plane, so maybe I'll look into it though. And remember, the event is at 2 o'clock, so you still have plenty of time to get home and do your Halloween stuff and all that jazz. Or if you're interested, there is a ghost walk you can attend that night by the bookstore. Cool stuff to be done in Richmond, you should come. You do have to buy a ticket to go. It's $8 for a ticket, but then you can use that ticket to get $8 off any book at the bookstore, so it's just an $8 coupon. Now I gotta come up with 4 other things. Nothing happened this week, like nothing. What to discuss? Oh, I got it. Okay, thing number 2. So this coming week's live show is supposed to be freeform, but because it's the last live show before NaNoWriMo starts, I've decided to make it a NaNoWriMo themed live show. I'm going to be talking about things that have worked for me in NaNoWriMo before. If you're doing NaNoWriMo and want to discuss methods that have worked for you, methods that haven't worked for you, secrets to success, all that kind of stuff, this is the show to come to. So that'll be this coming Wednesday, October 27th at 8 p.m. Eastern. The link is around you somewhere. Link. Third thing. Here is what I can do for my third thing. I'm almost done with this pass of the damn historical novel. Almost. I'm getting there, slowly. One post-it note at a time. That's a pretty boring thing to use for Friday 5, but I got nothing. It's a boring week. Thing number 4, so if you didn't know, I coach a high school marching band and a color guard, and we have our last competition this Saturday, so you should wish us luck because we're very excited. We're a little bit unprepared because yesterday in the middle of rehearsal, I don't know who was responsible for it, but either way, the field sprinklers got turned on while we were on the field, and that sucked. All right, and I guess thing number 5 will be that I only have a few days left of 30 days of vlogging, which I cannot believe I made it through 30 days. I'm pretty delighted by that. And so now I'm trying to decide what am I going to do after the 30 days of vlogging. So should I do like certain days, like videos every Tuesday and Thursday, or should I just do 3 videos a week regardless of what day they're on? What do you think? What would be good? I need your advice because I've never done this before. Thanks for watching, guys. I'm sorry my week was kind of boring. If your week was not boring, you should tell me about it in the comments. Like, you should do your own Friday 5 in the comments, so I know that it was not just me that had the most boring week ever. All right, see you guys tomorrow. Pearce, and this video is about career options. When I was younger, I wanted to be a lot of things. A princess, a Native American princess, a wizard, time traveler, a bird. And as is to be expected, my career aspirations were met with a degree of cynicism. I was told those career options were more or less impossible unless I met a Native American prince who married me and introduced me to his time-traveling friend who took me into the future to introduce me to a wizard who shared his powers with me and then turned me into a bird. The adults who warned me of my impossible aspirations were completely well-meaning, and I don't think there's anything wrong with telling a kid that perhaps becoming a bird shouldn't be number 1 on his goals list. When I got a little older, I went through a host of arguably more reasonable career goals. Singer, actress, scientist. I say scientist, but all I really wanted to do was hang out with those sign language gorillas. And finally, writer. Saying I wanted to be a writer was unfortunately met with a degree of cynicism as well. I'm not trying to imply my family, friends, and teachers weren't supportive of my goal to become a writer, but they wanted me to have a backup plan. They showed or told me about all the statistics, how few bestsellers there are, how many books get rejected, how few authors can completely support themselves, that kind of thing. And that is kind of frustrating because despite the fact that they had really good intentions, I was basically being talked out of a dream by those around me. It's become popular in schools lately to push an agenda of AP classes and standardized testing, and that's all well and good, but I can't help but feel like the concept of telling kids to reach for their dreams has been replaced with the concept of telling kids to reach for a paycheck. I am totally not disputing the value of a paycheck, I promise. But I do think it's important to remember that achieving your dream is worth something more valuable than a 401k, and that, unless you want to become a bird, achieving your dream is probably possible. See, becoming a bird, that's an impossible dream, but becoming a writer or a host of other things, that's not impossible, that's just difficult. But difficult means it's still possible. I mean, you might have to eat ramen for a little while, and you might even have to get a day job, and I'm certainly not giving you permission to live in your mom's basement till you're 40 and claim that you're just waiting for that big writing paycheck to roll in. But I am giving you permission to strive for something, even if those around you tell you it's unlikely. Don't allow people, well-meaning or otherwise, to talk you out of your dreams. Again, unless you want to be a bird. That one you've got to get over. It's just not possible. Thanks for watching. I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Sticks in your pocket and you're full of fear. This will happen tonight.
I'm Pearce, and I'm coming to you live today from the interstate because I'm going to visit my sister who lives in Birmingham, Alabama. And I've rigged up my camera so I can watch the road or look at the camera, and either one is fine. Although there's a cop stop up here, so maybe I don't know how legal this is. I mean, I don't feel it's safe, but... Hello, officer. It's the Talladega National Forest. The leaves are changing. I'm sorry my windshield's so dirty. Here, I'll fix it. There we go. I don't think that helped. I think that made it worse. I'm not really into NASCAR, but if you are, we're passing Talladega right now. Anyway, since I wrote a book about sisters, I thought I would use this opportunity to talk about sort of sisterhood and how having a sister affected me when I wrote Sisters Red, because that's one of the questions I get most often. So my sister and I did not always get along very well. When we were younger, we were very different people. She wanted to be a nurse, and I always wanted to be a writer, and I was kind of like, why do you want to hang out with sick people all day? That kind of seems lame. And she was like, why do you want to write books? That seems like a lot of work. And so we disagreed on a lot of things. We didn't really get along until we got a little bit older, like when I was a senior in high school and she was a freshman in high school. And at that point, I think both of us started to accept one another for who we were. And it wasn't until we could understand and be okay with the fact that we were two very different people that we were able to get along as sisters. That's kind of the relationship I tried to capture in Sisters Red. Neither Scarlett nor Rosie is more in the right. And they have to make a choice if having different opinions on the same issue is going to make them closer or is going to drive them apart. The other question that I get asked most often when I say that we didn't get along when we were kids is, what is the meanest thing that you ever did to your little sister? So one time when we were a little bit older, not terribly old, I was like, hey, Katie, come downstairs. We're going to play an Imagine game. We're going to play Pretty Princess, and I'm going to tie you to this post, and then I'm going to come rescue you. So being a rather trusting child, Katie like toddled downstairs, and she let me slowly loop this rope around her, and I was like, all right, and now I'm going to save you. Peace out, bye. Went upstairs, turned off the lights in the basement, slammed the door, and waited for her to yell. It was kind of satisfying in retrospect. I don't think it caused any lasting damage. I don't think. She is kind of weird, though. Maybe it did. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you tomorrow. I'm Jackson Pearce, and it is day 30, which means I've made it, which means it's cause for celebration. So I bought this very special celebrating hat. I know it says birthday princess. They were out of vlogging princess hats at Target. I also got these things, which I thought were supposed to make a noise, but apparently they don't anymore, so I'll just wave them. Why won't this one go? I'm gonna pass out. Anyway, since it's day 30, I thought that I would discuss with you guys the things that I have learned during my 30 days of vlogging. Number one, I've learned that trick where you put the baby powder in your hair and it makes it look like you washed your hair when you haven't had time for, an actual shower. That trick really works, especially on YouTube. Number two, I've learned that people are pretty okay with stick figures instead of actual art. 3, I've learned that nobody really cares or notices if you wear the same shirt twice in a row. That makes 2 of my learned bullet points that have to do with personal hygiene and more specifically how I fail at it. 4, I've learned that the YouTube progress bar is made of lies and it does not matter what it says, it is going to take over 2 hours to load your video. That's just how it is. But mostly I've learned that videos are not nearly as hard to create as I convince myself they are. I mean, yeah, some videos are pretty lengthy endeavors, but on the whole, just general vlogs are really not that difficult. So really, the most important thing I've learned is how to stop being a pansy and make videos. And so while I think I might explode if I were to do another 30 days straight of videos, I am going to begin much more regularly vlogging. More specifically, I'm going to start doing videos every Tuesday and Thursday. I'll very likely do more videos than that every week, but I'm afraid to commit to too much. I have commitment issues. This thing is like... Anyway, thank you guys all so much for the comments and emails and support and all that stuff. It made me really feel like I wasn't just making myself crazy just to entertain myself. But seriously, I'm really, really glad that people are watching, and I hope you enjoyed it. And if you have any video suggestions, you should leave them in the comments because a new video will be coming at you in less than 48 hours. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you guys on Thursday.
Comments time, because I've totally forgotten comments for the last few videos. But anyway, Glitter Girl, 60 days of vlogging, that makes me want to crawl into my bed and never ever come out. But see, the problem is now I'm also sort of challenged by it. So I'm thinking, I did 30, I can surely do 60, right? Right?
And Toby C, thank you. These are the kinds of comments that make me feel all warm and fuzzy. I knew somebody would figure out that bird thing. Marching band lovers for the win. And Lauren, that is so cool. You've got to send me a picture, okay?
My heart pushed against a wall, just frozen, staring here in a great hole. I'd like to make myself believe that she would look back at me. It's hard to say that I'd rather leave than see her here with him, but everything is...
I'm Jackson Pearce, and it's Teaching Thursday, and today I'm going to teach you, YouTube, how to juggle. The only thing you need to learn how to juggle is 3 items, preferably about the size of your palm. Some people use scarves to learn, but I think scarves are for sissies. So, something other than scarves. Limes, kiwis, very small chihuahuas. I actually think that balls, though, are the easiest. Those of you making inappropriate jokes right now about balls, stop it. I know what you're doing because I do it too. So you're gonna put 2 in one hand and 1 in the other hand. So what you're gonna do is you're gonna take 1 ball from this hand and you're gonna throw it and catch it with your other hand. That's all you're gonna do. Ta-da! As you do that, you're gonna take the ball from this hand and throw it to the other hand. And you're gonna do it one right after another. So throw, throw, catch. Throw, throw, catch. Everybody coming with me? I've never taught juggling before. I'm sure there are methodologies, but I don't know them. I'm just making this up. Anyhow, so basically at all times you'll be catching 1 ball, throwing 1 ball, and 1 ball will be in the air. Throw, throw, catch. Throw, 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 throw. Catch, 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 catch. Maybe I'm not very good at teaching this. Other tips and tricks is to always try to throw to the same place, otherwise you're gonna have to be like doing that and that. Well, now they're everywhere. There are certainly better jugglers than me, and there are probably better tutorials, but this is a really handy party trick. There are a lot of handy things you can do with juggling. You can impress members of the opposite sex, or same sex, whatever. I'm sure it works on both. You can scare children by telling them that you're secretly a carny, and are gonna steal them for your carny roadshow. So many possibilities with juggling. There's supposedly a bunch of different patterns you can learn that I don't know. The only trick that I've ever been able to do, which I'm totally gonna show off right now because that's what I do, is this one right here. Ta-da! Anyway, I would really like to see videos of you guys trying to learn to juggle based on my probably not so hot tutorial. So if you decide to give this a try, then please let me know. Do a video response. I would really like to see it. Thanks for watching, and I will see you guys tomorrow. I'm Jackson Pearce, author of Sisters Red, and this video is about my favorite fairy tale. Now, I'm really partial to Red Riding Hood, obviously, and I'm also really partial to Hansel and Gretel, which, if you didn't know, is the fairy tale that my next book, Sweetly, is based on. But there is a lesser-known fairy tale that I'm a huge fan of and that I'm thinking of basing a future book on. That fairy tale is The Snow Queen by Hans Christian Andersen. The Snow Queen is, in my opinion, Andersen's best fairy tale, despite the fact that The Little Mermaid is much more popular. The Snow Queen is about this little girl named Gerda whose best friend Kay gets these shards of ice in his eyes, and they make him like a horrible, mean, terrible kid. Then the Snow Queen arrives and steals Kay away to live with her in her ice palace. And the Snow Queen stealing her best friend, that makes Gerda pretty angry, and so she decides she's going to go out and hunt the Snow Queen down. She meets a variety of people on her quest to find Kay, my favorite of whom is the little robber girl, which is this little gypsy child. The gypsy girl is my absolute favorite character because she's kind of nice to Gerda, but she'll also say things like, oh, don't worry about my family, no, they're not gonna kill you. I mean, unless you make me angry, in which case they'll, kill you in your sleep, but yeah, they're nice people, yeah. And that kind of upsets Gerda, so later, to comfort her, the little gypsy girl says, you know what, actually, if I get angry at you, I'm not gonna let my family kill you after all, that would be awful, so if I get angry, I'll just kill you myself, all right? Is that a good agreement, yeah? Also, the gypsy girl has this crazy menagerie of animals that she's caught, and she sleeps with a knife, and I mean, she's got all kinds of issues, but in the most entertaining way. Anyway, eventually Gerda does save Kay, and it's all happily ever after. I like this story for a lot of reasons. For starters, the female main character isn't beautiful and perfect and demure and shy, which is very common for women in fairy tales. She's clever and she's brave and she's loyal, and I really respect that in a fairy tale. And also, I really like that she's not trying to rescue a handsome prince, she's trying to rescue her best friend. You really should read it, and don't go read the Wikipedia page because the summary they have there is crap. Trust me, it's a really good story. Anyway, thank you for watching. Go read The Snow Queen, and remember to go to bookswithbite.co.uk to find out more information about Sisters Red, Sweetly, and other really good books. I'm Jackson Pearce, and it is almost Christmas. I love Christmas. I really, really love Christmas. It's a pretty big deal in my family. I love Christmas presents and giving presents and wrapping presents and decorations and Christmas songs. Anyway, one of my favorite things about Christmas is the total assault of Christmas movies. You can't turn on the television without seeing something claymation or a movie involving some sort of Christmas wish. But I've noticed that Christmas movies are a little bit harder to watch as an adult than they are as a kid. I just don't have the same like wide-eyed wonder that I did as a child when I see these things. For example, has anyone watched that claymation Rudolph as an adult? Because that movie delighted me as a child, and as an adult I'm watching it thinking, this is a horrible message for children.
Christmas is going to be canceled. There's nothing I can do. This weather. Yeah. Rudolph, please. Could you tone it down a bit? I mean, that nose of yours. That nose. That beautiful, wonderful nose.
Huh?
Rudolph, Christmas is not off, and you're going to lead my team.
Santa only loves you when you become useful. Until then, you're an annoying freak. And let's not even elaborate on this line right here.
And he knew that the only thing to do was to go out and look for his little buck. Mrs. Donner wanted to go along, naturally, but Donner said, "No, this is man's work."
Yeah, that's right, lady dear. Stay home and cry. And while you're at it, get in the kitchen and make me a sandwich. Yeah. That was my impression of a dude. I'm not very good at that. But I still love that movie because it represents a really distinct part of my childhood. And even though it doesn't send the best message, I find it really charming. I feel the same way about the old Disney princess movies. I mean, yeah, she's waiting for a prince to come and for a man to save her, and that's kind of lame, but I still really like them. And I like old school claymation, horribly sexist Rudolph. The Island of Misfit Toys song gets me every time, and at least once a day throughout the entire month of December, you can find me saying, "Bumbles bounce." I guess I think it's okay to both like something and find serious faults in it. Anyhow, speaking of Christmas movies, I have to show you something real fast. So, in years past, I've usually put up a Christmas tree, but with Space Dog and Alcott, I've decided that decorating a tree full of things that look like pet toys is probably a recipe for disaster. But I had to put up some sort of holiday decoration in my house, and so, people of YouTube, I present to you the leg lamp. That's alright, the soft glow of electric sex can be seen from my window. If you are totally confused right now, by the way, you need to watch A Christmas Story ASAP. It's a major award. Alright, thanks for watching, and I will see you guys on Thursday. I'm Jackson Pearce, and last week I went to Reading, Connecticut on a Mark Twain research trip for the damn historical novel. I flew in Monday night, drove through some rush hour traffic, and then Tuesday morning I woke up and drove to the Mark Twain Library in Reading. The Mark Twain Library had all sorts of cool Mark Twain stuff that I basically nerdgasmed over, like old pictures and this cool urn and these books that actually belonged to Mark Twain that he donated to the library. There I met up with Brent Colley, a guy who knows everything there is to know about Mark Twain in Reading, and Alan Kitty, a Mark Twain impersonator, which basically meant I spent the entire day hanging out with Mark Twain, which is kind of awesome. The first stop of the day was at Reading Elementary, where Twain/Alan talked to the kids and answered important questions like, "Are you Einstein?" and "Did you know Star Wars is a cartoon now?" From there, we went to the Reading Archives, where I nerded out some more over old tax records that showed how many horses and bicycles and fancy pieces of jewelry Mark Twain had, because that's kind of just what I do. Then we went to a house that used to belong to Albert Bigelow Paine, Mark Twain's biographer. It's now owned by a guy named Rob Lopes, who I think might be channeling the spirit of Mr. Rogers, because he was really nice and wore sweaters and offered us tea and scones when we came in. Rob had a house full of cool Mark Twain antiques like these tiles and this relief and a full-size portrait of himself in fencing gear, plus a lot of information on the property when Paine occupied it, which led to more nerding out on my part. We went on to Stormfield, the house where much of the damn historical novel takes place, and the house that Mark Twain died in. Stormfield is now owned and lived in by the DeSantis family, who are as nice and Mr. Rogers-like as Rob Lopes. We went in and looked around, and then everyone nerded out by comparing a blueprint of the house when Twain occupied it to the current layout. For the record, a fair amount of the house is the same, and I might have had a miniature freak-out moment over being there. Then we went to the Reading Community Center, where we watched a documentary about Mark Twain's later years, and everyone ate a delicious cake celebrating Mark Twain's 175th birthday.
On Wednesday, I drove up to Hartford, Connecticut to see the public Mark Twain house, which is the one he lived in from the 1870s to 1890s. It was gorgeous, and since I was there alone, I had to get help with this shot, and then I had to drive back through Connecticut to get to the airport in the pouring rain. All in all, this trip was the cherry on top of finishing the damn historical novel, and I learned so much more by going to Connecticut than I could have from researching at home. Thank you, Britt and Alan, for a wonderful and informative day, and thank you, Reading, for being full of the nicest and most hospitable people ever. I mean, seriously, who else offers scones these days? I was amazed. Amazed. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you guys tomorrow.
But indications of that being done in a number of places that I've found over the years.
I'm Jackson Pearce, and today's video is about the New York Times bestseller list. A lot of people think that the bestseller list is just flatly a list of the books that have sold the most in the entire country in a given week, which is a fairly reasonable assumption given the title and all. But that's actually not the case. Now, I don't know all the details about how the list is made because the inner workings of how they fabricate it is considered a trade secret, but here's the stuff that I and most people in the writing industry have been able to figure out. The bestseller list comes out every Sunday, and about 2 weeks before that Sunday, the New York Times asks all the major publishing houses if there are any books they should, keep an eye on. This is another video with a lot of finger quotes. Be ready. The houses send the Times a list of books that they should be watching and where those books are being sold. The where they're being sold thing is really important because not all bookstores count toward the New York Times list. Only a fairly large handful do, most of those being indie bookstores. There's a reason why when authors go on book tours, they almost always go to the same stores. It's because those are the stores the publishers think count towards the New York Times list. So the where they're being sold list starts with the indies, and then it has the big chain bookstores, and then Target, and then places like drugstores and supermarkets, and then the very last is Walmart. Walmart pretty much does not count towards the New York Times list. You can sell a gazillion books at Walmart and still not be on the bestseller list. And no one seems to really know for sure if Amazon counts toward the list. So anyway, the Times has their reports from the publishers in hand about which books they should be watching, and then the Wednesday before the list comes out, they ask all the publishers to send them 2 copies of each book that they're considering for the bestseller list. The books must arrive in the New York Times office on Wednesday before 1 p.m. or something terrible happens. I don't actually know that anything terrible happens, but the books are supposed to get there by 1 p.m. And then everybody waits. The New York Times puts all their numbers and opinions and data into the bestseller generator machine thing. And then on Sunday, we find out who made the list. For those of you that I've just confused, so we go from Tuesday to Tuesday, and those are the sales reports, and then they have to send the book by 1 p.m., and then the list is published on Sunday. Also, this is a calendar my friend made me. Moving on. So basically, the bestseller list is not really a bestseller list. It's a list of books the New York Times found sold a lot at specific stores and otherwise generally like list. That does not change the fact that I and most other authors would kill to be on the list. People use the New York Times to decide what to read, and therefore getting on the list means your book is going to be in a trillion more hands than it would otherwise. Plus, you get to add New York Times bestseller to your name for the rest of your career. So even knowing all the details about how the bestseller list really works, I really want to be on it. Anyway, thanks for watching, and I will see you guys later. I'm Jackson Pearce, and I finished the damn historical novel! Yeah! Congratulations, self. The damn historical novel is my nickname for a book that I've been working on for the past 6 months or so and outlining for the past year. And last night, I wrote the last scene, and I was finished! Of course, I have a really hard time letting go of things like, childhood toys and disgruntled cats and books apparently, because after I was finished last night, I spent a good solid 30 minutes messing around with the size and color of the title page. Now, I've finished books before, but this one was really monumental and special for me for a variety of reasons. For one, it is hands down the longest book I've ever written, coming in at just a little bit over 116,000 words. But moreover, it's the book that I never thought I'd write. I had the idea years and years ago, but I kept putting it off and putting it off because I felt like I didn't know enough about the time period and I didn't know enough about research and could I really write a historical, and so I shelved the idea because it seemed really impossible to write. So the fact that I've now finished the impossible book, it makes me feel all warm and fuzzy inside. And lastly, of course, it's monumental because I have never ever researched for a book the way I researched for this one. Notes, notes, notes. Giant thick autobiography, book of notes, pamphlet from when I went to go see Hal Holbrook impersonate Mark Twain in Texas because I wanted to see it that badly. I went to Texas to research this book. Texas! And Tuesday I'm going to Connecticut to research it. It's like some kind of illness, I swear. The book is now with some of my critique partners, and I have to move on to editing Purity in December, which I also am really excited about, but I have to confess I do really miss the historical already.
I miss those hours spent flipping through antique catalogs. I miss ordering one Mark Twain book after another. I miss wondering when it became appropriate to give somebody a thumbs up sign, and I miss researching antique wrapping paper of the 1900s. Damn, that book was hard to write. Really hard. Anyway, this video was kind of just a gloat because I'm so excited and I'm so happy and I'm so other positive adjectives. So if you're really struggling with your book and if it seems impossible, know that it can be done and you just have to put one word in front of another and keep moving forward and the impossible book will eventually get written. All right, I'm gonna go hug myself some more. Thanks for watching and I'll see you guys on Tuesday. I'm Jackson Pearce and this video is about being a dumb kid. This video is brought to you today by something my sister recently dug up. She made it when she was like 4 years old, and it's a list of all the things that she's thankful for. You've got the normal things, even if they are kind of girly, like puppies, flowers, kittens, you know how it goes. And then you've got the standard mom and dad, because, you know, it's required. And then she goes ahead and thanks the color pink for existing, I guess. I don't really know what that's about. And then for reasons that neither Katie nor I entirely understand, she says she's thankful for hiking. For what it's worth, my family does not hike. The closest I've ever come to camping is when I slept in a tent outside in the yard with my friends and then we came inside in the morning for animal-shaped pancakes. You'll also notice she left me off the list, probably because when she was 4 and I was 7, my favorite activity was beating the daylights out of her. I don't really see the problem with it. It made her tough. Tough love. Anyway, this ridiculous list made me think of all the ridiculous things that I did as a child, even though they seemed perfectly normal and reasonable at the time. For example, once I climbed underneath a car. I climbed back out rather quickly when the still hot exhaust pipe burned a permanent scar on my... Never mind, let's move on. Once I saved a rat from a cat. I took it home, I kept it in my room. My mom was not pleased when it escaped the rat hospital that I built. I also seem to remember setting a bunch of trees on fire because I was playing with matches. I was the poster child for a Smokey the Bear ad campaign. And I also bit a lot of people when I was a young child. In retrospect, they probably deserved it. The thing about being a kid is you kind of have to experience those dumb kid moments in order to learn. Did I know it was probably a bad idea to lower a lit match onto a patch of dry brush? Probably so. But did I think I could handle it? Absolutely. And I learned that I could not. And that I also could not lie to my parents effectively about it because they realized in seconds that I was the one responsible for that inferno. But seriously, I'm gonna live by the philosophy that doing all of your dumb stuff as a kid kind of clears you to do less dumb stuff as an adult. And it's working so far. I mean, never in my adult life have I willingly brought a rat inside of my home. There you go. Did you do anything dumb as a kid? Did you learn from it? Did you get in trouble? I would like to know. Leave it in the comments. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you guys on Thursday. I'm Jackson Pearce, and this video is about traditions. So the holiday season is upon us, and if you didn't know, I love the holiday season. I love Christmas, I love Thanksgiving, I love New Year's, I love everything about the holiday season. It's one of the few times a year where you can wear sequins and people will say that you look festive instead of like a showgirl. One of my favorite things about the holidays is my family's traditions. Now I know everybody has like sort of the standard traditions, you know, the opening presents, the wrapping, the turkey, the things that just about everybody does. But what I really enjoy about my holiday celebrations and what I really enjoy learning about other people's holiday celebrations is the sort of family traditions. The weird ones, the ones that when you try to explain, people are like, your family does what with a sprig of holly? For example, on Thanksgiving, it is a tradition that my sister and I eat as much food as we can possibly consume. Katie and I know how to cook, but I mean, it just seems so much easier to call for delivery, right? I mean, it's just you just dial and they bring it to you. Our mom, however, is a fantastic cook, so we eat as much food as our faces can hold, and then we want to die because we've eaten more in one day than anybody should eat in a week. And so we have to lay down on the floor so we don't explode. And then at some point our mom is gonna come over and be like, what the hell is everybody doing on the floor? Get up! Get up now, you have to help me decorate the tree. To which we say, bring me another piece of pie, please. I really like pie. I really like all desserts. It's kind of hard to go wrong with a dessert in me. On Christmas Eve, it's also a tradition that we watch A Christmas Story, and by watch, I mean it's kind of playing in the background, but they have that thing on repeat, so by the end of the night, you've seen the entire thing at least twice. In that case, it's tradition that my mom comes in and goes, what the hell are you guys watching? This movie again? I hate this movie. To which we say, no, we're watching it. Can you bring us another pie? Sorry, Mom, it never occurred to me that a lot of your holiday season was spent bringing people pie. I'll bring you a pie this year. Well, I'll bring you a pie provided you lay it on the floor near me so I can just kind of push it over to you because I won't be able to walk, probably. Anyway, do you have any really interesting holiday traditions that like your family and only your family does? I would really like to hear about them. Leave them in the comments and I will totally read them and respond. And that's all. Thanks for watching. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'm Jackson Pearce. It's Teaching Thursday, and today, in continuation with the Harry Potter theme, I'm going to be teaching you how to make butterbeer. Now, I know that with the opening of the Harry Potter theme park, you can actually buy like official butterbeer if you go to Orlando. But unfortunately, I am not franchised by Warner Brothers, so this is kind of like a poor man's butterbeer that you can make in your house without going to Florida. You will need the following: whipped cream, cream soda, butterscotch topping, vanilla ice cream, ice, and a blender. It's very hard to magically summon a blender, so. Anyway. Now, I don't really use measurements when I cook anything, and you may be thinking that's because I'm such a great cook, but the truth is it's because I have no idea what I'm doing. I just add everything together and hope for the best. So let's start adding, shall we? Alright, so you're gonna put in some ice cream. Now we're gonna add some cream soda, which you can't open. Seems about right to me. And then you're gonna add a little bit of ice. The ice is really just to give it a little bit more of a texture, so you don't need to add too much of that. Don't get excited about the ice. And here we go. And it should have kind of a thick milkshake kind of texture. Alright, so once that's mixed, you're gonna add a little bit of syrup. You're gonna blend again. Now, if you're over 21, you can add this. If you're not over 21, just say no. Push it away. It's delicious on its own. Then you're gonna put all of that in a cup. Oh. Make sure you don't leave any in the blender. It's very valuable stuff. Like so. Do a little of this. And there you have it, folks. You have just made butterbeer. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you guys later. Clean up. Be gone. Mess, assio, sink. It sucks being a muggle! I'm Jackson Pearce, and this video is about how Harry Potter is pretty much the best thing ever, 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 ever. So unless you've been living underneath Edward Cullen's chiseled pectorals for the last year and a half, you know that Thursday night / Friday morning, the first part of the final movie of the final book in the series will be opening. And I, my friends, will be there at midnight, probably with my wand and scarf. Why is Harry Potter so awesome? Why can I buy everything from like a dog bed to lingerie with the Harry Potter logo on it? Why the phenomenon? The short answer is Harry Potter is fantastic. The long answer is in 4 parts. Part 1, Harry Potter came along at the right time. I think whenever a book goes supernova like Harry Potter or Twilight, at least a part of that success is timing. The book offers something that other books haven't offered for a long time. Is Harry Potter a totally unique, revolutionary story? No, there have been wizarding school stories around for years. But there hadn't been a really big one in a while when it came out. When you combine really good characters and an amazing plot and killer world building, and then you add to that really good timing, I think that's when things go supernova. Number 2, the universe is wide. One thing that was so satisfying about reading Harry Potter is the fact that the universe never ended. In like every book, there were a half dozen subplots all containing some new corner of the wizarding world that I had no idea existed before that moment. That made every book unique and unlike its predecessors. I mean, yes, it was a series and they were sequels, but you didn't feel like you were tromping along after Harry through the exact same world, book after book after book after book after book. And then, of course, the more you learned about the world, the more you wanted to know about the world. The more you wanted to be in the world. The more you cry yourself to sleep at night because you didn't get your invitation to Hogwarts and you're stuck in stupid Muggle land. Part 3, there's something for everyone. You like sports? It's got sports. Romance, they've got romance. Action, they've got actions. Mystery, they've got mystery. Naughty sex scenes, no wait, that's actually just the slash fiction. Well, everything else they've got. And number 4, the craze. Harry Potter is kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy. Since everyone has read it and is talking about it, everybody wants to read it. One of my absolute favorite things about Harry Potter is it gives me something in common with so many people. I could probably start a conversation with just about anybody without the books, and if they haven't read the books, then I can start a conversation about how they have to read the books right away because they're so good. It's win-win. Anyway, will you be seeing Harry Potter at midnight? What's your favorite character? See, we're having a conversation right now. Harry Potter unites the world. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you guys on Thursday for another Harry Potter themed video. Hi, I'm Jackson Pearce, and today I'm going to teach you how to wrap a Christmas present, or a Hanukkah present, or a Kwanzaa present, or a birthday present, Valentine's present, Halloween present, 4th of July present. Oh, I was trying to impersonate Martha Stewart, but I guess I've given that up. Anyway, so to wrap a present, you need 5 things. Number 1, a present. It's a s'mores maker. Number 2, scissors. Number 3, tape. Not duct tape, dudes. No duct tape, Scotch tape, or whatever, clear tape. Number 4, wrapping paper. These are confetti cannons, but wrapping paper is right here. And number 5, some bows. Now before we get started, I know what you're thinking, Jackson, why not just use a bag? It's easy, you just pop open the bag, you throw your stuff in, ta-da, you've got a present. I'll tell you why, because this is cheating. It's only not cheating if you have a very strangely shaped item, in which case the bag is perfectly acceptable. Otherwise, no, because you know what the bag does? It denies people the basic holiday right of hearing this sound. The sound that means joy is on its way. So, no bags, wrapping paper. Ready? Here we go. Alright, so you're gonna spread your paper out, like so, and you're gonna put your box in it, like so. Then you wanna make sure that you have enough paper that it's going to cover the whole side plus halfway. There you go, a little bit. There you go, halfway, whole side plus halfway. And then you're gonna take this, whole side plus halfway. Alright, take your scissors. Alright, so you're gonna take this, gonna pull it so it's tight, smooth it down all the way around these sides. There we go. And then you're gonna put a piece of tape right there. Alright, you're not done yet. So now you've got your box like this. You're gonna take this corner and you're gonna push it in and go to the bottom and then smooth it out so you have a half a triangle. And you're gonna do the same thing at the top. You're gonna go to the top, smooth it out. If you've got a little extra right here, just make it part of that other triangle. There we go. Then you're gonna do the same thing on the other side. You're gonna push it in. Now when you push it in, you might mess up your other triangle a little bit, but just sort of make it part of the new triangle. You see what I'm doing here? You see what I'm going for? I think it's easier if you kind of gently flip it over to do this one. And then you've got your 2 triangles, top triangle, bottom triangle. So you're gonna push that down, put a little piece of tape right there. Man, I feel just like Santa's elves. Now you're gonna push this side up, put a little piece of tape right there. Alcott, stop eating the bows. All right, so that side's done. Gonna go over to this side. Now on this side, we've got a little bit too much paper here. Like that's gonna make a really difficult triangle. So we're gonna take our scissors, and we're gonna trim off just a little bit of this. Then we're gonna do the same thing that we did on the other side. We're gonna push in, triangle, and now you can turn it up like this, pull it all together. All right. And then you're gonna take your bow. You're gonna stick that baby right in the middle. Ta-da! Also, just so you know, I spent a really long time trying to make this, instead of just the wrapping video, the wrapping video. Yeah! Wrapping paper. I hate myself. Anyway, this holiday season, say no to the bag. Say yes to the wrapping paper. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you guys later. Really? Seriously, you're gonna eat my bow in the middle of the video? Just chew on the bow that was gonna go on a present. I don't even know what to do with you anymore.
I'm Jackson Pearce, and this video is about creating realistic characters. A lot of people have asked me to do a video about creating characters, and so I'm doing it here in the Atlanta airport because this place is chock full of realistic characters, most of whom are staring at me right now because I'm the chick talking to myself with the camera. I'm always a little bit hesitant to give this kind of advice because what works for one person might not work for somebody else. But with that in mind, this is how I do it. The thing about realistic characters is they're realistic. They existed before this moment and they're going to exist after this moment. They're not here to set up a joke. They're not here to do some plot exposition. They're not here to fulfill a plot point. They came to the airport today because they're living their lives and it brought them here. Make your characters real people with histories and goals that affect their desires and choices and even their speech patterns. Not just cardboard cutouts of people that float through the plot. In real life, people are the ones driving the story, and that's how it works with really good characters too. Alright, I hope that helped. Thanks for watching, and I will see you guys on Thursday. I'm Jackson Pearce, and I'm in Pawleys Island, South Carolina on a writing retreat. So when Sisters Red started selling overseas, I thought I should really get my passport in case any of those wonderful places want me to come visit. I haven't actually gone to any of those places so far because I think they might be afraid of me because of the weirdness of my YouTube videos. Maybe they're afraid I'll do Kesha dances in the street, which is a valid concern. But I still have my passport, and every now and then I look at it and I think about the places that I'm going to go that I haven't had the opportunity to go yet. Anyway, since I haven't been able to go any of those places yet, I asked everybody on Twitter to tell me some things about where they lived so I could kind of like virtually travel. Some things I learned were more useful than others, like Plains, Illinois is the home of the first McDonald's. Way to go to Plains. Kind of, I guess. In Boston, the Boston Public Library was the first library in the US. From my sister, Birmingham, Alabama is now the #7 most dangerous city in the country. I'm glad you live there, Katie. Holland has the world's largest tulip festival. That bird is looking at me. I'm gonna back up a little bit. Is there any place you would really like to go that you haven't gotten to? Like, I would really love to go to Thailand. I would also really like to go to Europe. I've never been there, and I assume you all live in castles. That's my understanding based on television, but I'd really like to go there and visit you in your castles. And now having learned some things from Twitter, I feel like I want to go places even more, so maybe virtual traveling was a terrible idea? Anyway, is there a place you really want to go that you haven't gotten the chance to? Are you doing anything to like be able to go there? Are you excited about it? I would like to know. Leave it in the comments. They have nature here. We don't have nature in the middle of Atlanta. I'm impressed. I think I hear a squirrel. Wow. I'm Jackson Pearce and it's Teaching Thursday, and today I'm going to teach you guys how to French braid. Now before all you dudes go running off the video page, hang with me just a moment. There are some very distinct advantages to being a guy who knows how to braid/French braid hair. For instance, when I was in high school, I was sitting in front of a couch at a party and this guy I liked was sort of sitting on the couch and kind of messing with my hair, and I thought, isn't this romantic and sweet? He's, you know, just playing with my hair and it's nice and everything. And then I realized that he had tied 7 distinct knots in my hair. Do you know how difficult it is to get tangles out of very fine hair? It's really hard. Okay, you've got to use scissors. You've got to use the little spray conditioner and just. You can avoid situations like that if you know the basics of braiding. And if you're a girl who doesn't know how to French braid, look, you got to learn. It's a really handy trick. Number 1, awesome for sports. Number 2, if you don't have time to wash your hair, this baby hides all manner of sins in terms of hair washing. Again with the hygiene and my lack of it. Okay, so first off, we're gonna learn how to just braid in case anybody doesn't know how to do that. The basic braid is very, very easy. You're just gonna take your hair in a ponytail, use your fingers to divide it in 3 pieces. Make sure that each piece is separated. There's not hair lingering between the pieces. So you wanna like sort of smooth it out a little bit and make sure nothing lingers. Okay, so you got your 3 pieces. All you're gonna do is take the piece from the right side and cross it over the middle. And then you're gonna take the piece from the left side and cross it over the middle. And then you're gonna take the piece from the right side and cross it over the middle. And then you're gonna take the piece from the left side and cross it over the middle. And then you're gonna wonder what all those sirens are about because they've been going off all day. Over the middle, over the middle, over the middle, over the middle, so on, so forth. Ta-da! Now if you can do a basic braid, you can also French braid. It's not that hard. First you're gonna gather all the hair at the top of your head into like a half ponytail. Alright, and you're gonna divide it into the 3 sections, just like you did before. And then you're gonna take the piece from the right side and cross it over the middle. And then you're gonna take the piece from the left side and cross it over the middle. And then you're gonna take the piece from the right side and you're gonna add a little bit of hair from the right side to it. And you're gonna cross it over the middle. And then you're gonna take a piece of hair from the left side and you're gonna add a little bit of hair to it.
and then you're gonna cross it over the middle. And then you're gonna take a piece of hair from the right side, and you're gonna add a little more hair to it. And you're gonna cross it over the middle. And then you're gonna take a piece of hair from the left side, and you're gonna add a little bit more hair to it. And you're gonna cross it over the middle. And then when you get to the end, just braid until you run out of hair. And then you take your hair tie, and you tie up the end, and then ta-da! French braid. I hope this looks okay. I haven't done it in a long time. It feels a little crooked. Don't worry so much about like which hand is holding the hair and everything like that. Like, you'll figure it out, trust me. The most important thing though is that every time you like gather a piece of hair that you smooth it so you're not like trailing hair from the other parts. Does that make sense? I hope so. And don't forget, the thing about French braids is practice makes perfect. But once you learn it, you're good for life. You're set. You're done. You can be the dude that knows how to French braid. You'll be the dude that at parties, all the girls are like, you know how to French braid? Will you do my hair? Prove it. You will get to touch every girl's hair. That's right, boys. I just got you all girlfriends. You're welcome. You are welcome. Anyway, as always, if you want to make a video response of yourself learning how to French braid, I would really, really appreciate it, and I'll put it up on the video. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you guys later. I'm Jackson Pearce, and if you're doing NaNoWriMo right now, you're probably feeling pretty good. It's November 2nd, which means you should have been writing for 2 days now, and at this point, everything is probably new and exciting and jazz hands, because for some reason, this is what I do when I talk to the camera. I don't know. Anyway, but that new and exciting feeling is why a lot of people make it through day 2 of NaNoWriMo but don't make it to day 30, because writing for 2 days is not really that hard. Writing for 30 days is substantially more difficult. But you, my friend, you are going to write for 30 days. And not only that, you are going to write something good for 30 days. You see, the thing I love about NaNoWriMo is it encourages you to shut up and stop making excuses and write your book. Unfortunately, that's also kind of the thing I hate about NaNoWriMo, because there is a very substantial difference between writing your book and faking it, and jazz hands. If you are filling your book with song lyrics or having your characters talk about clams for 30 pages, odds are you are faking it. Will you hit 50,000 words? Probably. Will you be a better writer for it if you're faking it? Probably not. NaNoWriMo can and will help you become a better, faster writer, but that's only going to happen if you don't phone it in. Now, I'm not saying you should quit when things get tough or edit while you write or any of that stuff. I'm saying that when you get stuck and when you get confused, having your character sing Kumbaya in rounds doesn't really make you a better writer. But forcing yourself to skip the Kumbaya and work through the stuck and find a solution that's going to make the book really awesome, that will make you a better writer. So right now, while you're on day 2, start thinking ahead to day 15, 18, 25, when you know you inevitably will be stuck. Now everybody raise a pen in the hand of your choice and repeat after me. I, your name, will not have long conversations about who's on first. I promise to only use song lyrics if they're relevant to the plot, and to never allow my characters to list every My Little Pony ever made in order to fluff the word count. I promise to come out of NaNoWriMo a better author, not just somebody with a 50,000 word document. If I break this vow, may all my pens run dry, and may all my word documents be corrupted. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you guys on Thursday. I'm Jackson Pearce, and this video is about the zombie apocalypse. I have to confess something, I am not really a doomsday kind of girl. I usually assume that situations will work out for the best, and for the most part that's kind of suited me. I didn't panic over Y2K, and I'm not super concerned about 2012 despite Hollywood's best attempts to freak me out. However, while I'm not exactly, stocking up on canned goods or buying firearms right and left, I do give disasters a second thought from time to time. And given the fact that they're filming that show, The Walking Dead, like literally footsteps from my door, I've been thinking about zombies a lot recently. And thus, I have formulated a plan for the zombie apocalypse, and I will share it with you now. Step 1. When I've heard rumors of a zombie outbreak, I'm not gonna waste any time. So while the rest of the Bible Belt is making those placards that say repent now, I'm gonna be stocking up on fuel, thank you very much. See, a major flaw in most people's zombie plan is they try to fortify a single place, like a house or a town. But if the zombie horde surrounds that house or town or whatever it is, and you don't have a way of getting supplies in, then that's pretty much it for you. Instead of trying to fortify a single place, I'm going to go on to step 2 of my plan, which is to buy the largest Airstream trailer my credit limit will allow, because let's face it, after the zombie apocalypse, I'm not paying off my credit cards. I'm not. Or hey, if the Airstream dealership owner has been zombified, I'll just steal one, After the zombie apocalypse, my concerns over my credit score and the most wanted list has kind of diminished, so yeah, I'll steal a trailer. So anyway, Grand Theft Auto aside, I'm gonna start driving. I'll pick up some friends and family, I'll stop and stock up on, food items and fuel, but I'm gonna keep driving for the most part. Which incidentally is step 3, keep driving. If a place seems relatively zombie-free, sure, I'll stay for a while, provided I've got an automatic weapon. But my trailer is gonna be ready to go at the first sign of an oncoming zombie horde. So step 4 is make it to the coast. I've never manned a boat before, so I'm gonna hope somebody left a, how-to manual lying around, but I'm gonna trade in my Airstream for the biggest boat at the dock, like one of those yachts that Paris Hilton rides around on, the kind you can really live out of. At this point, I have 2 options, which I like to call Step 5A and Step 5B. Step 5A is to stay on my sweet boat that I just stole, and hopefully it will stay zombie-free. Step 5B is to find some kind of island where I can go all Gilligan and live on coconuts with a hot professor and, that kind of thing. As long as there are no zombies on the island, in theory, no zombies will be able to get to the island. See, the thing about the zombie apocalypse is I'm a writer. I'm not going to be able to solve the zombie problem. I could barely pass high school biology. So in the event of a zombie apocalypse, the best I can hope for is survival. And I think that's why I and so many others kind of have plans in our head for the ultimate disaster, even though realistically, no matter how much you prepare for these kind of things, you can't really prepare for these kind of things. Because having a plan, even if it's useless, it kind of makes us feel like we're in control. It makes us feel like as hellish as the world may get, we'll still be in the driver's seat. And that driver's seat is behind the wheel of a 2011 28-foot Airstream International trailer. Yeah. Thanks for watching, guys, and I'll see you on Thursday. I'm Jackson Pearce, and this video is coming to you live from my grandmother's house, and I'm currently hiding out in my grandmother's room because it is the only quiet room in this entire place, so I apologize, but it's quite lovely in here, really. All the dogs are in here with me. Say hello, dogs. Anyway, so this video is about book ideas. I kind of think that everybody has an infinite number of ideas and characters and thoughts and all of this stuff just floating around in their head. The dogs are crying. Yeah, I also feel that I constantly hear from people that they either don't know what to write or they can't choose what to write or various things like that. So here's how I choose a story idea, develop it, and eventually write it. My arm is getting tired. Lurking lower, there we go. So when you have an idea, no matter how small or undeveloped or basic, write it down. And not on like a napkin or something disposable like that. You want to write it down in a computer file or a special notebook or, someplace where you're going to be able to find it again in months or years or decades or whatever. And every time you think of the book or get a new idea about it, go back to that file and write it down. It could take years for your original idea to get to the point where you can actually write the book. Or it could take months, or it could completely fizzle out entirely. But either way, it's really important that you give the idea a chance to develop instead of just forgetting about it. One of those ideas is eventually going to become so developed that you'll want to write about it. There will be no doubt in your mind what you should write next because, all that note-taking and idea jotting and that kind of thing, you've essentially created a loose outline for the book. I have frequently opened my book ideas folder on my computer and discovered concepts that I know I would have forgotten about had I not written them down. Purity, my book that's coming out in 2012, is a really good example of that. I got the idea while driving and I wrote it down, and it took about a year for it to be developed enough for me to actually turn into a book. My methods work, people! This one anyway. Some of my other methods might get you killed, so stick with this one. Anyway, thanks for watching and I will see you guys later. Dogs! Ruff, ruff, ruff. Dogs, look up here. Look at the camera. I'm Jackson Pearce, and this video is about weather. So while I was in North Carolina for the holidays, it snowed. And I mean hardcore snow, not like, flurries. They got like 8 inches. It snowed so much that Space Dog had to pretty much bound through it like a deer, which turned out to be fine since that's pretty much the cutest thing in the entire world. Snow is kind of a magical thing to me because I've lived in the South for my entire life and we just don't get a lot of snow here. 110-degree summers, we get those. Ice storms, we get those. But snow is not a very common occurrence. It only really snows once every few years, and when that happens, the entire South shuts down and everybody stocks up on bread and milk. So since, it's such a rarity, when it does happen, I really appreciate the snow. I admire it. I look out the window to watch the snow falling. I make hot chocolate because Hallmark movies have told me that's what you do when it snows. I enjoy it, and I generally just love the snow on the rare chance that it happens. Now, I'm sure if I lived in some place that regularly got snow, I would feel very differently. I'd probably find it annoying and troublesome. I'd probably dream of those 110-degree summers that currently I dread. I would think about how great it must be to live in a place where you can wear short sleeves in March. Because the thing about weather is you always want what you don't have. It's like the eternal grass is greener situation. Hair is the same way. If you have curly hair, you want straight hair. If you have straight hair, you want curly hair. I used to really want curly hair, like really want it. So badly that I actually got a perm once. It was not cute. It was like really not cute. But that's a video for another day. Moving on. Anyhow, I sort of got the idea for this video thinking I would sum it up with the philosophy that we should be as excited about the things we do have as we are about the things that we don't have. But the more I think about it, the more I realize that would take away a little bit of the wonder. If I saw snow all the time, I wouldn't be excited about it, but since I don't, it's a magical, wonderful, wintry experience. So maybe wishing and pining away for the things that you don't have isn't such a bad thing after all, because, you know, it gives you something to be excited about. It gives you something to look forward to. The grass is always greener, and that's good because it means there's greener grass. There's more greenery. I think I've lost the topic of this video. So all that said, hurrah for a snowy Christmas that was wonderful to me, and for those of you that see snow all the time and were less than enchanted by it, I'm sorry, and may you have a beautiful, wonderful, warm, 110-degree summer. I wish you all the tan lines in the world. So now as this video closes, I need to advertise for a moment. Every Wednesday night at 8 p.m. Eastern, I do a live video chat. This Wednesday is kind of a big deal because I'll be talking about how to get published and how the publishing industry works. And I know that a lot of you have questions about that, so if you're interested, please come Wednesday, 8 p.m. Eastern. The link is somewhere below right now. Anyway, thank you for watching, and I'll see you guys on Thursday. I'm Jackson Pearce, and this video is about math. Now, there's a lot of reasons why I dislike math, but the thing is, when I see a lot of numbers and math problems in front of me, I am physically affected. Seriously, have you ever been sleeping over at like a friend's house or your grandmother's house and you have to get up and use the bathroom in the middle of the night? You don't really know where the furniture is, so you sort of walk through kind of feeling out, and you're anticipating that moment where you know that you're gonna smash your toe into the side of a dresser. So you're waiting for it to happen. You know it's gonna happen, just please, I've gotta pee. You feel lost and out of control and you're not really sure where you're headed. That is how I feel when I do math. And so I try to avoid math whenever possible. I mean, luckily in my profession, I don't have to do a lot of math in my day-to-day life beyond, basic addition and percentages, that kind of thing. But today, while I was painting the winter guard floor with the group I coach, I had to do some math. Specifically, I needed to find the circumference of a circle, which is, all the way around the outside edge. It did not go well. For starters, I didn't know how to find the circumference of a circle. I'm sure I learned it at some point, but I clearly have blocked out that memory. A 6th grade student had to remind me that the circumference is pi times the diameter of the circle. Luckily, I remembered enough math to know that the diameter is the distance across the circle and that pi is 3.14. So to figure out the circumference, I first needed to know the diameter. I got a piece of string and walked out to where I wanted the center of the circle to be. And then I had a friend walk that piece of string all the way to the edge where, the edge of the circle would be. And then, we had our diameter. We quickly calculated everything. Shortly after doing all those calculations, we realized that we had not, in fact, found the diameter. We had found the radius, which is halfway across. We still needed the diameter, which is, the whole way across. We quickly recalculated. I wrote down numbers and that feeling of walking in the darkness grew stronger and stronger. I started to feel really lost and out of control, and I kind of started to freak out when I was writing all of these numbers down on this spare piece of foam board. I told you math makes me anxious. This is my normal handwriting. And this is my handwriting under the influence of math. Now, between the two of us, we eventually figured out our numbers, but I'll admit that I started to totally shut down. I no longer trusted the numbers because of our radius diameter mistake. I wasn't sure of anything anymore. I ended up giving another friend a sad and mournful look until he gave in and, did the rest of the math for us. Now, aside from the fact that, I have a college degree yet had to have a 6th grader help me with math, that situation was really unfortunate because the truth is, I don't think I innately hate math. I don't really want to do it every day, but I don't think I just, deep down want math to die a horrible fractional death. I think I can't do math without having, horrible anxiety because I didn't learn it. I didn't love it the way I loved writing, so instead of trying to understand math better, I just ignored it and, I did poorly in math classes, and I forgot everything about algebra the moment the final bell rang in school. I learned to hate math because I refused to understand it. And it kind of hit me today how much it sucks that I and probably so many other people learn to hate things simply by refusing to understand them. I think it goes beyond math, from the super trivial to the super important. People decide they just hate a certain type of food, so they refuse to give it another chance. They decide they hate reading, so they refuse to pick up a book. They decide they hate an entire religion or race, and they refuse to understand anything about the culture. So math, you and I might never be friends, but I have decided that instead of just flatly hating you, I'm going to do my best to understand you and everything else that is scary and anxiety-inducing. I even drew this picture of us together, math. See how happy we look? Thanks for watching, guys, and I'll see you later. I'm Jackson Pearce, and this video is about construction workers. Right now there's a major renovation going on in my building, which means every morning at about 8 a.m. I'm awoken to the sound of a jackhammer being used on the brick that's about 4 feet from where my bed is. After the jackhammer stops, my day mostly consists of a medley of hammers, punctuated by people going up and down on scaffolding past my windows. All day. And all that is very, very distracting. It makes it extremely difficult to write. In fact, instead of writing, I frequently just find fun ways to deal with the problem. For starters, I play a game where I never let the construction worker see me. I don't really know why I think this is important, but you know, I try to sort of sneak up on them and then sneak away before they notice I'm there. I also justify getting this fancy pair of headphones for Christmas. Now, it's impossible for any one pair of headphones to drown out all the equipment they've got going outside, but you know, I like to feel like I'm trying. Sometimes I try to distract them with my cat.
Notice the cat. This isn't working very well at all.
And on occasion, I even open the window and, you know, introduce myself. Hey, will you say hello to my camera?
How you doing?
Thanks. Seriously though, this has made it so difficult to write that I'm very frequently going to cafes to get work done. And usually cafes are way more distracting to me because, you know, there's food and desserts. The real lesson of this video though is that your high school teachers were correct. I'm as sad to admit it as you are, trust me. It is important to write or read or study or accomplish things in a place where you cannot be distracted, where you can focus on the task at hand. So when you're sitting down to write or accomplish whatever it is you're trying to accomplish, make sure you're not in a place where you're gonna be waving at construction workers as they go up and down on scaffolding, a place where you're not gonna be watching TV or playing with the dog or calling your friends or texting or doing any of the things that I tend to do instead of actually working. I have in the past done really crazy things to find a place where I could focus without any distractions. I have actually driven to the Target parking lot and then just sat in the parking lot in my car and worked for hours because the car was the only place I could find where there was absolutely no noise. So anyway, there's my advice for Teaching Thursday. I hope it helps me and my construction worker friend, who I think is looking at me, but I can't tell because the blinds are kind of shut. Either way, me and the construction worker wish you well, and thanks for watching. I'll catch you guys later. Wait a minute, I forgot something. I am nominated for a Shorty Award in social media, which is a Twitter award, and I would really like to win because you get a trophy, and I don't really have any trophies. Makes me sad. It's really, really easy to vote for me. I'll put the link somewhere below. Super, super simple, and I would really, really appreciate it. All right, now I'm going. See you guys later. I'm Jackson Pearce, and this is the Friday 5. I haven't done a Friday 5 in a while, but if you're new, Friday 5 is basically where I list 5 things that I'm doing or watching, or it's just basically where I list 5 things. Yeah, I like to keep things simple. Number 1, Misfits. Misfits is my favorite new television show in the entire world, and most of you have probably not seen it because it is a British show that does not come on in the US. But it's so good. It's kind of like that show Heroes, only, you know, it doesn't suck, so. Also, it's British, so there's lots of, you know, swearing and sex and nudity. It's kind of like if Heroes were on HBO in the US. But seriously, it's awesome, and I cannot believe I'm going to have to wait until November to see the next season. I think I might explode before then. That is what is going to happen. Number 2, Space Dog learned some new tricks. Here they are. Sit. Down. Drums. Play the drums. Yes, good girl. Good girl. Can you wipe your face? Good girl. Number 3, now that my contemporary book is off with my agent and soon will be off with my editor, I have started work on the damn historical novel again. It continues to be really, really hard to write. Like, really hard. It is so hard to write. But it's also really fun, so you know, it's a trade-off. Or I'm a masochist, you pick one. Number 4, in my P.O. box recently, I've gotten some really fun stuff like this candle that when you light it, it makes fireplace noises, which is kind of great because I don't have a fireplace. And then somebody else made me this stocking, so I feel like maybe I should hang my stocking by the fire. That's the same, right? That's how it works. Today I also got this from a reader named Camille, and she wrote me 30 letters, and then she like put pictures in and everything, and I'm so amazed. I don't even know how to respond to it because nothing I say will be as cool as this like book of letters she made me. Also, look at her dog. How cute is that? Either way, I'm really excited. Thank you so much, Camille. And number 5, I'm doing a few videos related to Sisters Red for my UK publisher over at their website bookswithbite.co.uk. I'll eventually be loading those videos to my YouTube channel, but if you want sort of the first look, then they're going to be over at the website. So again, bookswithbite.co.uk, and the link is somewhere below me, magically. Ah. All right, that's all. See you guys later. I'm Jackson Pearce, and this video is about Law and Order, SVU. Sorry. So when I'm taking a break from doing writing related stuff, I have a new obsession. I got this Apple TV for Christmas, and that means I can instantly stream all sorts of TV shows via Netflix. And one of my favorite things to stream has become Law and Order SVU. This is not very good because 11 seasons of the show are available for me to watch instantly, and yeah. To stop watching these shows late at night because I get in bed and then I think I hear like, a psychopath outside my door, and I think about the episode I just saw and I freak out, and then this happens. Part of the reason I love the show is that it's very episodic. There aren't really any major plot threads. You don't have to remember any major details about the show. Every episode is a nice little box with a beginning and an end. Now, I like shows with overarching plots. I was just talking about Misfits the other day, but there is something really nice about shows with a beginning, a middle, and an end all within their time slot. I feel the same way about books. I really like series books, but there's a special place in my heart for standalones or series books that can be read as standalones. So does anyone else have a guilty pleasure show? The show that you'll watch even if it's just reruns from like 6 years ago, you can't turn it off? I would like to hear about it. Please tell me about it in the comments. And does anybody else like Law and Order SVU? I mean, I assume other people do because, it's been on 11 seasons. Trust me, I know. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you guys again on Thursday. I'm Jackson Pearce, and this video is about Little Red Riding Hood. So if you didn't know, my book Sisters Red is a retelling of Little Red Riding Hood, which basically means I read like every version of Red Riding Hood I could get my hands on before I wrote my book. I'd always liked fairy tales in that kind of roundabout way, but when I was writing Sisters Red, I discovered Red Riding Hood is like a legit, really good fairy tale with some super dark undertones that I love. So here are 5 things I learned about the story in my research for Sisters Red. Number 1, around the time that early versions of the story start to pop up, there was a huge werewolf hunt in Europe, very similar to the Salem witch trials in the US. Specifically, this farmer named Peter Stump was accused of being a werewolf and a cannibal. They stretched this guy out on a rack and tortured him until, to make the pain stop, he confessed to eating a whole bunch of kids. Then they brutally killed him and his family. They take their werewolves seriously in the 14th century, man. They're not letting some sexy werewolf swoop in and take your daughter to prom. They're gonna kill you with sticks. Number 2, the earliest printed version was by a guy named Charles Perrault. In that version, there is no happy ending. The girl and the grandmother get eaten by the wolf. The end. Charles even includes a little paragraph at the end of the story explaining how if you disobey your mom, you will die a horrible death. In case you didn't get that from the story itself. Number 3, the Red Riding Hood itself is interpreted in a bunch of different ways, but is often thought to stand for lust and sexuality. Number 4, the same type of story where a monster, lures a young girl who's disobeying her mother into his trap, that story exists all over the world. In the Chinese version, it's a tiger instead of a wolf that charms Little Red. And number 5, Red Riding Hood never has a name in the traditional fairy tale, which incidentally is one of the reasons it was so important for me to give her a name in Sisters Red. Thanks for watching, and thanks for visiting bookswithbite.co.uk. I'm Jackson Pearce, and this video is about trivia and the internet and Mark Twain. It's a collection of things. So yesterday I was supposed to have this really cool trivia live show game where I was giving away great prizes like a Sweetly Arc and a Spanish copy of Sisters Red and stuff like that. I made questions on flashcards and used markers, and it was overall a pretty fantastic thing, and I was really excited for it. And then my internet exploded. It was broken in pretty much every way, but I had a guy come out and fix it today, so all will be well. We've rescheduled it next Wednesday, and you should definitely come because there are fabulous prizes. In the meantime, I'm going to have to come up with a new first question because everybody got the first question before the internet went, pow. The question was, name 3 books by Mark Twain. A lot of people can name 2 books by Mark Twain, but people have trouble with that third one. Everyone knows he wrote The Adventures of Huckleberry Finn and Tom Sawyer because everybody either read those in school or saw one of the terrible movie versions they made. One of those movie versions starred Jonathan Taylor Thomas. It was not good. It's not a good movie. But Mark Twain wrote a whole bunch of other books, some of which are not really very well known at all, and this video is about 3 of those. Number 1, Personal Recollections of Joan of Arc. In this book, the character, Joan of Arc, was largely based on Mark Twain's favorite daughter, Susie, and the book was published the year that she died of spinal meningitis. The book is kind of like a fake documentary. It's presented as a memoir of a man who wrote alongside Joan of Arc during her lifetime. It was a huge flop. Pretty much nobody liked it, in large part because it's a fairly serious book and Mark Twain had kind of been branded as a humorist. But despite all that, it was the book that Mark Twain was the most proud of. And aside, after Mark Twain's death, his only surviving daughter, Clara, made the book into a play and cast herself in the role of Joan of Arc. Keep in mind that Joan was based on Susie, Mark Twain's favorite daughter and Clara's dead sister. If that does not scream, I need therapy, then I don't know what does. Number 2, Pudd'nhead Wilson, which is not an entirely unknown piece. The title of that novel is bad, really bad. It makes me think of Bill Cosby and, pudding. The main reason Mark Twain wrote this book is he was seriously in debt. He had to write a book fast to keep from going completely bankrupt. Pudd'nhead Wilson was that book, and you can kind of tell he wrote it in a rush. The plot is a little bit weird, and it's just not very well organized, that kind of thing. And as John Green mentioned in his recent video, Mark Twain was in fact inspired by a pair of conjoined twins. In fact, Twain had kind of a lifelong fascination with twins and conjoined twins. The Capello twins and Pudd'nhead Wilson, originally they were supposed to be the main characters, but as he wrote it, things changed and developed, and they ended up kind of just being side characters. Number 3, The Mysterious Stranger. The Mysterious Stranger was not published during Mark Twain's lifetime, in part because it's kind of a downer, and as we already discussed, he'd been typecast as a humorist. Twain also never actually finished the book. The only reason it exists is after Twain died, his biographer kind of collected all of the drafts and put them together into something that resembled a complete novel. The Mysterious Stranger is about Satan visiting some boys on Earth. It's dark. It's a commentary on morality and humanity, and look, Twain was really sad because his wife and 2 of his daughters had died and his outlook was a little dreary. In one of the original drafts of the manuscript called Schoolhouse Hill, the boys that Satan visits are none other than Tom Sawyer and Huckleberry Finn. Even though The Mysterious Stranger is obviously not considered one of Twain's best works, I really like that he wrote it because it shows that just like anyone else, he had both light and darkness in his life. Yes, he was the man in the white suit and the great American novelist and a wonderful humorist, but he was also a person who had some serious questions about life and death and who was deeply moved by the loss of his loved ones. Alright, so again, trivia is next Wednesday. You can win fabulous prizes. You should come. Links are below me somewhere. And that's all. I'll see you guys later. I'm Jackson Pearce, and this video is about childhood toys. So I was cleaning my house today, and I make the bed, and I pull the sheets up, and I fluff the pillows and everything. And then the last thing I do when I make my bed is I put 3 or 4 stuffed animals right in the center at the pillow. Yes, I am 26, and I still have stuffed animals, and they are still on my bed. Most notably this one. This is AJ Bear. He used to talk when you squeezed him, and there was this little pouch in the back that had the little talkie thing in, but when I was a kid, I took that out so I could store cool stuff in him, secretly. Yeah, I was a kind of weird kid. In addition to still having stuffed animals on my bed, I also still collect vintage My Little Ponies. My Little Ponies are the coolest toy because they don't do anything. You have to provide the character and the voice and the adventure. And they're nothing without you. These things are imagination fuel, I'm telling you. Plus the old school My Little Ponies, they look awesome. The new ones look like the love child of Paris Hilton and a balloon animal. I'm not really sure why I hold on so tightly to certain toys. I don't really think it's feasible for me to pass all of these on to my own children, and I really don't need the security of having them in the bed with me anymore, unless I've, watched a really scary episode of Law & Order SVU, in which case, yeah. But I still feel so bad if I see one face down on the floor or shoved behind a curtain. I think that part of it is the more years and months and days I put between me and my childhood, the more difficult it is to remember my childhood easily. The things from that time period in my life, they sort of serve as nostalgia markers and as such are more valuable than the object itself. Not that you aren't valuable, AJ Bear, but if I pack all of these things up in a box, it's kind of like I'm putting those memories away a little bit more permanently. But even if I wanted to, I couldn't really get rid of them because, I saw Toy Story 3 and it totally messed with my perception of old toys. Anyway, do you have anything from your childhood that you will never get rid of? Like, what has managed to stay out of the storage box and the garage sale bin just time and time again? Leave it in the comments, I would really like to hear. Also remember that tomorrow, Wednesday, is trivia night, so come to the live show, link is below me somewhere, and that's all. Thanks, I'll see you guys on Thursday. I'm Jackson Pearce, and last night after the trivia live show, I was desperately trying to entertain the trivia players who were waiting for their results. I told some stories, but then I pretty much ran out relatively quickly, and so I went into my closet and I got a baton and I started twirling it. And then people started asking me if I could read a page from Sweetly, so I said yes, and so I read a page while I continued twirling the baton because that just seemed cool. The thing is, this little baton twirling move is actually not that hard, so it was fairly easy to read from Sweetly while I did it, and I thought for today's Teaching Thursday video, I would teach you guys how to do it. So the first step is to get a baton or something baton-like. Pencils and pins aren't really gonna work. Ideally, you want something about the length of your arm. You can also use brooms and mops, but one, be careful to not break everything in your house, and two, you're not going to be able to go quite as fast with those, so don't try. So anyway, you're going to take your baton / broom / stick / whatever you found, and you're going to hold it out like this. Alright, so you're going to visualize that on this end of the baton there's an ice cream scoop, and in front of you is a giant vat of chocolate ice cream, and behind you is a giant vat of vanilla ice cream. So you're going to take your ice cream scoop and you're holding it in your hand like this with your palm sort of facing that way, and you're going to take a scoop of chocolate ice cream, and then you're going to take a scoop of vanilla ice cream, and then you're going to take a scoop of chocolate ice cream and a scoop of vanilla ice cream. I really like ice cream. Now as you go faster, you're going to want to, instead of holding it in your hand, you kind of pinch it between your thumb and forefinger, and that way you can go really, really fast with it. Yeah. There you go. So now when you read books, you can twirl a baton while you read them, and it, I guess it actually doesn't really enhance the experience, but it impresses people. So you can walk down the street I have a lot of semi-useless skills. Alright, that's it. Thank you guys for watching, and I will see you next time. I'm Jackson Pearce, and this video is about extinct animals. So by 3rd grade, pretty much everybody knows about extinction. Everyone pretty much knows that extinction is sometimes onset by human influence, like in the case of the thylacine, which was pretty much hunted to oblivion, but sometimes, like in the case of the woolly mammoth, it's a lot more natural. Extinction really depresses me, but not in a Greenpeace heal the world kind of way, in a really selfish way. I am genuinely angry and sad that I will never ever get to see some of these really cool animals live and in the flesh. I feel like I've missed out on so much. I'm particularly sad to have missed the Pleistocene period, which was full of megafauna. Now, megafauna are pretty much exactly what they sound like. They're giant, enormous animals. A few good examples of megafauna that survived the extinction would be the elephant and the blue whale. Once upon a time, there also used to be a giant polar bear that weighed about 2,400 pounds. There also used to be both an American lion and an American camel. Their remains have been found in places like the La Brea tar pits. And there was a giant Irish elk whose antlers were 12 feet wide. It's really cool. And in Australia, there was this marsupial lion, which was this murderous creature that kind of looked like half koala bear, half lion. It had giant retractable claws and would jump out of trees and attack its prey, and somehow it managed to be adorable regardless though. And we missed it. We will never get to see that. It's sad. And beavers used to be very similar to bears, and they weighed 500 pounds, and that's actually kind of terrifying, so I'm kind of glad I missed that one. Yeah. I'm really not kidding about extinction making me sad. In fact, it makes me so sad that a while back I asked a friend to create these sketchbook drawings for me of extinct animals. We have the American camel, Irish elk with its giant antlers, the dire wolf. This is a giant ground sloth. There were a whole bunch of these actually. And the American lion. I'm especially sad about the American lion. I can't believe I missed you, lion. Anyhow, so yeah, extinct animals. I find it really, really depressing. And I'll even be sadder if animals I did get to see suddenly are just no longer on the earth. So no more extinction, none. Conservation, polar bears, they're important. All right, thank you guys for watching, and I'll see you again on Thursday. I'm Jackson Pearce, and I have nothing to teach you today because I am supposed to be on a plane in less than 12 hours, and I have packed absolutely nothing. I haven't even thought about what I would pack, much less done my flight check and stuff. I mean, I'll consider it a good day if I just get to the airport. So if you didn't catch my video with my super cool 5th grade dancing, I'm going to a writing retreat in Branson, Missouri. The thing about writing retreats is you're never really quite sure what kind of shenanigans you're going to get into. When we went to the one in Savannah, it seemed like a normal retreat, and then one night, the next thing I knew, we had characters on our hands and we were singing about zombies, and I don't really know how that happened. So what do you pack when you don't know what kind of shenanigans will happen? So instead of packing, I just kind of stare around my house wondering what I should pack that I will unexpectedly need while on the retreat. I mean, clothes, yes, clothes, I will probably need clothes. Some retreats you don't so much need them, but this is not really that kind of retreat, so I'm gonna need those. That's easy. I'll need that fancy microphone for those live shows that we're gonna be doing. That makes sense. Books of the other authors that will be on the retreat so they can sign them. Wigs, because last time we actually ended up wearing a lot of wigs. So should I bring my wigs? I mean, maybe. I think that might be wise. So I need to make a list and add those. Cadbury eggs. I wish I could like take a bite. You know how some jugglers take a bite out of something as they juggle? I wish I could like eat the Cadbury egg. Anyhow, what inevitably happens when I go on these retreats is I get there and I've got like this suitcase full of like just stuff and no toothpaste. So before I go and scramble and try to pack anything, please remember that we are doing those live shows every evening at 8 p.m. Eastern, and the link is somewhere below me. Yes, I'm still holding the Cadbury eggs. That's kind of just what I do. Yeah, below me though. You should come to those. They're gonna be awesome. You'll have like 5 or so random authors every night answering questions and being cool, and it's good times. Secondly, I would like to thank everybody for your immense support during the whole bitch media journalism feminism fiasco. If you don't know what I'm talking about, I'm putting another link to that explanation somewhere below me again, but you know, suffice it to say, I really appreciate the comments and emails and tweets in support of Sisters Red, and it makes me feel warm and fuzzy, and I truly wish that I could mail each of you a Cadbury egg, because I'm willing to share my Cadbury eggs with you. That's how much I like you. And they even have a cheap Easter candy smell. Okay, anyway. Okay, no more Cadbury egg. I'll eat that off camera. But thank you guys for watching, and if you would like me to teach you something next Thursday, please let me know. I'm gonna be doing videos from Branson, and yeah, that's about all I got. I'll talk to you guys later.
Should bring this duck on a bike because he can be like a Cadbury egg delivery system. Come here, duck on a bike. Yeah, I've gotta go actually pack stuff now.
I'm Jackson Pearce, and this video is about how bookstores choose which books they carry. Now, there are 2 pretty big misconceptions about bookstores. One is that they carry every book ever, which they don't, and 2 is that they carry every new release from the major publishers, which they don't. Now, for the sake of this video, whenever I say bookstore, I mean any place that sells books. You know, the chain stores like Barnes & Noble, Borders, Books A Million, Target, Walmart, indie bookstores, any place that sells books is considered a bookstore for this video. A few months before the book is scheduled to release, publishers approach a representative from each bookstore. That's right, I said a representative, as in singular. Most of these decisions are made by a single person at the company. The publishers tell the book rep how amazing and wonderful and fantastic their new releases are. They use posters and catalogs and charts, and usually the book rep will kind of look around, and yes, I see all that you've got going here. All right, I'll take 5,000 of that book, 2,000 of that book, and 0 of that book, thank you. Now, occasionally the book rep will say something like, I'll take 5,000 of that book, but only if you change the cover, and 10,000 of that book, but only if you can move the release date to August. As You Wish's cover change from arc to final, that's the result of a book rep not liking the art cover. And sometimes a bookstore will just not carry the book. Borders never carried As You Wish on hardback, for example. A.S. King's Please Ignore Vera Dietz, which was a Prince Award nominee, it was never initially carried by Barnes & Noble or Borders. So release day comes and the bookstores put out the new shiny releases that they've ordered, and for about 2 to 4 months they wait and they watch how the book sells. After 2 to 4 months, the book will become either modeled for the store or it will be sent back to the publisher and no longer regularly carried in the store. Modeled means that the store is always supposed to have a certain number of copies of the book on hand, and when one sells, the computer automatically orders a replacement for it. Whether or not a book is modeled is chosen at the corporate level, and the bigwigs will decide, 100 stores are going to model this book, or 200 stores are going to model this book, or all of our stores are going to model this book. Individual store sales don't seem to have a really big impact on whether or not a book is modeled there. For example, Sisters Red sold 16 copies at one store, and yet it still wasn't modeled at that location. Now, regardless of modeling, a book might still be carried if a manager or an employee loves the book, but that's going to require a lot of effort on their part. They're going to have to remember to go into the system and manually order the books each time they sell out. Of course, if a book suddenly starts doing extremely well, the stores might try stocking it again or even eventually model it. A.S. King's book that I mentioned earlier became widely carried at chain stores after it got that Prince Award nomination. But the whole stocking/modeling thing combined with the New York Times list thing is why authors really want you to buy their books as close to the release date as possible. Getting a lot of sales in that 2 to 4 month window, that helps us stay in bookstores, which in turn helps us stay in print. Similar to the New York Times list video that I did, the exact hows of modeling and stocking, it's kind of a secret. And so this video is just the stuff that I've learned over the years, that my friends have learned over the years. There's a distinct possibility that I've gotten something wrong or left something out, so please don't trust me entirely. But there you pretty much have it, just about everything I know on how books are stocked, so enjoy your knowledge. I'll see you guys later. I'm Jackson Pearce, author of Sisters Red, and this video is about monsters. When I was writing Sisters Red, it was really important to me that my werewolves, whom I call the Fenris, weren't just big, giant, ugly wolf monsters. When they're human, they're handsome, they're slick, they're flirtatious, they're sexy. Everything about them is to lure you in and make you feel safe and pretty, and it's at that point that they turn into wolves and eat you. My Fenris were creepily enough based on certain real-life killers. Dream guys who are really good at seducing women and then transform into a nightmare. Just like their real-life counterparts, my Fenris target women who are, you know, hanging out outside clubs and have probably had a few drinks already, so their guard is down. I mean, you've heard this before about watching your drink at parties to make sure somebody doesn't slip something into it. It's kind of like that, only instead of slipping something into your drink, they're chasing you down an alley with teeth. My main characters in Sisters Red use themselves as bait for the Fenris. They get all dressed up, they put on some glittery makeup, and they wait for the Fenris to target them, and then they kill the Fenris with hatchets. Sisters Red is all about putting the power back in the hands of the would-be victim, because no matter how you dress, or how you act, or who you talk to, or what club you go to, or what your childhood was like, nobody has the right to make you a victim, and you always have the right to fight back, with a hatchet if you would like to. Thank you for watching, and remember to go to bookswithbite.co.uk for more information on Sisters Red and other books. I'm Jackson Pearce, author of Sisters Red, and this video is about influences. In Sisters Red, there are loads of things from my life that played really minor roles in the text, and this video is about a few of those. Number 1, Oma March has these green glass mixing bowls that Rosie inherits after Oma March dies. Those bowls are completely influenced by my obsession with vintage Pyrex. I have a serious problem apparently, but I collect it like, I'm just all over eBay these days. It's an obsession. It's probably not healthy. Number 2, I went to college for a year and a half in Milledgeville, Georgia. When I drove home, I passed through Madison, Georgia, which is this really beautiful old town that's sort of out in the middle of the country. The town where Scarlett and Rosie live is very heavily influenced by Madison, from the architecture down to the types of trees. Number 3, the Appletime Festival that Scarlett, Rosie, and Silas attend is a real festival held in North Carolina, which is where I was born. My parents took me every year, often with paper apples stapled to my clothes or tied to my bike and, apples painted on my cheeks, the whole thing. I couldn't find a picture of myself in that getup, but I did find a picture of my little sister. Yeah. Apples galore. And number 4, the bowling alley that Scarlett, Rosie, and Silas go to is based on a real bowling alley in South Carolina. I went there while I was at band camp one year, and it was dirty and gross, and there were shamrocks all over the walls, and it was a very strange place. Alright, thank you for watching, and remember to go to bookswithbite.co.uk for more information on Sisters Red and other fabulous titles. I'm Jackson Pearce, and this video is about owning a small frou-frou type dog. I've got this dog named Kipling. I call her Space Dog from time to time because she kind of looks like she's from space. Come here. Hi. Now I chose a small dog because they're easy to travel with, and I chose this particular breed because they don't shed and they're just adorable. Look how cute she is. What's not to like? And I've discovered there's a certain risk that comes with owning a small frou-frou type dog, and that risk is people think you are dumb as a post. No, really, a girl in my building, she seemed not only amazed that I wrote books, but that I was literate. Another girl in my building, whenever I pass her in the hallway, she's like, is your dog in your purse? Is your dog in your purse? Let me see. And I want to yell, no, my dog isn't in my purse because my dog is a dog, and dogs don't belong in purses. Some people call my dog a little diva, which I don't really know what that even means, and other people accuse me of purchasing her from a puppy mill. People with big dogs look at me with dismay and pity, and I can tell they're adding up the blonde hair plus the frou-frou dog. They think that I am a stupid person. Now, I will admit that it doesn't help that Kipling is kind of afraid of everything, and whenever there's a loud noise outside, she runs and hides like a little girl. But still, it's really frustrating to see people judging me because of the size of my dog. Size doesn't matter. Inappropriate comment sounds inappropriate. Small dogs are cool, they're fun, they're adorable. When they do tricks, it is just precious beyond reason. And more than anything else, they're dogs. She's not a little diva, and she's not a little stuffed animal that goes in a purse. She's a dog, she's a cool dog. And if that girl in my building asks me one more time if I keep Kipling in my purse, I'm gonna say yes, and then I'm gonna tell her to look at my purse, and then there's gonna actually be a brick in my purse, and I'm gonna hit her with it. Perhaps that level of violence is a little bit much, but still, it's very frustrating. Do you have a small dog? Do people judge you differently because of your small dog? I would love to know that I'm not alone in this, so please tell me about it in the comments. All right, thank you for watching, and I will see you guys on Thursday. I'm Jackson Pearce, and this video is kind of sad. I attended a friend's mother's funeral on Monday morning, and then yesterday I discovered that a fellow YA author, L.K. Madigan, whose real name was Lisa, died after a brief and intense battle with pancreatic cancer. Lisa won the Morris Award for her debut book, Flash Burnout, and her second book, The Mermaid's Mirror, was released last year. Information on both of these titles is below me somewhere. Lisa knew what her diagnosis meant. You know, she knew what she was up against. She was actually diagnosed with breast cancer when she was 27, and she kind of kicked cancer's ass that time around. She was totally cancer-free by the time she was 32. When Lisa blogged about her new terminal diagnosis, she mentioned how sad she was that there were all these books that she wasn't going to get the opportunity to write, and all these stories that were essentially going to die with her. When someone dies, we tend to reflect on what that person taught us in their lifetime, and I'm ashamed to say that I didn't really know Lisa that well. She was a member of the 2009 debutantes community that I run, and we emailed a few times, but I feel like it would be wrong to pretend like we were close friends because our paths really just didn't cross that often. And while we didn't know one another that well in life, her death is actually teaching me quite a bit. I think it's terrifying and unbelievably sad that Lisa's unwritten stories are essentially lost forever. It makes me look at my to-do pile and realize that I don't really know when my time in this world will be up. I mean, I'll be 27 this year, which is the age Lisa was when she was first diagnosed with breast cancer. When my time ends, I don't want anything to disappear with me. And I'm not just talking about writing here. I'm talking about people unmet and things undone and adventures unadventured, you know? I don't want those opportunities to just vanish when I die. Lisa said it best on her blog that we don't really know how long we're going to get in this life. You know, some people have really short lifespans and some people have crazily long lifespans. Just today I watched a video of a 103-year-old nun dancing the polka. The best we can do is wisely use each day as it's presented to us and accomplish everything we can until we're done by way of completion or by departing this world. This moment is the only one you can be certain you're going to get, so use it well. Thank you for watching, and again, more information about Lisa is below somewhere. You should definitely click the links, all right? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you again on Tuesday. I'm Jackson Pearce, and sometimes I am wrong. So today I was talking to a friend about Holland, more specifically a book cover from Holland. I was trying to figure out how to say it is a Holland-based book cover. You know, the same way you might say that's an American book cover, or a Canadian book cover, or a French book cover. And I kept sort of spinning around, is it Hollanden, or Hollandaise? I couldn't figure out how to say it. Which is when my friend said, it's Dutch, Jackson. Dutch. And I felt incredibly dumb because I have a college degree, and yet for some reason, with all of my heart, I thought the Dutch was sort of a cultural group and not necessarily a group of people from a specific country. It was not my finest moment, but you know, I am still glad that now I know the truth, and I will never call the Dutch Hollandaise again. Now, I've shared this embarrassing story with you to discuss the following. If you don't know something, you should ask. The only difference between ignorance and stupidity is a maintained choice. I think sometimes people either avoid or pretend to know more about something than they do because they're afraid to ask. They're afraid that if they ask about it, someone's going to judge them. And admittedly, sometimes people can be crappily judgmental when you admit to not understanding something they think you should understand. For example, in high school, I one time asked what a thesis statement was because I genuinely didn't know, and it was a requirement on the huge paper that was due. And my English teacher responded, "Oh, honey, if you don't know what a thesis statement is by now, you'll never be able to write." By the way, if you're watching this, Miss Chapman, how are things going for you these days? I'm just wondering, you know, just curious. Oh, this is the book that I wrote. Yeah, just thought you'd like to know it's available. Even if someone judges you for asking the question, you're still better off having asked because now you have the answer and the knowledge. And you know, that judgmental person is still just an asshole. So YouTube viewers, stop pretending like you understand what's happening in the Middle East if you don't. Stop pretending like you know how football works or how STDs are transferred or how a bill becomes a law if you don't in fact know those things. Either do some research or ask somebody. You will be glad that you did. And if they tell you that you will never be able to accomplish something because you dare to ask a question, then kick them in the kneecap and go ask somebody else. All right, thank you for watching. A special thanks to any Dutch viewers who hung around after I called you Hollandaise. I will never make the mistake again, and I will see you guys again on Thursday. I'm Jackson Pearce, and I fail epically because this video is coming to you on a Friday, and it was supposed to be here yesterday on Thursday, but I came home last night, and I got into bed, and I fell asleep relatively quickly, and I forgot entirely about doing a video. So I apologize profusely, and to make up for it, I'm going to be doing a video every day this weekend. So this is the first of these 3 weekend videos, and today I'm going to talk about jobs that I want. When I was in college, I said that the only thing I really wanted to do was write books and coach color guard, and that's actually what I do now, which is pretty amazing and phenomenal, and I consider myself very lucky. But I did have some backup dream careers that I knew were probably never going to happen, but I still kind of fantasized about, and this video is about 3 of them. Number 1 is the circus. I have always wanted to be in the circus. I actually auditioned for the circus once. I twirled fire batons, but they weren't impressed. I love the idea of the travel and the performance and the amazing feats being accomplished that apparently do not include twirling fire batons. And if they don't want twirling fire batons, then the only other thing I can do is eat a sleeve of Thin Mints in like 4 minutes, and I don't think anybody wants to see that. Number 2, I've always wanted to be an animal something, you know, trainer, veterinarian, researcher, conservationist. As I mentioned in a previous video, I get really sad about animals going extinct, so I would love a job where I got to sort of deal with endangered species. Also, based on what I've seen on Q Overload, if you're in that field, then you get to cuddle a lot of baby leopards and tigers, and I think that sounds pretty fantastic. Number 3, and this is kind of weird, but I have actually always been kind of intrigued with the idea of being a truck driver. Like the big trucks, the 16-wheelers that fly by you on the interstate. I imagine that if I actually had that job, I would probably hate it, but I really like the idea of driving across the country. If I was driving a truck, I would get like the pink cab, and I would have the one that has the little bed in the back, and me and Space Dog and Alcott would hit the open road with a trailer full of something like, apples or candy or Thin Mints. So those are my 3 ridiculous non-author career ideas. Do you have anything like that? Is there a dream job that you know is probably not like a feasible job, but you kind of entertain the idea of it? If so, let me know. Leave it in the comments. Thanks for watching, and I will see you again tomorrow. I'm Jackson Pearce, and this video is about how books become movies. So tonight I saw Beastly in the theater, which most of you know is a YA book, and a few days ago somebody on YouTube asked me why I don't make Sisters Red into a movie, so I thought it was probably high time that I explain how books become movies. So here we go. This is a very abbreviated version of this process, by the way, but anyhow. Step 1, cut a hole in the box. Nah, I'm just kidding. Step 1 is somebody needs to option the movie. Option means somebody is buying the option to make the book into a movie. Usually this purchaser is a producer, sometimes a studio, that kind of thing. Now, this potential producer doesn't have to make the book into a movie. Again, they just bought the option to. If they don't start serious production on the movie in a certain amount of time, usually 1, 2, or 3 years, then all the rights revert back to the author. The author gets to keep the money she was paid for the option, and she can even resell the option for more money. Twilight, for example, was originally bought by Paramount Pictures, who in 3 years couldn't really get it together and make a movie out of it, so the rights reverted back to Stephenie Meyer, who then sold it to Summit Entertainment, and I hear they've done quite well with it. Step 2, after the option has been sold, the producer is going to start looking for screenwriters. Maybe an actor, a director, somebody to attach to the project to get the attention of studios. By the attention of studios, I mean money from the studios, because it takes a lot of money to make a movie. Step 3, let's say the screenplay gets written and a few actors and actresses are interested. They've got a director who's really intrigued by the project. At this point, they're going to really start trying to make this thing happen. Some contracts are going to be drawn up, some people might potentially be hired. This is, in my opinion, the stage where most book-to-movie adaptations kind of fizzle and die. I mean, at this point, your book could have been stuck in steps 1 and 2 for years. The actors that were interested, they've gone on to other things. You could never really agree on the screenplay. Your producer has a new project in mind. There's a book called The Frontrunner, which made it through steps 1 and 2 and got stopped in step 3 every time for 25 years. Step 4, the movie is made, hopefully. It's still actually relatively easy for a movie to get canceled in the early stages, though. For example, several years ago, somebody was going to make a live-action version of The Last Unicorn. They had people cast, they had the screenplay, they even had the CGI unicorn all made up. And it got canceled. I don't really know why, but it just didn't happen. So basically, until you're walking down the red carpet, then you should not assume the movie is going to happen. Some additional notes. Keep in mind that the author sold the option to that movie, so unless she had it specifically written into her contract, she's not going to really have a lot of say over things like actors and casting and directors and the screenplay and all that stuff. Some people say that the very best situation an author can be in is where she sells and resells her film options over and over and over, yet no movie actually gets made, because then you get to keep all the money and you never have to see a potentially terrible version of your book on the screen. So anyway, I hope that clears things up. If I skipped anything or I wasn't clear, please leave it in the comments, and I will see you guys tomorrow. I'm Jackson Pearce, and this video is about the apocalypse. So today I was on CNN.com and I was reading about this group of people who are absolutely certain beyond a shadow of a doubt that the world is going to end on May 21st, 2011, which is my birthday for what it's worth. So, not only is that unfortunate, but it made the article infinitely more interesting to me. This particular group of people, they drive around in this RV giving out pamphlets about how, God is definitely going to end the world on this one day. They have shirts and buttons and flyers and hats, and they've completely abandoned their families in order to drive around and warn people about the impending doom. They've come to these conclusions about what day the world will end based on some math from the Bible that, if you ask me, is somewhat speculative, but to each their own. Now, on the faith side of this, I feel like somebody should tell these people there's another Bible passage that says no one will ever be able to predict when the world will end. Something tells me they probably won't really be interested in hearing about that passage, but But on the logical side of this, I am very intrigued. People are obsessed with the idea of Armageddon, of a doomsday, of the apocalypse. In fact, people have been obsessed for centuries. 400 years ago, Nostradamus predicted that the world was going to end in 1999. In 1910, people thought that toxic gas from the tail of Halley's Comet was going to wipe out humanity, and Pat Robertson, everybody's favorite televangelist, once predicted that the world would end by 1982. Hey Pat, we're still here. Kind of makes me wonder what else you're wrong about. And let's not forget 2012, subject of much speculation and some pretty terrible movies, all because of something to do with the Mayan calendar. Anyway, I think that humans are kind of obsessed with the idea of Armageddon for a lot of reasons, and not all having to do with death. I think we're intrigued by the idea of all the things we consider valuable suddenly being worthless, like money and status and success. It is frightening because it forces us to look at who we would be without those things, but it's kind of exciting for the same reason. I think we're also really interested by the idea of being there to see what happens in the end, more specifically seeing how the various faiths and religions all play out. But most of all, I think we're actually very intrigued by the end of the world because for some reason it seems much closer to us than the beginning of the world. Looking back is relatively easy because, it's certain. It already happened. Either we remember it or somebody wrote it down or we've studied it or we've found evidence. But either way, we can look back a long way without, losing sight of ourselves. But looking forward is rather difficult because it's impossible for us to accurately predict how the world is going to be in thousands of years. It's scary to imagine a future where our great-great-great-great-great-great-grandchildren might potentially be paying for our mistakes, where we've been forgotten, where our accomplishments might be irrelevant. Creepily enough, I think it's actually easier for people to just envision no future at all. The world is going to end and then there will be nothing. So anyway, just in case these RV people might be right, I'm going to eat all my birthday cake on May 20th, and then on the 21st, if the world doesn't end, I'll have a celebratory I survived the apocalypse cake. Anyway, any thoughts, leave them in the comments, and I will see you again on Tuesday. I'm Jackson Pearce, and I had absolutely no idea what to vlog about today. Seriously, I had no clue whatsoever, and so I decided to ask Twitter to see if there was anything that people wanted me to vlog about, and Twitter had some suggestions, and so today I'll be responding to the various suggestions on Twitter. Tell us about Space Dog's newest tricks. I'm teaching her to jump onto my back. Right now she mostly sort of leaps halfway and then clambers up the rest of the way, resulting in scratches all up and down my arm, but it'll be cute when it's done. Atlanta! It is very rainy here right now, and there are also a bunch of cop cars parked outside of my house, and I can't figure out what it is, but I think I should hide. Should book reviewers make a point to be nice in their reviews? Well, no, they don't have to be nice. Bad reviews are fine. In fact, the many and varied opinions on books are what make literature so interesting. It's just the bad reviews where people are kind of hateful that I find completely unnecessary, There's a big difference between being a reviewer and being a bitch. What are some underrated kinds of candy? Milk Duds. I love Milk Duds. In fact, sometimes I squeeze the package to see if they're like a fresh batch of Milk Duds. Should I see that Little Red Riding Hood movie? No, you should read my book instead, because I was totally first. Technically, I guess the Grimm brothers were actually first, but you should still read my book instead. I think more cops are coming. What magazines do you get? I get your basic gossip magazines because I like cheap and disposable information, and then for some reason last year I subscribed to this. I think it was super cheap on Amazon, but this magazine is terrible. There are only 2 articles in it. It's How to Please Your Man and How to Get Skinny, and they just repeat them every single issue. It's very strange. How about a musical number? This video's done. This video's done. And I'm gonna go before the cops get here. I think I like the Branson song better. I'm Jackson Pearce, author of Sisters Red, and this video is about strong heroines, which for the record, I used to actually pronounce heroine, so. Anyway, when I first got the idea for Sisters Red, Scarlet was the only main character. She was physically strong, she was fierce, and she was brave. And I really liked that kind of idea for a female character, somebody who physically fights back and kicks ass and doesn't apologize for it. Scarlett knows exactly what she wants to do with her life and nothing is going to get in the way. But then I got the idea for Rosie, a heroine with a different kind of strength. Rosie has strength of character in that she isn't afraid to question herself and her motives. She isn't afraid to grow and, become somebody new, and she isn't afraid to let people in either. Scarlett's strength is Rosie's weakness. Rosie isn't afraid to change, but she is kind of insecure about what she should be doing with her life, and plus she isn't quite as physically strong. And Rosie's strength is Scarlett's weakness. Scarlett is really afraid to question herself and her life. In Sisters Red, it was really important to me to show different kinds of strength and different kinds of heroines. I really wanted characters whose strengths challenged them just as much as their weaknesses did. Alright, thanks for watching, and remember to go to bookswithbite.co.uk for more information on Sisters Red and other fantastic books. I'm Jackson Pearce, and this video is about how I took circus class today. So a while back on Living Social, there was this deal for a circus lesson, and my friend Carol and I were like, we need to go to this because circus class, what's not to like? We finally got around to going today, and it was absolutely fantastic. We got to do trapeze, which was just really cool. We got to tightrope walk, which was awesome. We did this weird balancy thing where you balanced a board on like a thing that looked like a giant spool of thread, and that was fun. We even juggled, which, I already knew, so I kind of might have showed off just a tiny bit. All in all, everything was going fantastically, and then it came time to climb a rope. Now, I remember that in baby gymnastics when I was a kid, I was one BA rope climber, okay? I was like a little monkey, all the way to the top, tag the ceiling, climb back down. So I'm looking at this rope thinking, climb that rope in my sleep, man. As it turns out, I weigh slightly more than I did when I was 3 years old, because let me tell you something, deadlifting 160 pounds, not easy. In fact, it was so not easy that I kind of just hung there helplessly and could not, for the life of me, shimmy 1 foot off the ground on this rope. I tried to climb, I really did, and I failed, and I tried again because I wanted to be successful, and I failed, and I tried a third time, and I failed epically. I actually fell to the floor, and all of my weight went onto the side of my right ankle, which made a sound very akin to a carrot breaking in half. It was very disconcerting, and it is now rather large and swollen and blue, and if it's not looking better in about 2 hours, I'll be live tweeting from the ER. See? Yeah. Who doesn't like tweets like that? But that's actually not the point of this video. Circus class up until that point was so much fun, and I would totally do it again provided I can, walk and don't have a club foot in the future. A while back I did a video about how I always wanted to be in the circus but never really had the opportunity or apparently the upper body strength to do so. You guys responded with a lot of careers that you'd always wanted to pursue yet had never had the opportunity to. And so now that I have taken my circus class, I feel completely within my right to say, go forth, take classes, pursue careers even if it's really less of a career and more of a hobby these days. Either way, go give it a shot because it was so much fun, it really was. Alright, I'm going to go ice my ankle now, again, and I will see you guys again later. I'm Jackson Pearce, and 30 seconds ago I tweeted that I wouldn't be doing a video today because I've had kind of a gloomy day and I'm in a bad mood and I don't feel great and I've got this stupid walking boot on my foot from my circus class fail and, I just wasn't in a video mood. That's right, I essentially called in sick to the internet. But then I started to feel kind of guilty because, I promised videos on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and so I'm uncalling in sick. So today's video is about something that affects most people, or most people who drive, anyway. Or most people who drive and occasionally fail to obey basic traffic laws. I'm talking about getting traffic tickets. I did not, in fact, get a traffic ticket today. That had nothing to do with the gloom. It's just, I keep driving and seeing people pulled over, and I'm like, I should really do a video about this because, unfortunately, this is something that I have a little bit of experience with. I got my first traffic ticket when I was 19. I was going 67 and a 55. They pulled me over into the Ingalls parking lot, and I cried. I cried like a little tiny, tiny girl. It was not my finest moment. My second ticket I also got for speeding, but this time I was driving the company car. I used to occasionally get to drive it in my job as an obituaries writer for the newspaper. I cried again. I'm not proud of it. And then I got a third ticket for running a red light, and I did not cry that time because I had finally realized that getting a traffic ticket does not constitute the end of your life. So being somewhat experienced in the field of traffic tickets, I thought I would let you guys know what to do if you find yourself pulled over at any point in the future. Number 1, don't cry. Really, don't cry. There are things in this world worth crying about, but a cop trying to meet his radar quota for the month is not one of them. Number 2, don't admit you were speeding. Don't admit to anything, because if you decide to take it to court and you admit it in the car, I'm sorry, officer, I know I was going fast, then they can use that against you in court. So just don't admit to anything. Number 3, if you don't have the money but you do have the time, go ahead and take the ticket to court. There's a really good chance the cop is going to be very busy doing way cooler cop things than sitting in traffic court with you, in which case the ticket will get thrown out. And by the way, if you do go to court, try to maybe dress up a little bit. I took a ticket to court once and this girl walked in like low-slung jeans with a belly button ring and this cropped lime green shirt that said, "Objects under shirt are larger than they appear." It was not cute at all. It might as well have been a shirt that said, "Future jailbait of America." Number 4, don't be a jerk. The cop that pulled you over has already dealt with someone far more interesting and dangerous than you today, so it's in your best interest to not be an annoying punk. And number 5, as an adult, I'm required to say it's best that you just not break traffic laws, and they are indeed there to keep you safe. This is just advice in case you accidentally, hit the accelerator or something. All right, I'm gonna get back to being all gloomy now, but thank you guys for watching, and I'll see you again on Thursday.
I'm Jackson Pearce, and this video is about Winter Guard. So I coach a Winter Guard program, and a lot of people don't really know what that is or what it means to coach one. This weekend we had a Winter Guard competition, and I thought I'd outline my day for you as a way of explaining. Competitions are sort of all-day endeavors. I have to wake up earlier than normal and get to my school. Special note, if you're going to coach a Winter Guard, wear shoes you can run in on competition day, because at some point you are going to have to run. Accept it. It is inevitable. Anyway, this year I'm coaching both my regular high school group and a brand new middle school group, which means lots of people and lots of equipment and lots of this, which is pretty fantastic. I'm totally not complaining. That floor we're loading weighs a few hundred pounds, by the way, and the equipment isn't light either, which results in loading up a trailer being one of the many life skills you'll acquire from participating in this activity. The competition was a little over an hour away this weekend. Once we arrive, I have to gather everyone together and get us checked in. They put us all in a big classroom, and I let the middle school group, who performs first, know how long they have to get into uniform. At this point, there's a lot of hair straightening and safety pinning and makeup applying. Before we go into our warm-up, everybody listens to their show music, and then we're off. Oh, look, now it's time to run. Told you that would happen. We get a 14-minute warm-up, and then it's on to the competition floor. We pull out that giant tarp you saw earlier, and it's time for the performance. Aren't they great? They're great. They're so cute. Hurrah! But as soon as it's over, we have to hurry because we only get 7 minutes to get onto the floor, perform, and get off the floor. Outside, we refold the tarp so that the high school group can perform on it in a few hours. During that few hours, me and my assistants go to the hospitality room, which is a joyful land of free food for Winter Guard directors. They had a chocolate fountain. It was a magical place, truly. A few hours later, it's time for the high school guard to get ready. Like before, this involves lots of hairspray. Lots and lots of hairspray. With this group, we do some of our warm-up in the hallway ahead of time, and then it's a repeat of before, down the hall, into warm-up, and time to perform. Their show this year is awesome, by the way. I mean, it's really, really awesome. They are super talented. We rush to get the floor off and refold our tarp again, and then we talk about the performance back in our classroom. There's a few hours before awards, so I go back to hospitality, but can you blame me? Come on. Then it's time for awards. Both of the groups did great, by the way. Afterwards, I weave through the madness that is post-awards. We gather everyone together, and then we head back to our school. It's almost 10 p.m. by the time I drop students off and head back to my house. I love Winter Guard for the same reason I love all arts programs, because they're made for weirdos. For the people who maybe weren't finding their place in more traditional sports or academics or socially. Or maybe were just looking for a way to express themselves or a way to create or a way to be beautiful. I think arts programs teach dozens of little things that combine to create big life-changing lessons in confidence and creativity and expression and responsibility and self-awareness, and I really love that I get to be a small part of that by coaching. Thanks for watching, everyone, and I'll see you guys on Tuesday.
I'm Jackson Pearce, and it's Tuesday, which means it's Twitter Tuesday. See how I was alliterative there? Even though, every Tuesday isn't Twitter Tuesday, but this one is. Basically, all that means, though, is that I'm taking suggestions from Twitter as to what I will vlog about. So here we go. Did you know it's William Shatner's birthday? I like William Shatner. I think he might be crazy, but in that fun way. My friends Jason and Sam, who do the Imperial Trouble podcast, they actually got to meet him a few years ago at Dragon Con, and apparently he talks exactly like he does on the Priceline commercials. What's with all the tweets about gummy vitamins? Okay, I just discovered these things and they're freaking awesome. They're like gummy bears, only they're healthy. It's like everything you need in here, like vitamin D. I need that because I don't, actually go outside, so that's important. I've been warned though. Sarah Oakler told me about somebody that she knew that actually overdosed on Flintstones vitamins, so 2 a day, even though they're called 1 a day. Either way, they're delicious, so you should get them. How do you avoid internet distractions while you write? Huh, what? I was looking at I Can Ask Cheeseburger. What's a random bit of information that you haven't put in a book yet, but you know? I actually know all sorts of stuff about the Royal Kumari of Kathmandu in Nepal, and I've been waiting like all of these years to find a book to put it in, and I don't have one yet, but I know it's coming eventually. How do you get purple hair dye stains off a white bathroom counter? You know, you could just slide a little figurine over top of that stain and then it's really not an issue anymore. Have you ever broken any bones? My foot is still broken from circus class. I'm not wearing that boot though. I gotta tell you, I'm the worst patient ever. I took that boot off. I haven't put it on since the day I went to the doctor. I've just been wearing ace bandages because you know what? Sickness, I have no need for it. Go away. I'm not gonna take care of you. I don't care. Just leave my body, sickness. I just had a conversation with my foot. So before I go talk to other body parts, I have some self-pimping to do. This is my book, Sisters Read, and the paperback comes out on April 5th, but it's kind of started popping up. Like Amazon has already shipped, so I imagine bookstores are soon. And if you haven't read it, I think you should, personally. And if you don't like books, maybe, I mean, it has other uses. You can use it to put your gummy vitamins on. Yeah, there you go. Or, you know, maybe like as a fan. Summer's coming, you know, you need it. Anyway, yes, there you have it. And that's all I've got for today. I'll see you guys again on Thursday. I'm Jackson Pearce, author of Sisters Read, and this video is about having a sister. Since I wrote a book about sisters, a lot of people want to know if I have a sister myself, and I do. Her name is Katie. She's 3 years younger than me. Having a sister had a huge influence on writing Sisters Read, and I didn't even realize how much of an influence it had until the book was complete. When Katie and I were young, we didn't really get along because we were very different people. We had very different goals and desires and likes and dislikes, and I mean, we fought all the time, just constantly. It wasn't until we were on our high school color guard together when I was a senior and she was a freshman that we really started to get along. I think that's because we started to see one another as individuals instead of just, you know, my annoying sister. In Sisters Read, Scarlett and Rosie have a very similar problem. Growing up, they identified themselves as Scarlett's sister or Rosie's sister. I like the hand quotes, I guess, I don't know. As they grow older, they realize they're gonna have to find identities beyond that, which is both very scary and liberating for them. I think if I didn't have a sister, then Sisters Read would be a very, very different book. It probably would not have sisters in the title, for example, among other things. And aside, Sisters Read is dedicated to Katie, and so when I gave her the advanced copy and she flipped through and saw the dedication page, she freaked out and started to cry because, you know, it's dedicated to her and all, and I was thinking, like, who else was I going to dedicate it to? It has sister right in the title. Alright, thank you for watching, and remember to go to bookswithbite.co.uk for more information about Sisters Read and other really cool titles. I'm Jackson Pearce, and this video is about snakes. So if you didn't hear, a very small but very deadly cobra has escaped from the Bronx Zoo in New York. This happened in Georgia once too. This like special rattlesnake got out and it was discovered on this lady's porch in a nearby neighborhood. Unfortunately, it was not discovered until after the lady had clubbed it to death because, you know, I mean, it's Georgia. You see a rattlesnake, it's not a crazy reaction to think, you know, bam, bam, as opposed to thinking, this is probably the rare rattlesnake that escaped from the zoo. Anyway, I actually really like snakes, and I used to catch snakes and have pet snakes, and my dad actually used to have these boa constrictors that my mom made him get rid of when I was born because I think she was afraid they were gonna eat me. One of the pet snakes I had was a little garden snake that I caught, and another one was this huge king snake that my dad actually caught for me. I think king snakes are actually illegal to keep as pets, but you know, baby Jackson didn't care about that. I named the snake Terminator. I've never actually seen any of the Terminator movies, but you know, Terminator's a pretty BA name for a snake if you ask me. Terminator the snake ate mostly mice and sometimes rats, and I wasn't especially fond of watching him eat either. I took him to school once and I let this teacher wrap him around her head and pet him as if he were some tame domestic pet store snake, and I never mentioned to her that, you know, I found him in the woods a few weeks ago. What's funny to me is although I still really like snakes and I'm not afraid of them in general, I would never ever own one as a pet now. And I'll admit that if I found a rattlesnake or a cobra on my porch, I'd be much likely to scream and scare it away as opposed to trying to catch it like baby Jackson would have. I'm not sure exactly when this switch came about, and it goes far beyond snakes. There were all these adventurous, cool things that I did as a kid that now I look back at it and I'm like, oh my god, how am I not dead? That's the most dangerous thing in the world. When is it that you start thinking of the worst case scenario instead of, you know, how cool a pet rattlesnake would be? Did you do anything as a kid that you would, you know, never, ever, ever do now? Do you know exactly when you changed your mind about it? I would like to know. Let me know in the comments. By the way, this video is a day late, but that means it's a golden opportunity to remind my YouTube subscribers that I actually do a live video chat every Wednesday night at 8 p.m. Eastern. The link is below me somewhere, and you should definitely come. It's a lot of fun. All right, thank you guys for watching, and I'll see you again tomorrow. I'm Jackson Pearce, and today my book Sisters Red is out in paperback. Ah! I don't know why, but I make that noise whenever I'm excited. The noise. Sounds like I'm in an episode of Scooby-Doo. Even though this is my second book, and therefore if you count paperbacks, this is my 4th release day, I still get really, really excited about release day. I also still get really excited about seeing my book in bookstores. You know, whenever I'm in a new city, I always sort of stalk the bookstores and do they have my book? Yes? No? If they don't have it, sometimes I'm all, you don't have Sisters Red? Really? That's weird because like every other bookstore has it, but you know, that's cool. It's really good. I was gonna buy it, but you don't have it here, so bye, I guess. Anyway, so this is Sweetly, which is a companion book to Sisters Red, and it comes out this August. I have been meaning to do a Sweetly giveaway for a long time now, and I have finally stopped eating gummy vitamins long enough to set it up. So, Sweetly giveaway, here we go. So, right now I have 3,283 YouTube subscribers. When I hit 4,000 subscribers, I will give away an advanced copy of Sweetly, a paperback of Sisters Red, and this little Sisters Red sampler thing, which is cool because it has these fake tattoos in it, and they're awesome, if you ask me. But I did not want to leave Twitter out of this contest, so I'm doing a second but identical contest over on Twitter. I currently have 3,448 Twitter followers. And when I reach 4,000 there, I'm going to give out a second prize package that will be identical to the first. Oh, prizes! It's the Scooby-Doo noise again, I just realized. I do that all the time. Both contests are open to both new and old subscribers/followers, and the way I'm going to choose a winner is I'll just randomly select one subscriber/follower for each prize pack. Prizes! Yeah! Hopefully I get to that 4,000 before my birthday because, you know, the world is supposed to end on my birthday, so that would suck to win and then, you know, the world ends. If the apocalypse happens on the same day that I hit 4,000 subscribers, I am not sending out your prize pack. I'm sorry, but I'm not spending the end of the world at the post office. I'm just not. Alright, thanks for watching, and I'll see you guys again on Thursday. I'm Jackson Pearce, author of Sisters Red, and this video is about love interests. In Sisters Red, one of my main characters, Rosie, falls for Silas, a guy who's been involved with her family for years. He's their neighbor, he's their hunting partner, he's their friend. And I've always been really drawn to relationships that are based on friendship instead of love at first sight. And I'm sure the whole love at first sight thing exists somewhere, but that's never really happened for me. All of my meaningful relationships have been based on friendship that has evolved into something more. I really like that changing a relationship from friendship to romance involves a lot of uncharted territory. What if you break up? How is that going to affect your friendship, you know? What does this mean for your mutual friends, or in the case of Sisters Red, your sister? Plus, because you were friends first, there's a lot less, you know, getting to know your favorite foods conversation and a lot more getting to know your spiritual preferences conversation. It's not that I don't believe in love at first sight, it's that I kind of believe in it the same way I believe in Santa. The spirit is there and it's beautiful and important and wonderful, but I'm not quite sure the reality exists. But love based on friendship, that I see everywhere. Alright, thank you for watching, and remember to go to bookswithbite.co.uk for more information on Sisters Red and a whole bunch of other titles. I'm Jackson Pearce, and this video is about storytelling. I sometimes think that writing and storytelling are actually two very different things. Writing is like the words on paper and the flow and the style, whereas storytelling is the plot and the characters, you know, that sort of thing. Obviously, writing and storytelling, they kind of intersect a lot, but, you know, I think they're two different things. Good storytelling is all about giving the reader the exact right amount of information. Because if you give them too little information, the reader is going to be left wondering why they should care about any of this, but if you bog them down with details and give them too much information, then they're not going to be able to tell what's important. My favorite example of excellent storytelling is the movie Back to the Future. But only Back to the Future 1 and 2 because I thought the third one was kind of terrible. Anyway, it's a movie about time travel. It's about a car that can zoom back through time when it hits 88 miles an hour. If you haven't seen it, don't worry, it'll be on TV this weekend, it always is. So the story is about a guy named Marty who gets stuck in the past when his time machine breaks. Time travel is an essential part of the story. Christopher Lloyd's character spends most of the movie trying to rebuild the time machine. And the most important element of the time machine is this device called the flux capacitor, which is what makes time travel possible. Let me explain to you how it works. Oh wait, I can't. Because they never explain how it works. All they ever say about the flux capacitor is, it's what makes time travel possible. Quotey hands in this video once again. Because all we need to know about the flux capacitor is that it's what makes time travel possible. We don't need the details, we don't need to know the inner workings. Back to the Future Future is chock full of great storytelling like that, giving us just enough information that we care about the characters and the plot, and we want to see more and more and more, and not so much information that we're like, oh god, is this a marathon again on TBS, because when will it end? Sometimes I think writers get bogged down in knowing every little detail about their characters and their story and their world, and they forget that most readers really don't care what their character's favorite breakfast cereal is. You don't need to fill out one of those elaborate world-building sheets or work out what kind of mushrooms grow in your magical kingdom. No one cares. No one cares at all. We're much more interested in your character's growth and a really driving plot and all of these cool things intersecting than we are about mushrooms, unless you're like, you know, high or something. Anyway, that's just my advice. Take the Back to the Future approach and just say it's what makes time travel possible. Alright, thank you for watching, and I'll see you later. I'm Jackson Pearce, and today my cat almost exploded. No, really, I mean, technically I guess his bladder almost ruptured, but you know, for all intents and purposes, he almost exploded. So I have this cat named Alcott. He's named after Louisa May Alcott, even though he's a boy cat, and I've had him for quite a while, long before publication. I got him when I was in college. A few years ago, he got really, really sick, and I had to sort of rush him to the vet first thing in the morning, and it turned out to be a very severe urinary tract infection. We attempted to express his bladder, but unfortunately it didn't work. You expressed his bladder? What does that mean? Oh, we pressed on it to try to force him to urinate. So you're saying that you squeezed my cat? No, we squeezed your cat. Anyway, so he started looking a little bit rough again, and so I decided he needed to go to the vet. This was kind of sad because last time it cost like $1,000 to get him all fixed up, but you know, he's my cat and I love him, and thankfully my vet will do a payment arrangement, and so I rushed to the vet today and I was like, here, I have brought you my cat to squeeze. If I had $1 for every time I heard that. As it turns out, the squeezing was unnecessary because Alcott is a slightly different kind of sick this time around. Last time he had crystals in his urinary tract, and this time he has stones in his bladder and in his penis. I don't have a penis, but I'm not gonna lie, that sounds pretty damn painful. Tonight, Alcott will get all of the magical stone-dissolving food that he can eat, and I also have to dose him up every 6 hours, so he's gonna get drugs at 2 a.m. and 8 a.m. I will need to set my alarm. If everything works out, he will be perfectly fine tomorrow, and if everything doesn't work out, he's going to need a kind of major surgery, and I will be anxious and neurotic and a little bit freaked out, because that is much more serious than, you know, squeezing the cat. So anyway, there is my night in a nutshell. Sometimes my videos have purpose, and this is not one of those times. I would also like to point out that just the other day, John Green did a beautiful video about tulips and poetry, and today I did a video about stones in my cat's penis. I think this says something about me, but I am not sure what. Thanks for watching, and I will see you again on Thursday, or maybe tomorrow. I might do a video update of the stone penis situation. That sounds like a whole different kind of problem, actually, stone penis. I'm gonna go, okay? Bye. I'm Jackson Pearce, and for the last few days I've had a fever. When I have a fever, I get crazy, like legitimately crazy. I start saying and thinking things that don't really make a lot of sense, and I'm not always sure how I got on the topic to begin with, and yet I keep thinking them anyway. Yesterday I found myself lost in thought, pondering the differences between the Gila monster and the Komodo dragon. One is a monster, but one is a dragon, so which is scarier? I think the Gila monster, because the term monster by its very definition is something scary, whereas, you know, the term dragon is a little bit more flexible. I literally thought about that for like an hour. And then today, while I was alternating between freezing and burning up, I sort of wondered if that was how it felt to be able to control temperature with your mind. And then I wondered if I could start a fire with my mind, would I get hot because of the fire, or would I get cold because of the heat leaving my body to start the fire? And then I fell asleep for 4 hours because I felt like a train hit me. I've left the house twice today, and both times were only to take Space Dog out. I am on my way to becoming a hermit, like a real hermit. If I start getting groceries delivered, somebody stage an intervention. Speaking of my pets, I'm very happy to report that Alcott is fine. I mean, he's sort of lacking in dignity at the moment because of the cone of shame, and he looks like he got into a fight with a razor, but other than that, he's perfectly healthy. He doesn't really understand how the cone works though, how it makes him wider at the face, and so he keeps like running into walls and furniture and trying to leap onto things only to be rebounded back down. And then sometimes he tries to rub his face against mine and the cone is just like, it's painful. It's really painful. And in yet more news, I really appreciate all the comments left on my last video. There's a lot of really good discussion going on over there. And on that topic, here's something I read about in the news today. An armored dog was dropped into the Bin Laden compound with the Navy SEALs. Armored dog! dog. He was dropped from a helicopter and then he landed and just did awesome dog things, I guess. I don't know. I am so impressed by that, by the armored dog. I mean, that's so primal and yet so awesome, you know? I wonder if Space Dog would have that in her. Yes. Yeah, armored dog probably isn't her thing. And lastly, I wanted to remind everybody that when I reach 4,000 YouTube subscribers and/or 4,000 Twitter followers, I will be giving away a copy of my next book, Sweetly, which comes out in August. And I'm also going to try to do some bonus videos this weekend, so, you know, there's that. I'm going to go think about the Gila monster some more. So, I'll talk to you guys later. I'm Jackson Pearce, author of Sisters Red, and this video is about my next book, Sweetly. Sweetly is a companion book to Sisters Red in that it's set in the same universe but doesn't star the March sisters. Sweetly is actually based on Hansel and Gretel and stars a girl named Gretchen. Years ago, Gretchen, her twin sister, and their older brother Ansel were chased through the woods by a monster. They call it a witch. Ansel and Gretchen survived, but Gretchen's twin sister vanished in the trees. Ever since, Gretchen has been terribly afraid of the woods and has felt really guilty about being the surviving twin. Flash forward to now, and Gretchen and Ansel's stepmother has thrown them out of the house. They drive aimlessly until they break down in Live Oak, South Carolina, which is a place sort of on the verge of becoming a ghost town. They befriend Sophia Kelly, a young woman who owns a candy store, and everything seems pretty perfect. But then Gretchen starts to hear about Live Oak girls vanishing in the forest. Gretchen decides she's done being afraid, and she teams up with Samuel Reynolds, the local outcast, who teaches her how to shoot a gun, but also tells her that Sophia Kelly might not be as perfect as she seems. The more Gretchen investigates what the witch in the woods is and how it chooses its victims, the more she starts to wonder who the real monster is. Sweetly comes out in August this year, and in the UK, Sisters Red will be out in paperback in April, so you should go read them. You know, because I think they're pretty good, in my opinion. I'm a little bit biased, but you know, yeah. Thanks for watching, and remember you should go to bookswithbite.co.uk for more information on Sisters Red and Sweetly and a whole bunch of other really great titles. I'm Jackson Pearce, and this video is about bombs. It's kind of about bombs. It's also about boxes. This morning my mom called and woke me up and she was like, I'm watching the news right now and they say your street is being evacuated due to a suspicious package. And I looked out the window and she was right. There were no cars in sight. The street was completely empty and I thought, well, you know, they're not gonna let me leave, so I got back in bed. But I couldn't fall back asleep, so I got up and I looked out another window and I saw this. Now, my first thought, to be entirely honest with you, is, oh my God, Wally is in the middle of my street. And then I realized, wait, that's not Wally, that's the bomb squad's robot. And that right there, the little white thing, that is the suspicious package that's causing all the trouble in my neighborhood. So I did what any normal person would do. I made a video about it, complete with action-adventure music. That poor guy came out the side of my building not knowing that Wally was doing his robot work like less than 20 feet away. The police were not pleased about him being there. Yep, after all that, the box was empty. Now, even though the box turned out to be empty, I am glad that there are bomb robots and people that will crawl up to boxes and look in them and risk their lives, because I'm rather fond of not being blown up. But I've never actually seen the bomb squad at work because they usually make everybody stay behind that police line, and I thought it was interesting, and therefore I thought I would share it with you, YouTube. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you guys again tomorrow. Wally. God, I love that movie. I'm Jackson Pearce, and that over there is a dinosaur balloon. Don't be freaked out by it, even though, you know, Space Dog is pretty convinced it's gonna eat her in her sleep. Anyway, this video is about hobbies. So if you didn't know, I coach a color guard and a winter guard at a high school, and I've been doing this since I graduated high school, so we're going on like almost a decade now. Tonight, for various reasons, I officially retired. I have handed the reins over to my replacement. I have taught my last audition. I am done. I am having a hard time adjusting. See, I love color guard. I love it as a sport. I love it as sort of a means of personal growth. And while I will likely stay involved in some capacity, I'm about to have a lot of free time on my hands. And since I'm not sure I can exactly just replace the color guard hours with hours of pure writing, I'm gonna need something to fill all of that free time. And I have no idea what. I mean, I'm really into dance, so I imagine I'll go take some classes, maybe some more circus classes, that kind of thing, but color guard took up a lot of free time and I have got to fill it or I'm gonna end up like staring at my hands or watching Say Yes to the Dress marathons every Tuesday. So does anyone have any hobby suggestions for an out-of-work color guard instructor? And no one say knitting. Everyone's into knitting and crocheting lately, and I don't get it. It's not for me, but I mean, more power to you if you're into that, but I'm pretty sure I would end up like, and gouge my eye out with a needle. Anyway, if you have ideas, let me know in the comments, and in the meantime, go join your own color guard or marching band because I am fairly convinced that those are the most worthwhile and meaningful activities available to high school students. Seriously, there is nothing else like them, and I cannot even begin to explain to you what an impact being involved in a marching band had on my life. I'm gonna go and stare at my hands like you do. I'll see you guys again next week. I'm Jackson Pearce, and this video is about public speaking. I really like public speaking, to be honest with you. I think it's really fun, but I know that not everybody feels that way. And sometimes it's not even fun for me. You know, sometimes there's a really bad, unresponsive audience, or sometimes I do or say something really dumb and then have to like backpedal, or sometimes I'm just, you know, ridiculously awkward to the degree that I can't even salvage it into humor. So what I'm saying is we all struggle with public speaking at some point, and so here are some helpful hints. Number one, look like you know what you're doing. Even if you don't, just pretend you've done it 1,000 times before and just go for it. Number two, embrace the awkward. I mean, usually you're not really as awkward as you think you are, and if you all just try to sit there and pretend the awkward did not happen, you'll like turn all red and blush furiously, whereas if you just laugh with everybody else and just make a joke out of it, it's a lot easier. Number three, don't mumble or make jokes under your breath. I do this a lot, unfortunately, and it never ever works because people just think you're crazy, because every few minutes you go, no, sure. No, sure, They think you have problems, like mental problems. Number four, find something to do with your hands. That's why I really prefer a microphone that's not attached to a stand, because it allows me someplace to put my hands and kind of move the microphone between the two. Also, if you don't have a hand plan in place, sometimes you do unintentionally weird things. Like one time I saw this guy public speaking and he kept touching his area. It was not good. It was no kind of good. Number five, move around, you know, walk back and forth. It'll get some of the nerves out, and it's a lot more interesting than watching you just sort of stand still and speak. Number six, if you must read off a paper, try not to like stare at the paper. Treat it more like an outline. Don't freak out if you go off the, you know, page, that kind of thing. Number seven, pretend it's just a big conversation with a whole lot of people instead of a presentation. Number eight, wear comfortable clothes, which is kind of just, you know, life advice, but there you have it. And number nine, like anything else, you have to practice public speaking. There are all sorts of clubs and organizations that you can join to help you. So there you have it. I hope this helps with all your public speaking needs. Remember that the audience wants you to be successful. They want you to be engaging and charismatic and funny and all that sort of stuff. No one wants you to fail. So if you don't want you to fail and the audience doesn't want you to fail, then you can't fail. I mean, I guess you can, but nobody wants you to is what I'm getting at. They're not, you know, waiting to throw tomatoes. All right, I'll see you guys again on Tuesday. I'm Jackson Pearce, and congratulations! You just graduated high school, or you're about to graduate high school, or you'll graduate high school in the future, which means this video is still relevant to you. How many times have you heard that graduation song by Vitamin C in the past few days? As we go on. Like 50, 100, 1,000, maybe. And as our lives change, come whatever. But anyway, when I graduated high school, I was excited, but I was also very scared. I was afraid of the idea of college because college meant a lot of unknowns. I'd never shared a room before, and I didn't really want to go to frat parties, and based on movies, that was pretty much what college was all about. I was basically just worried that college and I would not be compatible, and I would end up sitting in my dorm room, lonely, writing emo poetry, and listening to that Vitamin C song some more. So if you are freaking out about college right now, calm down. I have some tips for you. Tip number one, get out of your parents' house. Yes, I know it's much more expensive to live on campus, and maybe you won't be able to do that right away, but trust me on this one, you gotta get out of their house. You will grow and develop as a person in ways that you would never be able to if your mom is still doing your laundry and making you dinner. Number two, bedspread coordination does not matter. I was like stupidly picky with my roommate about our furniture and our room looking all matchy-matchy. I don't really know why. I wasn't that bad about it in the dorm rooms, but once we moved into an apartment together, I tried to be all Sally Homemaker, and it it caused all sorts of issues that really didn't matter. Let it go. No one expects you to have a Pottery Barn-esque living room. Number 3, take a class just for kicks, like a philosophy class, which is how I incidentally ended up with a philosophy minor. Take a religion class, especially if you grew up in a strict religious household. Maybe a dance class, or a music class, or some sort of science class. I don't really know, just flip through the catalog and pick something that looks interesting. Number 4, you do not need to be drunk to be confident. I'm serious about this one. If I had $1 for every girl who got trashed just so she had an excuse to be like flirty, or loud, or, you know, enthusiastic, or whatever, I would have like $1 zillion. They do it because the next day they'll just say, you know, oh God, I was so drunk last night, and that's some sort of excuse, I guess. If you want to go dancing, go dancing. You don't need to take 3 shots of tequila to be able to blame it on something later. I'm not going to tell you not to drink because in my opinion that's a personal decision, but don't let alcohol become a replacement for your backbone. Number 5, speaking of alcohol, do not put pictures of your drunk ass on the internet. Those pictures are going to turn up later in your life when you least expect it, and you, my friend, are going to have to explain why you were doing a keg stand in a Scooby-Doo costume. Number 6, remember that all the freshmen have one thing in common. It is their first year of college too. You don't know anyone, they don't know anyone, go meet them. While I met friends in college, there are only a few that I'm still in touch with, and one of my biggest regrets is that I didn't get involved in more campus life, which probably would have resulted in more lasting friendships. Number 7, plan for your future. If you don't know how you're going to use your degree by like your 3rd year, then maybe you're not getting the right degree. You know, maybe you should study something else. And number 8, get the degree that you want. If you want to major in art, major in art. Just be prepared that you might have to really bust it to make it as an artist once you're out of school. It can be done, it really can, but it will be very difficult. Just make sure you're ready for that, that's all I'm saying. Alright, thank you guys for watching, and I'll see you again next week. We'll remember. Not so much a good singer. I'm Jackson Pearce, and today I've been watching a video on repeat. It's that video where Sarah Palin tries to explain how bells figure into Paul Revere's Midnight Ride. So in case any of you were perhaps misinformed by Miss Palin, this video is about Paul Revere's Midnight Ride, without the bells. Now most people, including myself, know the legendary poem about Paul Revere's ride much better than the actual historical account of the evening. In the poem, which was written by Henry Wadsworth Longfellow, Paul Revere tells his buddy to climb to the very top of the Old North Church and keep a lookout for the British, who are rumored to be attacking that evening. Paul tells the guy to hang 1 lantern if they attack by land and 2 if they attack by sea. Meanwhile, him and his other friends would be on the far side of the river and would be able to warn everybody about the impending attack. When the lookout hung 2 lanterns up, Paul Revere rode through town warning everybody that the British would be attacking by sea. Now the poem is actually pretty historically accurate, it just leaves out a lot of the details. The main reason Paul Revere and his less well-known friend William Dawes were riding that night was so they could warn John Hancock of Giant Signature fame and Samuel Adams of Delicious Beer fame that the British had begun their march from Boston to Lexington. Because the British had big plans to get to Lexington and arrest John Hancock and Samuel Adams, and then they were going to go to Concord and steal all the lovely weapons that the Patriots had stored up. When Revere rode through town, he did not yell, "The British are coming," even though a lot of people say he did. What he actually did was just warn patriots who warned other patriots who warned other patriots, and it was kind of like a giant school phone tree, only with horses instead of soccer moms. Revere and Dawes made it to Lexington in plenty of time and were able to warn Adams and Hancock. Adams and Hancock immediately began to plan retaliation, but Paul Revere was like, "I'm not done with my ride of badassery yet. I'm going to Concord to save those weapons." So Revere and Dawes rode off to Concord, and they were joined by their friend Samuel Prescott after he kind of showed up coming back from a lady friend's house at about 1 a.m. I think that conversation went kind of like this. "Samuel, the British are coming. We've got to go to Concord. We've got to save the weapons, and we..." It is 1 a.m. Where were you? I was just at a friend's. We were we should really get to Concord like right now. Yeah, okay, we're going to Concord. Zip up your pants. Unfortunately, on their way to Concord, the 3 got stopped by a roadblock. Prescott jumped his horse over a wall and got away, and Dawes managed to escape even though he fell off his horse later, so he never really made it to Concord. But Revere, he was captured and held at gunpoint by the British troops. Until the next morning, when the British troops heard a loud noise and went to investigate, which left Paul Revere free to quite literally stand up and walk out. He walked through a cemetery and found the house where Samuel Adams and John Hancock were staying, making those British troops pretty much the worst prison guards ever. Seriously, I didn't even know that kind of thing happened outside of cartoons. Bang, we should go investigate. So anyway, there you go, the tale of Paul Revere's Midnight Ride. I hope I was a little bit more informative than Miss Palin. And yeah, I'll admit I had to look some of that up because I don't know my United States history as well as I should, but I also didn't run for vice president of the United States, so yeah. Alright, thanks for watching, and I'll see you guys later. I'm Jackson Pearce, and I am healed! Thank you, white blood cells and creators of NyQuil. Last night I finally slept laying down without cold medicine, only now it would seem my body is conditioned to getting a dose of NyQuil every night, and so instead of sleeping, I mostly just stayed up for like 3 hours playing Plants vs. Zombies. Anyhow, this video is about scary movies. I hate scary movies. Hate them. Cannot stand them. I even sometimes when a scary movie trailer comes on, I will literally cover my eyes like a child. I don't want to see them. I don't want to think about them. I don't even want to think about the ones that are supposed to be like funny scary, like, you know, Scream or House of Wax, where Paris Hilton gets killed by a mysterious wax man. It's an interesting casting choice, since I would wager Paris Hilton has had a few things waxed in her day. I am thinking way too hard about Paris Hilton and waxing. Anyway, no scary movies for me ever, 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 and there are 3 main reasons for this. 1, I tend to create a backstory. I think this is the writer part of my personality. You know how every scary movie has characters whose only purpose is to die terribly, you know, like the best friend or the plucky companion who gets murdered in a horrible way to show the main characters that this psychotic killer means business. I create backstories for those characters. You know, I wonder who is going to tell Paris Hilton's mother that her daughter has been murdered by a mysterious wax man. What will her funeral look like? You know, will it be open casket, what with her being mutilated by the wax and all? How long will it take them to go through her room, you know? And what they find, will it bring them closure, or will it just open up more questions about their waxed to death daughter? And then instead of screaming or finding Paris Hilton's death funny, I'm suddenly caught up in this melodrama about loss and mourning, you know? It's like my mind is an automatic Lifetime movie creation center. Reason number 2 is that I do not find being scared fun at all. Haunted houses? Yeah, no. How is that fun? Why would I want to experience being chased by a chainsaw-wielding stranger? Why is that enjoyable? I don't understand, and my voice is getting all high. I hear some people legitimately enjoy being scared like that, and it makes me think that they must be experiencing some sort of different emotion than I am. And number 3, I do not like the violence that typically accompanies scary movies. And I know that might sound weird because I wrote relatively violent books, but nonetheless. I don't mind a certain level of violence, especially if it makes things more realistic, but when it becomes like a, you know, what new and profound way can we draw blood / dismember / disfigure this individual? I just can't do it. I actually could not enjoy Kill Bill because of the violence, even though I thought the writing was fantastic. And those Saw movies, no, like that's just, no. Anyway, do you like scary movies? And if so, will you please explain to me why? Are we experiencing different emotions when we watch them? Because I truly do not understand. And does anybody else create backstories for characters like I do? Because I've never met anyone else that does that, but surely I'm not the lone freak, you know, again, like I was in high school. Alright, anyway, I'm sorry I missed last week's video. I was still kind of feeling crappy, and I was tired and, you know, kind of lazy. But I promise I won't miss any more this week. I will see you again on Thursday.
You're a good soldier, choosing your battle. Pick yourself up and dust yourself off and back in the saddle. You're on the front line, everyone's watching. You know it's serious, we're getting closer, this isn't over. The pressure's on, you feel it, but you got it all, believe it. When you fall, get up, oh, and if you fall, get up, Tamina, mina, sangalewa. Cause this is Africa. Tamina, mina, waka, waka, Tamina, mina, sangalewa. This time for Africa. Listen to your life, this is our motto. Your time to shine, don't wait in line, y vamos por todo. People are raising their expectations. Go on and feed them, this is your moment, no hesitation. Today's your day, I feel it. You pave the way, believe it. If you get down, get up, oh, when you get down, get up, Tamina, mina, sangalewa. This time for Africa. Tamina, mina, waka, waka, Tamina, mina, sangalewa. Anawa, Tamina, mina, waka, waka, Tamina, mina, sangalewa. This time for Africa. I'm a Johnny, biggie, biggie.
party. Waka waka my waka waka my整个是什么是午夜？'Cause this is Africa.
Samina mina, Angawa Samina mina, Samina mina, Angawa
Samina mina, waka waka, Samina mina sakalewa, anawa Samina mina, waka waka, Samina mina sakalewa. This time for Africa, Django, Django, Samina mina sakalewa, anawa Django.
I'm Jackson Pearce, and this video is about my mom and taxes and gay people. It's kind of a collection video. My mom used to mutter under her breath a lot when I was younger. I suspect this is because I was a relatively intolerant child with a penchant for lying and destruction, but that's really beside the point. One thing that she used to mutter a lot was, if you want something done right, you have got to do it yourself. I don't think her frustrated mutterings were really intended to have a life lesson attached, but I found one anyhow. See, when I was a teenager, I always said that I was never ever going to vote because I felt like politics were overly complex, I felt like all politicians were liars, and I didn't really understand how my one tiny vote, like this one little action on my part, could really make the world a better place, could really impact the bigger picture. But then I got older and I started paying a lot of money in taxes, and so I got very, very concerned with where that tax money was going, and therefore became very interested in politics and voting. I mean, if I'm forking over this huge percentage of my paycheck every year, I want to make sure that that is going towards something to make the world awesome, or in the very least make everything a little bit easier. So I don't mind paying taxes for things like, straight lines on the roads, or parks, or, postage, because, those things are great. However, there are some things that I am very frustrated to pay taxes for. For example, this sort of friend of a friend of mine works on Capitol Hill, and she was telling me the story about how she was accidentally sent 4,000 business cards instead of 400 due to a clerical error. 4,000 gold embossed business cards were paid for with tax money. We paid for those. I paid for those. Business cards! And in New York, those state senators who make about $80,000 a year, yeah, instead of working on planting trees or building parks, right now, they're debating whether or not to allow gay people to get married. $80,000 a year, what does that break down to daily that they are spending on this issue, as if it actually requires a debate? They and hundreds, if not thousands of other government officials are sitting around on your tax dime deciding whether or not to be good and recognize that all people deserve to be treated equally, or evil and say that some people are less deserving than others. Actually weighing the pros and cons of being good or being evil. They know that allowing everybody to be legally wed and therefore treated equally is the right thing to do, especially in a country founded on principles of equality. Some of them are just worried about not being reelected, or they're trying to bring religion into it, which, if they're trying to bring religion into it, they really shouldn't be reelected anyhow, since they're supposed to be acting without bias toward their own interest, which includes their religious beliefs. But my point is, pretending that marriage equality is not the right thing to do is kind of like pretending that double-stuffed Oreos are just as nutritious as celery. No matter how much you like the double-stuffed Oreos, senators, you know that celery is the better choice. I really like Oreos, so I probably should have chosen a metaphor where evil was not represented by Oreos. But as my mother often muttered, if you want something done right, you have got to do it yourself. Clearly, New York senators just can't do this right without us getting involved. So if you look in the bar below, where I'm pointing right now, you'll find this handy-dandy little website that author Maureen Johnson made. You just plug in your name and your number and all of your information, and it will give you the name of your senator. Or if you live outside of New York, it'll give you the information for the governor of New York. And then you can tell them over the phone to vote yes for marriage equality and stop wasting all of this time deciding whether or not human beings are equal. Because the answer is yes. Yes, for the love of God, yes, get over yourself and start debating something that actually has a gray area. If you don't know what to say, it's okay. When you go to the website, a little script will pop up and you just follow it. It doesn't matter how old you are. It doesn't matter if you can vote or not. It really doesn't even matter if you live in New York. Although, if you live in New York, your call is especially important, so please do it. If you want the world to be a better place, if you want it done right, you have got to do it yourself. All right, thanks for watching, and I will see you guys again on Tuesday. Oh wait, hang on, I forgot. So several months ago, I said I was doing this contest where when I got to 4,000 YouTube subscribers and 4,000 Twitter followers, I was going to give away Arcs of Sweetly, which is my book that comes out in August, and Enthralled, which is an anthology I'm in that comes out in September. And it has become increasingly clear to me that I overestimated my abilities to get 4,000 followers on either site. It's actually kind of embarrassing. So yeah, if you could subscribe and get your friends to subscribe, I would really, really appreciate it. And again, I'm giving out prizes when I get to 4,000 if I ever get there and stop being so incredibly awkward. Anyway, call your senator. Good night. I'm Jackson Pearce, and this video is about interesting animals. Now, as I'm sure you know, nature is pretty awesome, and every time we think we've made like the coolest thing ever, nature kind of one-ups us by having something far cooler and made without the help of Steve Jobs. So I'm going to give you 3 examples of animals that I feel really encapsulate nature's coolness. Number 1, the platypus, often said to be the sign that God has a sense of humor. Did you know that the platypus is poisonous? It's true, the males have a spur on their like back foot or something, and they can dispense poison from it, and apparently it's quite painful. Although who wants to go to the emergency room and say, you know, like, help, I need pain medicine, I was poisoned by a platypus. That's not cool. That's not a cool way to get poisoned, that's just not. If a higher power exists, I think the platypus is a result of a hectic day at the office. I'll make a duck, no way to seal, no way to snake, I don't know, kaboom, platypus! Number 2, the solenodon. The solenodon looks an awful lot like an ROUS from The Princess Bride. In fact, I think the solenodon pretty much is an ROUS. Not only is it a rodent of unusual size, but this animal is especially badass and cool because it injects venom through its teeth. Like a freaking like snake, only it's a rat monster. And apparently it likes to bite, so you know, it's coming for you. They're in danger of going extinct though, which if you're a long-time viewer, you know how sad it makes me when animals go extinct, but you know, that doesn't mean I want to see a solenodon anytime soon because yeah, teeth. Number 3, the coconut crab. The coconut crab is pretty much the stuff of nightmares. Had some seafood recently, maybe some fish, a hush puppy or 2, maybe a little bit of deviled crab meat. Well, the king of crabs is pissed and he's coming to claw your face off with his giant freaking pinchers. At least that's what I think when I see pictures of the coconut crab. They crack coconuts with those claws, which pretty much guarantees they're able to crack your skull with those claws. I seriously sometimes am afraid they're gonna come like shuffling up to my doorstep with their monster claws and open my door and come for me in the night. Don't kill me, crab monster, I'll never eat crab legs again. Apparently though, you can get them to release their death grip by tickling their undersides, you know, if you're still alive to do that after they've cracked your skull. Alright, so thank you for watching. If you would like to suggest a video, I am always in need of video topics. Feel free to leave me a suggestion on Twitter or here on YouTube, anything like that, and I will see you guys again on Thursday. I'm Jackson Pearce, and today is day 1 of 31 days of vlogging. It's exciting! So in case that intro and the title of this video were not a giveaway, I will be doing 1 video every day for the month of July, which is a total of 31 days. So for day 1, I thought it would be wise to sort of tell you who I am and what I am and why it would be wise to continue watching me for the next 31 days of your life. Or I guess 30 days, but anyway, yeah. Who I am. I'm Jackson Pearce, and before you ask, Jackson was my mother's maiden name. I'm the author of Sisters Read and As You Wish, both of which are available now in bookstores. I also wrote Sweetly, which comes out August 23rd, and Purity, which comes out next August in 2012. I have a dog and a cat. I live in Atlanta. I can juggle. I can hula hoop. I can also parallel park really well, but it's Georgia in July, and so it's like 1,000,000 degrees outside, so instead of going to parallel park my car, just imagine it's me driving this boat. See how good I am at that? I've practiced a lot. What I am. Awkward. Kind of loud. Possibly mentally unstable, but in that sort of tinfoil hat way, you know, the fun way, not in that, you know, creepy psycho killer way. That I know of. I mean, I could snap at any moment. Why you should continue watching. Well, if the juggling did not convince you to keep watching, I don't really know what I can say here that will, but nonetheless, I will be providing free entertainment for the next 31 days. 30 days, I've got to get that right. Free entertainment, which means watching my videos is the better financial choice than going to the movies or, you know, out to eat or other places where you spend money, like, you know, strip clubs, ice cream parlors. Anyway, to kick off this 31 days of vlogging fiesta, if you comment on today's video, you can be entered to win a signed arc of The Name of the Star by Maureen Johnson, a signed arc of Sweetly, which is my next book, and a signed arc of Enthralled, which is this anthology I'm in with like a million other awesome authors. There's Kelly Armstrong, Jinlin Barnes, Sarah Reese Brennan, Ali Condi, Melissa Marr, Carrie Ryan, Jessica Verde. I mean, it's on the back. It's just, they're great. They're fantastic. So all you have to do is comment on today's video and you are entered to win. You can enter up to 10 times, so that's 10 comments, and yeah, go for it. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you tomorrow for day 2. I'm Jackson Pearce, and first off, here's a video of my dog barking in her sleep. Isn't she cute? Anyway, today's video is about the word literally. Now, words are important, and I know I'm a little bit biased because, you know, I really like words, but still. Words are important, and the way you use them is important, and the way you spell them is important. So in today's video, I'm gonna go over the word literally and its proper usage, so those of you guys that don't really know how to use the word correctly can become aware and informed and can begin using the word correctly in all of your, you know, daily events. And I'm also doing this kind of selfishly because the incorrect use of the word literally kind of makes me twitch. Alright, so literally means actually, in the strictest sense, without exaggeration or embellishment. So for example, I can correctly say that I literally took a hula hooping class this morning, because I actually did. I was there, I took the class, it happened. I learned some really cool tricks too. I'll show them to you sometime when I don't suck at them. Now, when I came home from hula hooping class, I discovered that my cat was sleeping in the middle of my still unpacked suitcase from New Orleans. Everything in that suitcase is now covered in cat hair. This made me very angry. So could I correctly say I literally tried to kill my cat? No, I cannot, because despite how I felt, I did not actually chase Alcott around the house trying to kill him. There were no knives, I didn't put little cyanide pills in his food bowl. I did not actually try to kill him. I did not literally try to kill him. I figuratively tried to kill him. Figuratively, for those of you playing along at home, is the opposite of literally. Literally means actually, and figuratively means not really. People seem to have a lot of problems with literally versus figuratively. You know, I mean, I see YouTube comments all the time where people say, I literally laughed my ass off. Really? Your ass fell off because you were laughing so hard? It's on the floor right now. Because I think instead of commenting on YouTube, you should probably go to the hospital. Though I guess somebody else is gonna have to drive you since you literally have no ass to sit in the driver's seat. The road ahead is gonna be tough for you, my assless friend. There you have it, literally versus figuratively. Now you know. Use this knowledge for good, literally. And if I catch you using the word literally wrong after you've been informed, then I'm gonna hit you with a sword. Literally. No, I'm just kidding. That was figuratively. Maybe. Alright, thanks for watching, and I'll see you tomorrow. I'm Jackson Pearce, and this video is about misplaced bodies. So I'm into history, more specifically the personal lives of famous historical figures. Yes, I think it's very interesting to know the dates in which a king reigned, but I'm really more intrigued by, you know, how many mistresses he had, or what were his hobbies. Basically, I am into history the same way I am into gossip columns, you know? I like to pry. All of that prying means I have kind of a weird collection of historical knowledge, and so in this video I'm going to share that knowledge with you and talk about 3 historical body mix-ups. Alright, here we go. Number 1, Louis XVII of France. Louis XVII was the son of Marie Antoinette and Louis XVI. Sadly, Louis had a pretty rough life. When he was only 7 years old, his family was overthrown and imprisoned. Over the next few years, his family was systematically executed and he was moved from one terrible prison to another. He eventually died in prison from tuberculosis and his body was buried without a marker. His heart, however, was cut out and preserved separately because apparently that was tradition at the time. You preserve the heart and bury the body of royals. The doctor who cut the heart out, however, he kept it for a while just for kicks, and eventually a student stole it, and then when the student died, the student's wife returned it to the doctor. Then the Spanish branch of the Bourbon family got it, and then they sent it back to France, and then it was interred in France, but it was only known as the heart of a child who died during the French Revolution. Nobody really remembered that it was Louis XVII's heart. Apparently, someone did their homework though and suspected the heart belonged to Louis XVII, and so they DNA tested it against a lock of Marie Antoinette's hair from her childhood in Austria. And lo and behold, the heart did belong to Louis XVII, and it is amazing that it wasn't lost after all of these years of changing hands and madness. Louis's heart is now interred with the rest of his family in the royal crypt, so kind of happy ending, I guess. Number 2, Amelia Earhart. Everybody knows Amelia Earhart's story, but just in case, she was this rock star female pilot who tried to circumnavigate the globe in the 1930s. Unfortunately, she didn't make it around the globe. She and her plane disappeared over the Pacific Ocean. Most people think the plane crashed into the water and sank, but there are a few people who think Amelia managed to land the plane on an uninhabited island in the Pacific named Gardner Island. This theory is largely based on several archaeological finds on the island, like a size 9 women's cat paw heel from the 1930s, some improvised tools, some pieces of metal that may have come from the plane, and this piece of glass that was the exact thickness and curvature as her plane's windshield. Oh, and a skeleton! Yeah, they found a skeleton on the island. The skeleton was found by a British guy on the island in 1940, and he sent it to Fiji, where some other British guys determined it belonged to a short man. But in 1998, some forensic anthropologists looked at the measurements of that skeleton, and they determined that it probably belonged to a tall white woman. You know, like Amelia Earhart. Unfortunately, we will never be able to DNA test the skeleton because it was misplaced in Fiji a long time ago. They lost a skeleton. Who loses a skeleton? I mean, I lose my car keys all the time, but I like to think that if I were in charge of human remains, that I would maybe keep tabs on them. I'm still pretty mad about this, Fiji. You best find that skeleton. And number 3, Anastasia Romanov. Now, some of you have probably seen the animated Anastasia movie, but let's just say that was a teensy bit inaccurate, although it had great songs. In a nutshell, Anastasia was the Grand Duchess of Russia, but during the Bolshevik Revolution, she and her family were captured and killed in 1918. However, in 1991, when the secret gravesite of the Romanov family was finally excavated, there were 2 bodies missing. One of the missing bodies belonged to Anastasia's little brother, Alexei, and the other missing body either belonged to Anastasia or Anastasia's sister, Maria. It was never really clear. Either way, missing royal family body equals scandal, and so it just furthered speculation that Anastasia Romanov had survived her family's murder. But alas, in 2007, 2 additional bodies were discovered at a bonfire site. Apparently, the Bolsheviks very intentionally disposed of those 2 bodies separately. That way, if the graves were ever discovered, the body count would be wrong and no one would realize they'd murdered the royal family. DNA testing proved that the bodies belonged to Alexei and one of his sisters, but we've still never been able to determine which body is Maria and which body is Anastasia. That said, all of the Romanov family has now been accounted for, and so there were no survivors, despite what movies tell you. It's very sad. Alright, I hope that was informative and will help you out when playing Trivia Sunday, and I will see you guys tomorrow. I'm Jackson Pearce, and this video is about how I come up with the names for my book characters, and it's by request, so I apologize to those of you who are not like writing people or reading people. Just bear with me. There'll be more antics tomorrow. Oh, and I'm wearing this because it's late and just got out of the shower, and yeah. Also, I'm not gonna lie, I figured the screen cap of me wearing this was more interesting than my regular fare, and so it might entice more people to click and watch. Also, I just like it because sometimes when I'm wearing it, I pretend I'm an alligator or the Grinch, Either one. Anyway, so today I was talking to a friend who mentioned that he and some guy named Chad were hanging out together. And my instant reaction was, oh, Chad. Chad, to me, is a frat guy. Chad smashes beer cans on his head. Chad probably wears football jerseys even though he never played for his college's football team. I don't like Chad. I've never liked Chad. Actually, I don't know Chad. I've never met him. I know nothing about him. In fact, I don't even know if I've ever met anyone named Chad. No Chads have crossed my path. Yet for some reason, the name Chad conjures up a very specific image, almost as if Chad were like a brand name instead of an individual's name. I know I'm not alone in this. Almost all of you probably have a collection of names that have a very specific connotation attached to them, even though you may not know where that connotation came from. Maybe you used to know somebody with that name, or maybe you're related to somebody with that name, or maybe it's the name of a book character, or a TV character, or a video game character. It doesn't really matter. Either way, the name and the connotation are like married forever in your mind. This often creates problems when naming book characters. I figure if I name a character something like, say, Emily, which is a very popular name right now, then there's a good chance readers will have met an Emily, and the quality of their relationship with that Emily will shade how they see the Emily character in the book. And I don't want that, so just no Emilys. But I also think if you name characters something too unusual, then the name can be distracting. Like, when the book character's name is like all vowels and you're like, I don't even know how to pronounce that. Like, how do you say 17 A's and an E? And I also really like for my names to kind of mesh together. I don't feel like I can have Gretchen, Samuel, and Tiffany. I feel like readers will be so busy playing one of these things is not like the other that they won't be able to focus on the book. And I like for my character names to mean something if at all possible. My two main characters in Sisters Red are named Scarlet and Rosie. Obviously those are two colors, they're shades of red. I also really liked the way the name Scarlet had a sharp sound to it, which kind of matched Scarlet's character, and the name Rosie had a soft sound to it, which kind of matched Rosie's character. This mask is starting to dry. Despite all this, sometimes characters are really easy to name. Sometimes I just know what their names are and that's that. Scarlet and Rosie were like that actually. I always knew what their names would be, but Silas took a lot of work. For a long time, he was just that guy in the manuscript. I had to hunt and hunt and hunt before I finally found the name Silas, which fit him perfectly, but it took ages. So anyway, the answer to how do you name your book characters is, I don't know. It's different every time. Sometimes it's easy, and sometimes it's hard. But it is never, ever Chad. If your name is Chad and you're watching this video, by the way, I am so sorry. I know that it is not fair that I judge your name and I've never met you, and I'm sure you're a really nice guy, so I'm sorry. Don't let my judgments hold you back. You keep on chatting. I gotta go wash this off because it's drying so much that it's making it hard to speak. So thank you for watching and I will see you tomorrow. I'm Jackson Pearce and this video is about my trip to the doctor's office today and also that whole Wall Street Journal article thing. I went to the doctor today. This is a pretty big deal for me because I never ever go to the doctor. So I was already in kind of a bad mood when I walked in that I was even at the doctor's office, and then this happened. I see you listed author as your profession. Yeah, I write young adult books. They're sort of ages 12 to 24, but I have readers of all ages. That's so exciting! My kids are really big readers. One of them's 13. You think your books will be good for her? Well, if she's a big reader, then yeah, probably. Whew, that is such a relief to hear you say because I feel like when I go to the bookstore, every book I see is about vampires. And if it's not about vampires, it's about werewolves, you know? I mean, she doesn't need that. What are your books about? It's about two sisters who fight werewolves. Right, so no allergies then, no allergies, huh? She was super embarrassed, which I found so funny that it was actually kind of hard for me to be that mad at her for it. I also found it alarmingly fitting that we were having that conversation because not 10 minutes before, I'd been sitting in the waiting room listening to Maureen Johnson defend young adult literature to a Wall Street Journal columnist. Most of you already know about this, but just in case you don't, here's a recap. The Wall Street Journal recently published an article in which the columnist talked about how difficult it was as a parent to go to the bookstore and try to pick out a book for your teenager, only to discover that all of the books on the shelf for teens had really dark topics like rape and incest and cutting and bulimia and all of these super dark things. The article questions the need for darkness in YA and speculates that dark books like that might lure an otherwise happy kid to be depressed. Now, let's ignore the fact that the Wall Street Journal article is just flatly wrong. There is plenty of dark YA, but there's also plenty of light YA and plenty of in-between YA. What really bothered me about the article and about what my doctor said was these adults making the presumption that they know what another person, specifically a teenage person, needs. When I was a teenager, the thing that frustrated me, the thing that made me feel hopeless and ugly and worthless, was not bullies or self-image or self-doubt. It was adults dismissing me. I assume they were speaking from a place of experience usually, you know, they knew that the breakup I was devastated over would soon pass, but that didn't mean it wasn't real to me, that it didn't hurt really badly at the time. And even though they were my parents and teachers and coaches, they couldn't possibly understand what I needed because they're not me. I was a pretty happy teenager overall, but I still had a lot of questions that adults in my life just couldn't answer, needs they couldn't fulfill. I wanted to know what it was like to be a drug addict and have an eating disorder and have a loved one die and fall in love. I saw my friends going through these things. I saw the world going through these things, and I needed to understand them. I needed to make sense of them. Books didn't make me wallow in darkness. Darkness made me wallow in books, and it was books that showed me there is light at the end of the tunnel. Teenagers choose the books they need. Everyone chooses the books they individually need. And we might not always understand, why do you choose these books, or why didn't you choose those books, or why would you want to read something dark, or why would you want to read paranormal romance? But that doesn't really matter, because we can wonder and point fingers at publishers and authors and society for making teenagers want these dark books, but that doesn't change the fact that that dark book fulfills a need in a teenager that we can't possibly understand because we are not them. So before you tell your kid that they can't read a certain book, before you write an article warning everybody about the death and depravity in YA, consider the fact that teenagers are not 7-year-olds. Their needs are more complex than Teddy Grahams and bedtime stories. Their needs might be more complex than you can understand, well-meaning as you are. It is pure arrogance for anybody to assume what somebody else needs out of a book. So get out of their way. Just get out of their way. Let them read. Alright, thank you for watching and I will see you guys tomorrow. I'm Jackson Pearce and this video is about clubs. Not the kind you hit people with, the kind you go to. You know, hand gestures today on the vlog. I'm really into pop music, and specifically I'm really into singing pop music loudly in the car. I cannot help but notice though that just about every pop song has some sort of line about going to clubs. Or rocking clubs. Or never leaving clubs. Or even trying to answer your phone in clubs. I sing those lines as if I totally buy into what they're saying, but I gotta be honest with you, I don't go to clubs, ever. I sometimes go to bars, I guess, but I don't like it if they're really smoky, and I really don't like it if the music is so loud that you can't hear the other people at your table talking, because how are you supposed to have a conversation? So I like quiet bars. I really like bars that also serve food. I like restaurants, basically, is what I'm getting at. But clubs are just very much not my scene, and they never really have been. When I was in college, actually, I was supposed to meet this guy for a date at a club, and the conversation went kind of like this. Meet you at the 40 Watt? Oh yeah, no, I totally know where that is. Yeah, everyone knows where that is. Yeah. All right, yeah, I'll see you there. Okay. Hey man, do you know where some place called the 40 Watt is? I'm always hearing these songs though about going to clubs, and I have friends that go to clubs, and I see all these pictures of celebrities going to clubs, and so I can't help but wonder if I'm missing something. Is there free candy there? Pony rides, perhaps? Because based on my research, all clubs really have to offer me is the drunk incarnations of every 20-something celebrity, and to be entirely honest, I would rather stay home and watch Deadliest Catch. Do you go to clubs? Is there something I'm missing? Are they awesome? Or are you more like me and it's just not your scene? Let me know in the comments. Alright, thanks for watching and I will see you tomorrow. I'm Jackson Pearce and this video is about previous jobs I've had. I'm currently a full-time writer, and even though it's a very stressful job sometimes, there is nothing else in the entire world I would rather be. However, I did have sort of an assortment of other weird jobs before I became an author, so I thought in this video I would share 3 of them with you. Number 1, I was a bagger at Winn-Dixie. It was my first job. I got this job when I was 13 and it was a miserable experience. First off, Winn-Dixie in my town, not exactly a classy establishment. Secondly, I got fired from this job because they thought I was stealing. Seriously, they accused me of stealing one of those little miniature bottles of chocolate milk. I mean, who would steal that? The Nesquik rabbit? Of course I didn't steal it, but I still got fired, so. The manager who fired me was kind of crazy though, and as it turns out, he was stealing large amounts of money and merchandise from the store. Plus, for bonus creeper points, he was also a sex offender on the run from the FBI. Seriously. The name he gave us, John Smith, was just a fake name, and they interviewed a few of the people who worked there years later. I don't really know if they ever caught him, but either way, I think getting fired, probably a lucky break. Thank you, chocolate milk, for vanishing off a shelf and yeah. I mean, chocolate milk is delicious. I just wouldn't steal it. That's all. That's all I'm trying to say. Number 2, I waitressed at a really trashy bar called Wackadoo. Yes, the name sounds inappropriate, I know. The place was kind of inappropriate too, actually. It was all female employees, which I thought was just a coincidence until I worked there a few months and realized it was more of an unofficial company policy to only hire women. We served wings and lots of beer, and I made pretty good money there until one day, overnight, the place shut down. I mean, I came in to check my hours and there was a chain around the door and a sign that said, "We're remodeling." Wackadoo never reopened. Eventually somebody broke in and stole all the furniture and televisions, and a few years later the building was rechristened as a family-friendly burger joint. Number 3, I was an obituaries writer at a newspaper in Athens, Georgia. I actually really enjoyed this job apart from 2 truly horrible bosses. When I did weekend obituaries, I was usually the only one in the building, and so I'd typically bring a book with me. I remember reading most of Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince sitting at my desk with the lights turned down low, waiting for obituaries to come across on the fax machine. People think writing obituaries would be sad, but it really isn't. For one, obituaries are written for the living, not for the dead, and secondly, obits are basically just little essays about how awesome a person was. It was nice reading about all these really cool people, even if they weren't around anymore. So have you had any weird jobs, any really awesome jobs, any jobs similar to mine? Let me know about them in the comments. In the meantime, I have got to get back to work because I am working on a new book and it is kind of like eating my brain right now. So yeah, I will see you guys tomorrow. Bye. I'm Jackson Pearce and I have a big announcement. I am not pregnant. That's not the big announcement. I just wanted to get that out of the way. Because yesterday's video, the one that didn't actually happen, was supposed to be about babies, and I said that in the info bar, and then I said today I've got a big announcement, and people on Twitter are like, Jackson's pregnant, and I'm like, no, really no. But moving on to my actual big announcement. So Sisters of Red is a retelling of Little Red Riding Hood, and Sweetly is a retelling of Hansel and Gretel. That information is also not the announcement. and I'm delighted to announce that there is now a third book in my fairy tale retelling series. That book is called Fathomless. It's a retelling of The Little Mermaid, and now it is official. It will be coming out in fall of 2012. But that's not all. Purity, my first contemporary novel, will now be coming out in April of 2012. I have 2 books coming out next year. This is 4 fingers. I have 2 books coming out next year. Yay! See, this is how this announcement is different than if I were announcing I was pregnant, because then I'd be super freaked out. No offense to pregnant people. Alright, thank you guys for watching, and I will see you tomorrow. I'm Jackson Pearce, and this video is about the meaning of a flashing yellow traffic light. So this video is kind of US specific, and I'm sorry about that, international viewers. But the fact that most drivers in the US don't seem to know what a flashing yellow traffic light means is like a serious pet peeve of mine. Not knowing traffic laws causes accidents. And it also causes me to get angry and use my horn obsessively and occasionally cast the middle finger at another driver. So here's what to do if you come across a traffic light that is either flashing yellow, flashing red, or out entirely. For this demonstration, you will be the red car because I like it best. Let's say you're driving along, you get to an intersection, and the traffic light is flashing yellow. Flashing yellow means proceed with caution. You do not have to stop. You simply slow down a little bit and go through the intersection as per usual. See, if you've got a yellow flashing light, that means the cars over here have a red flashing light, which brings me to what a red flashing light means. A red flashing light, just like any red light, means stop. So see, in our scenario from earlier, these people have to stop and wait till the intersection clears of those people happily proceeding with caution through their flashing yellow light. The reason it infuriates me when people stop at a yellow light is it causes accidents. Because see, if you start making it a 4-way stop, then everyone's stopping and whatnot, and then all of a sudden here comes a guy who knows you're not supposed to stop at yellow lights, he goes coasting through, boom, kapow, accidents happen. Of course, there will be times when everybody at the intersection has a flashing red light, in which case it becomes a 4-way stop. And if the light isn't flashing any color, if it's just out altogether, then it also becomes a 4-way stop. So are we clear? Flashing yellow? That means proceed with caution. Do not stop. Just don't. This is true of every single state in the US. The laws don't change when you travel. Flashing yellow, don't stop. Flashing red, stop. Flashing green, I don't know what's going on. I don't think that actually happens. Maybe flashing green should mean like, drive real fast. All right, thank you guys for watching, and I will see you tomorrow. I'm Jackson Pearce, and this video is about how to write a book. I've done videos like this before, but if coaching color guard taught me anything, is that sometimes you have to say something a bunch of different ways to make sure everybody understands it. So here's advice that I give people when they tell me that they want to write a book. First off, when people tell me they want to write a book, I always advise them to start right now. Or when they get home from work, because it's always people telling me this at like the dentist or the doctor or the gym or something like that, but either way, I always tell them they should start immediately. Because not to go all rent on you, but this moment is the only one you know you have. There is no day but today. The fire's out anyway, no day but today. Take your brown eyes, your pretty smile, your silhouette. I really like Rent, even though I should probably never sing in videos, or in life, really. But seriously, a year from now, you'll wish that you'd started your book today, so start today. But I don't know where to start is the most common response. To which I answer, if you want to write a book, you probably have a book idea, which means you know where to start. Maybe that's not on the first page, you know? Maybe where you start will be a scene that happens toward the end of the book, or maybe it'll be a witty little piece of dialogue, or maybe it'll be a fabulous description or a character sketch or just an outline. Regardless of what it is, grab onto the idea that is the loudest and most obvious in your mind and write it down, and there, now you've started. But how do you write such long books? This is about to get super like motivational speaker-ish, but as Lao Tzu said, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. I write long books the same way I write short emails, one word at a time. But what if it isn't good is typically the next question. So what? No one dies if you write a book that sucks. No kitten becomes homeless if your chapter breaks are lame. No orphan is denied dinner if your character building sucks. If it sucks, you'll revise, you'll make it better. Or not, maybe you'll walk away from it and start an entirely new book. But saying, what if I write a book and it isn't good before you've written the book is kind of like saying, what if a year from now I'm eating dinner and it isn't delicious? The next most common statement is, I don't have time to write a book. Odds are you do. Everyone has a daily priority list. Let's say yours is waking up, going to work, eating lunch, coming home, watching a little bit of TV, and then going to bed. Stop watching TV. You can take that hour and work on your book instead. You don't want to stop watching TV? Okay, that's fine, but understand that means you do have time to write a book, you're just choosing to use that time to do something else. And that is okay. It's your time. You can do whatever the hell you want with it. Just understand that no one has magical bonus hours in the day for writing. Everyone has 24 hours in their day, and people who write books, they make time within that 24 hours for writing because they put it very, very high on their priority list. So high that sometimes they don't get to watch TV or go out to dinner or go to movies or get on Facebook. If writing isn't a very high priority for you, that's okay. They're your priorities. Just be honest with yourself about it. But if you can find just 30 minutes in your day and you can write 200 words in that 30 minutes, in less than a year, you'll have a manuscript. Whenever I say all that, by the way, people get really, really defensive and start giving me the rundown of their day, trying to sort of prove to me that they really don't have time. But like, you don't have to prove anything to me, okay? I'm just a person on the internet. You've got nothing to prove to me. You just have to prove it to yourself. Writing books is not easy, but it's not supposed to be. In the immortal words of Tom Hanks in A League of Their Own, it's supposed to be hard. If it wasn't hard, everybody would do it. The hard is what makes it great. All right, I hope all that was helpful. By the way, if you don't follow me on Twitter, this would be a good time to do so because I'm writing a book right now, and so I keep having these writing parties. It's basically where we all get on Twitter and use the hashtag writing party, and then we write together for 30 minutes, and then we slack off together for like 5 or 10 minutes, and then repeat. It's good times. There's a link below somewhere. All right, thank you for watching, and I will see you tomorrow. I'm Jackson Pearce, and this video is quick and kind of dirty. I mean, the editing will be dirty because I'm tired, and I'm not gonna do anything dirty in the video. It's just, yeah. Anyway, my point is I'm kind of sickish today, so for this video I'm going to be answering questions from Twitter. Yeah, I know, I'm kind of phoning it in. To make up for it, here's a video of my cat in a box. Who doesn't like videos like that? Here we go. I got my very first literary agent the same way just about everybody gets their first agent, which is I queried a million agents and got lots of rejections and then finally found an agent who was eager to represent me. The site I used for agent research and information, by the way, is agentquery.com, which is a really, really great resource, and they are not paying me to say that or anything, so you should go there and find things, and yeah. I have not been reading very many series books lately, to be honest, but since the last book in Maggie Stiefvater's Shiver series just came out and it's pretty fantastic, I'm gonna go with that one. No, and I do not understand how some people do that because to me it seems incredibly painful, you know. I can do a cartwheel though, so there's that. I'm glad you asked. Since I was sick most of the day today, there were no parties, but tomorrow we will be partying from 9 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. and again from 8 p.m. to whenever I can't possibly hold my eyes open. Those are all Eastern Standard Times, by the way. I will try to announce writing party times on Twitter from now on too, so you guys can plan ahead if you really want to attend. I really like that song Home by Edward Sharpe and the Magnetic Zeros, which I know has been out for like a million years, but there you have it. The only thing I'm actually actively listening to right now is this 1 hour and 8 minute long recording of ocean waves crashing because I'm in the middle of writing Fathomless and that's kind of the soundtrack. That recording, by the way, costs $10 on iTunes. $10 for waves crashing. This is waves crashing, by the way. It was pretty fantastic. Actually, it was just flatly amazing. I like the words, obviously, but I'm gonna get super sappy here and say I probably don't need to find the words since it's Harry Potter and most of you probably understand how I feel. My shirt, by the way, Harry Potter. That's right, still wearing it. All right, so I am going to bed so I can get better and be up bright and early tomorrow to party with some of you guys on Twitter. If you don't know what all this party talk is, by the way, watch yesterday's video and everything will become clear. And some of you, by the way, will remember that I am giving away prizes when I reach 4,000 subscribers on YouTube. And as of right now, I am 11 subscribers away from that number. So if you have 11 friends, this would be an excellent time to phone in a favor. All right, thank you for watching and I will see you guys tomorrow. I'm Jackson Pearce and this video is about small claims court. So 3 or 4 years ago, this girl named Brandy sideswiped my car when I was at a red light. She admitted it was her fault right away and she promised she was gonna pay for all of the damages, but I still insisted that a police officer come out and file a report and stuff. I had an estimate done on what it would cost to repair my car, about $2,000 give or take, and I called Brandy to let her know and then never heard back from her. This is because it turns out Brandy did not have car insurance, so she was gonna have to pay for those damages out of pocket. So instead of, arranging a payment system with me or asking for another estimate, she decided she was just gonna ignore my phone calls and hope that I went away quietly into the night. Unfortunately for Brandy, going away is not really my style. So to get my money, I decided to sue her in small claims court. This video is how I went about doing that. Now, please keep in mind, I am not a lawyer. I'm not a trained professional at anything. Just wanted to get that out of the way and make sure we're clear. But anyway, here we go. First step, assemble everything you have that shows the other person, who for this case will be called the defendant, owes you money. Contracts, checks, police reports. By the way, had I not gotten a police report when Brandy hit me, I would have been dead in the water because there would have been no way to prove Brandy had actually hit my car. Always have the police come out. Always, always, always. Secondly, figure out how much the person realistically owes you. If they've gypped you $300, you cannot sue them for $3,000, no matter how big of a jerk they've been, no matter how much emotional stress they've caused. Once you figure that number out, check and make sure your case actually qualifies as a small claims case, because every state has a limit on how much money you can ask for in small claims court. Georgia's limit is $15,000, for example, but I think some states are as low as $2,000. Number 3, go to your local courthouse and tell the nice person at the front desk that you want to file a small claims case. Go down the hallway and file your case. If the person lives out of state, by the way, like Brandy did, there's going to be some additional paperwork you have to file. You will have to pay court fees to file, by the way, which is around $50 or so. 4, provide the defendant with a copy of the plaintiff's claim. You're the plaintiff, by the way. You know those movies You Got Served? Well, this is getting served. The defendant is being served your case. It's really much less exciting than the movies, which really weren't that exciting either. You will not be the one personally doing the serving, by the way. There are several ways it can be done, but you'll most likely just pay a fee and have the sheriff's department do it for you. Number 5, you'll be scheduled for a hearing. Show up on time and wearing something your grandmother would approve of. I am not kidding. One time I was in a courthouse and I saw this girl wearing a shirt that said, "Objects under shirt may be larger than they appear." Classy. Now, in some states like Georgia, for example, they try to sort everything out before your hearing at something called a mediation hearing. But if that's not the case, you will go to your hearing and your court date will be set. Number 6, go to your court date. Have everything organized and ready and know exactly what you're going to say. For some tips, watch one of those daytime court TV shows, you know, Judge Mathis, Judge Judy, any of the above. Study them closely, watch how both the plaintiff and the defendants act. And when you're in court, do absolutely everything in your power to not act like those lunatics on television. You know what is never going to help you win a court case? Going, nuh-uh, you lying. It doesn't do any good. After you, the plaintiff, have said your piece, the defendant will get to say his piece, and then the judge will make a decision. In the situation with Brandy, we actually settled everything in a mediation hearing. I won $2,000, what she paid to me in $100 increments bi-weekly for the next year and a half. I am sure it made her absolutely miserable, and I do not feel bad about that. I never told her, though, that if she had just acted human and taken responsibility for the damage she'd caused, I would only have charged her the $200 to fix my side mirror that she knocked off. I kind of secretly hope she's watching this video. Alright, thank you for watching, and I will see you guys tomorrow. Oh, and yes, I do have 4,000 subscribers now, so I will be drawing a winner for fabulous prizes, but that will have to happen tomorrow because I'm going to bed. Yeah. Okay, bye. I'm Jackson Pearce, and this video is about camping. First of all, I will confess that I am something of a girly girl these days. I like clothes, I like makeup, I like the color pink. Now, I am not some incapable, girlish ninny, don't get me wrong. To prove it to you, see, I have tools, and I know how to use them, thank you, Dad. And I can grill and install things, and I totally do not freak out when I break a nail. In fact, it actually kind of bothers me that people think if you like girly things, then you're somehow like dumb or you're setting feminism back a million years. I mean, isn't the whole goal of the feminist movement that I can choose both lipstick and a circle sander if I want to? However, there is one thing that I have never ever been interested in. Even when I was a baby tomboy and baby redneck, I just totally was not interested in it. And that thing is camping. Not interested, don't want to do it, don't even care that it makes me look like the evil stepmother in the Lindsay Lohan adaptation of Parent Trap. There are several reasons for this. Reason number 1, air conditioning. I like it. I like to press a button and be warm, or press a button and be cool. I actually think I'd probably be okay camping in the summer months because heat doesn't really bother me all too much, but cold? No. There is little I hate more than being cold. Reason number 2, my bed. It's awesome. Why would I choose to sleep on cold ground when I have a bed? A really nice bed. Number 3, things. I don't know what kind of things are in the woods. And not knowing really bothers me. I like certainty about who and what will be watching me sleep, and in the forest you don't have that. It could be a bear, it could be an insect, it could be an axe murderer. Any one of these things is a possibility. Number 4. Okay, I'm out of reasons. I just don't like camping. I think it's actually kind of odd that I am so not interested in camping because I really do like the outdoors. I'm into animals and adventures and nature. I just don't want to sleep in it. I guess I would make a terrible pioneer, wouldn't I? Which is a shame, really, because I am really good at Oregon Trail. I mean, like, really good at that game. I almost never get dysentery. Are you into camping? I mean like serious camping, like in a tent in the woods. RV people, sorry, the RV doesn't count, okay? Camping. Let me know in the comments. I would like to know what appeals to you so much. Also, if you're really into camping, let me know if you camped as a child, because I can't help but notice that most people who are really into camping was like a big important part of their childhood, so I think that might be why some people love it and I don't like it. Or I just like air conditioning. Anyway, in an unrelated note, I finally have 4,000 subscribers on YouTube, which is fantastic and exciting because it means one subscriber is going to win an arc of my next book, Sweetly, which comes out on August 23rd, and an arc of Enthralled, which is this anthology that I'm in with a bunch of other really fantastic authors. So the winner is SGirly18. SGirly18, send me an email, please. Jackson@jacksonpearce.com. Let me know your address and I will get your book sent off to you right away. Speaking of Sweetly, I bought milk the other day that expires on August 25th. 2 days after Sweetly comes out. That's how soon it is. The milk will outlast my date. I don't know, the point is I'm freaking out and I'm really, really excited, and yeah, I will see you guys tomorrow. Bye. I'm Jackson Pearce and this video is about body image. Today I was at this cafe in Atlanta and I saw these two sisters eating lunch. One was 9 or 10, the other was probably 13 or 14. The 9-year-old had ordered some sort of cookie or pastry or something, and after she finished her meal, she sort of sadly looked at it and said, "I really shouldn't have gotten that. I'm trying to watch my weight." The 13-year-old agreed with her, making it, in my opinion, one of the saddest exchanges I've seen ever. Now, before I keep going, let's just get one thing out of the way. I know that childhood obesity is a very serious problem in the US. I don't think there is anything wrong with a person, even a child, being health conscious. However, we all know that health conscious and self-conscious are not the same thing. A lot of people like to blame the media for the body issues that a lot of young women have these days. And it's true, we are constantly being bombarded with images of women who have been photoshopped to create this completely unattainable standard of beauty. But I think that there are forces more powerful than any magazine cover, and those forces are role models. Moms, older sisters, teachers, not just school teachers, dance teachers and voice coaches and soccer coaches and whatever. I don't think the girl at the cafe was mimicking magazines when she said she was watching her weight. I think she was probably mimicking her mother. If her mother is constantly criticizing her own body and making a big show out of being unhappy with herself, then why would the daughter do anything different? Why would she become a confident, self-assured woman if her strongest role model isn't? I don't always think that women who pose as a role model for girls of any age understand the impact they can have on that girl's self-esteem, for better and for worse. I love my mom dearly, but I cannot tell you the number of times she said, "Do you really need that?" as I was eating, and I still remember that the very first time I ever felt fat was when she warned me that the shorts I was wearing made me look huge. And she was doing her absolute best, you know? She saw her daughter gaining weight during puberty and she wanted to do everything she could to make sure I was happy and healthy, but that wasn't exactly how it worked. Instead of trying to become healthy, I became sad. It kind of ended up working out for me in a weird way because my way of rebelling was to one day decide that I am freaking awesome, and I became pretty damn confident about my appearance. But I do not think that's how it works out for everyone. I think more often than not, girls wind up thinking their body isn't and can never be good enough. And maybe those issues are rooted way more deeply than role models, but I think so many of them could be avoided. If you are in a role model position, girls who look up to you are watching how you act. They're watching what you say and do, and if you want them to become beautiful, self-assured, confident, successful women, then you have to be all of those things yourself. Don't screw them over and land them with your own image and self-esteem issues because you're not taking it seriously. So when you are obsessively weighing yourself or talking about the parts of your body that you hate or thinking about getting that boob job, remember that you're being watched. I'm not saying you can't diet or exercise or hell even get the boob job. I'm just saying make sure the girls who look up to you understand why you're doing it, why you're making those decisions, and why they don't have to, because they are perfect the way they are. And if you are a girl/young woman, you are awesome. And if you want to lose weight or dye your hair or wear makeup, that's fine. But understand that you will still be you no matter what changes you make to your appearances, and you are more than enough. And if the role models in your life aren't telling or showing you that in some way, then find new role models. And do it fast before you wind up on that ridiculous carrot and boiled chicken diet I did once in high school. It wasn't good. Alright, thank you for watching and I will see you tomorrow. I'm Jackson Pearce and this video is about cute things. It's kind of a tradition between me and my friends that we always pass along cute things that we find on the internet to one another, specifically cute animals. Raccoons, armadillos, llamas, rhesus monkeys, it really doesn't matter because a video of a cute animal doing something cute is pretty much guaranteed to stop me in my tracks no matter what I am working on. So today I reached a new level of distraction and decided to not only look up pictures of cute animals, but to look up why exactly exactly I find them so cute? What's going on in my brain that when I see any cute animal, I'm like, ah. As I explain this, by the way, you're gonna see some images of baby animals in your screen somewhere over there, both to prove my point and because who doesn't like baby animals? So all baby mammals have similar characteristics. They have big heads, big eyes, non-threatening limbs and snouts. These are characteristics that appeal to our nurturing side. When we see an animal like this, we know that it needs us to take care of it. There's a reason all baby mammals pretty much look this way. In utero, the brain has to pretty much get to a size where it can keep the organism housing it alive. And all of that requires a brain that's pretty large compared to the mammal's body, so the head has to be big in order to house it. Also, mammals' eyes don't really grow all that much. They only increase a few millimeters from the time you're born until the time you're like 5 years old or so. Which is why baby mammals have those adorable, cute, blinking eyes. So baby animals didn't evolve to be cute. I mean, they have to have the big head and the big eyes. We evolved to find them cute. We evolved to identify an animal with those features as something we need to help and nurture and take care of. So yeah, there you go. I cannot help the fact that I spend so much time looking at pictures of cute animals on the internet. It's evolution's fault I'm this way. Alright, thank you guys for watching and I will see you tomorrow. I'm Jackson Pearce and right now I'm at my parents' house, land of the animal-themed lamps. I really like the lamps, Mom. I'm just noting that there are a lot of animal-themed lamps here, but they're helping me with my lighting, so it's okay. I'm here because I'm watching my parents' 2 dogs, these Westies who gleefully alert me to any potential intruders, but also to any squirrel that dares to scamper across the yard. The squirrels are right there on the other side of the glass. They're within reach, yet the Westies can't get to them. Day after day, looking at all the squirrels that might be yet can never be, one might say those squirrels symbolize the futility of striving for one's dreams. This video is about symbolism, by the way. One of the questions I get asked fairly often when I do school visits is whether or not I intentionally use symbolism in my books. I imagine that this is because by high school, people have taken about 97 tests on what the rosebush or the letter A or the raven or boxer or the green light symbolizes, and they would really love to hear that it's all a load of crap. So does any author intentionally use symbolism in their work? The answer is yes and no. Sort of. See, I don't necessarily think of symbolism as a literary device. I kind of think of it as a way of seeing the world. Because you can see those squirrels outside as just squirrels, nothing more, and you wouldn't be wrong. But you can also see those squirrels as more than squirrels. You can see them as symbols of something, and in doing so, you'll be asking deeper questions about control over one's life and goal setting and dreams. And I like those deeper questions. I'm not saying that every time a squirrel runs across the street, I think, oh, dreams. But I do like that these little things, these symbols, can be a pathway to thinking about bigger things. You do this too, whether you realize it or not. Have you ever been in a really pissed off mood and you feel like every song that comes on the radio is some happy little pop song? And it really infuriates you because, you're really angry and the rest of the world seems to be singing about last Friday night. Those songs, you might say, are a symbol of how every man is an island and how even though the world is made up of individuals, the world as a whole doesn't really care about the individual. So when I go to write a book, I don't sit down and say, all right, I've got to use a symbol, think Pearce, think. All the cool authors use symbols, you got to use one. But as I write and as I get into the heads of my characters, symbols start to appear because that's kind of just how I see the world. In Sisters Red, for example, Rosie mentioned some green glass mixing bowls that she inherited from her grandmother. They naturally just came up several times. And eventually I played them up as a symbol of the domestic, safe life that Rosie wants yet can never have. Did I intentionally use symbolism? Well, no, I didn't create the mixing bowls just to be a symbol, but yes, I did actually play them up once I realized they were. Yeah, sometimes a rose bush is just a rose bush, and sometimes a green light is just a green light, and that's fine. But being aware of symbols makes books deeper and more meaningful simply because you're forced to look beyond the pages, beyond what the author is telling you directly. It's a much more interactive experience, and it's a much more fulfilling experience, in my opinion. So yeah, I'm gonna go look at some squirrels. Thank you for watching, and I will see you tomorrow. I'm Jackson Pearce, and I had to do this video really fast because there's only 3 minutes of battery left on my camera, 2 minutes of battery left on my camera actually. Luckily, the topic of this video is Hollywood remaking TV shows, which is something I can get through rather quickly. I've written an open letter to Hollywood on the topic, and I'm going to read that letter to you now. Dear Hollywood, some things deserve to be remade. For example, awesome shows that didn't have the opportunity to be super awesome shows because the technology just wasn't available at the time. Star Trek was a good example of this. The 2009 Star Trek movie was, in my opinion, everything a good remake should be. It was respectful to the old show and referenced it really well, yet it had its own unique plot that was really amazing. I'm not even a huge Star Trek fan, and yet I would totally watch that movie just about any day of the week, and not just because the guy who plays Kirk is really hot, as is the guy that plays Spock, actually. However, some things do not deserve to be remade. For example, every 80s cartoon does not need to become a computer-animated fiasco featuring music from some soon-to-be-forgotten pop star. I do not need to see images from my childhood shaking their computer-animated butts to a Fergie song. I definitely don't need to see it in 3D, thanks. These movies never do well at the box office. They never do well critically. Why do you keep making them? Either you enjoy losing money or you enjoy destroying nostalgia one animated Smurf at a time. Which is it? By the way, Neil Patrick Harris, you're in the Smurfs movie? You? Why? Why? You are better than that, Neil, and you know it. Okay, I have to go because my time is almost up, but in summary, Hollywood, stop. Right now. I'm not kidding. Stop. Spend all of that money on more Star Trek movies, or a Firefly movie. Another one would be great. It's your call, but stop with the Smurf crap. Alright, thank you guys for watching, and I will see you tomorrow. I'm Jackson Pearce, and today I took an aerial silks class. You know what aerial silks are. They use them at Cirque du Soleil. Pink spun around on one for a Grammy performance a few years ago. Link to that somewhere on your screen. Well, as anyone who has been watching my videos for more than like a month knows, I had this deep and overwhelming desire to be a part of a circus. But alas, since I am not of the circus, I have to make do with circus-type classes, like my hula hooping class, or the juggling that I do, or that one circus class I went to where I broke my foot, you remember? Link to that somewhere on your screen. But anyway, I decided that if Pink can do aerial silks, then I can do aerial silks. So I signed myself up for a class via the Sky Gym, which is exactly what it sounds like. It's this aerial silks gym in Atlanta. And today I went there and I took my class, and I forgot my camera, by the way, so all the footage is on an iPhone, I'm sorry. The class itself was relatively smallish, and the woman that taught it, Amber, was ripped. And I mean like ripped. As in when she was all like wrapped up in the fabric, you could see her ab muscles through the fabric. These were ab muscles that I actually had never seen before. I didn't know the human body had those muscles. I'm still not convinced I have those muscles. They were very baffling to me and very impressive. Amber was not only ripped, she was also really nice and really friendly, and clearly had put a lot of thought into teaching this class. And you know what? I was not bad, exactly. I was more like not that great. I mean, I wasn't terrible, you know, for my first class. I hope it wasn't that bad. It's just when you're watching Amber and the other instructor, whose name was Marilyn and who reminded me of a sprite in all of the best ways, are doing these crazy, beautiful, like elongated leans and splits and fancy flips through the air, and you're doing this. Well, it's just hard not to notice that you kind of pale in comparison. But hey, I didn't hang myself, which was my primary concern, so, you know, I think that's not half bad. It was genuinely a really, really fun class, though. I think I'm going to go take some more and try to learn really cool tricks instead of, you know, looking like I'm being eaten by a giant orange cocoon. And maybe I'll end up with those crazy muscles that Amber had, you know? Yeah? Maybe? No, I like candy way too much for that. Anyway, thank you for watching, and I will see you tomorrow. I'm Jackson Pearce, and this video is about The Little Mermaid. So Fathomless, the third book in my fairy tale series and a companion book to Sisters Red and Sweetly, is a retelling of The Little Mermaid by Hans Christian Andersen. That's right, by Hans Christian Andersen, not by Disney. See, I was sort of dismayed to discover recently that lots of people think Disney wrote The Little Mermaid, that was an original Disney story, when that is not the case at all. In fact, none of the Disney princess movies are original fairy tales, although I will admit that sometimes Disney has taken such liberties with the source material that they might as well be. The original version of The Little Mermaid was published in 1837 by Danish author Hans Christian Andersen. In that story, the Little Mermaid lives underwater with her father, the Sea King, her sisters, and her grandmother. When each of the mermaids turns 15, she's allowed to go to the surface and look at the human world. The Little Mermaid cannot wait until she turns 15 and she gets to do this because I guess she thinks we are much, much cooler than we actually are. When she finally turns 15 and goes to the surface, she sees this really handsome prince on a boat. But then a storm comes and knocks him off the boat and he almost drowns, and the Little Mermaid has to save him. This is the point, by the way, where Disney's version takes a relatively steep departure from the original. So anyway, the Little Mermaid saves the prince, she takes him to shore, and then she leaves him there and waits until she sees a girl from a nearby temple come down and find him. The prince never sees the Little Mermaid, and therefore he assumes the girl from the temple saved him. Then the Little Mermaid gets kind of emo, and she goes to talk to her grandmother about humans. The grandmother informs the Little Mermaid that humans don't live very long, but they have an immortal soul which will go on forever, whereas mermaids live about 300 years, but when they die they turn into sea foam and cease to exist. All that talk of souls makes the Little Mermaid even more emo, so she decides to go see the Sea Witch. The Sea Witch gives the Little Mermaid a potion that will give her legs in exchange for the Little Mermaid's tongue. The catch is, the potion is going to hurt like hell when she drinks it, and then even though it will give her legs, whenever she walks around it's going to feel like knives are boring into her feet. An even bigger catch is the fact that if she drinks this potion, she can never go back to being a mermaid again, ever. If she can't get the prince to love and marry her, then the morning after he marries somebody else, she will just turn into sea foam and cease to exist. But if she can get the prince to love her and marry her, then not only will she get to stay human, but part of the prince's soul will flow into her, and then, you know, yay, she's got a soul too, bonus. So she drinks the potion, goes ashore, and meets the prince. The prince thinks she's pretty great, despite the fact that she can't talk, what with the tongue being gone and all. And the Little Mermaid is pretty enamored with the prince too, so much so that she dances for him, even though, you know, the whole knife and the feet thing, so it hurts really bad. All is going pretty well until the prince's father announces that the prince is gonna have to marry the princess of a neighboring kingdom. The prince tells the Little Mermaid that it's totally not going to happen because he is in love with the girl from the temple who he thinks saved him. The Little Mermaid is pretty bummed about that, and then to sort of add insult to injury, it turns out the girl from the temple is the princess from the neighboring kingdom, and she was just going to the temple to be educated. The prince is pretty excited about this fortunate turn of events, and so the wedding is announced. This makes the Little Mermaid sad because, you know, now she's gonna die and dissolve into sea foam all for nothing. Luckily, the night of the wedding, the Little Mermaid's sisters show up with this knife that they got from the sea witch in exchange for their hair. All she has to do is stab the prince and let his blood drip on her feet, and she'll turn back into a mermaid again. So the Little Mermaid creeps into the prince's bedroom, ready to stab him. And then she can't do it. She just can't do it. Distraught, the Little Mermaid throws herself into the sea, ready to become sea foam. And that's the end. Well, that's kind of the end. That was Anderson's original ending, but later he added this sort of epilogue that he claims was supposed to be the original ending all along, but either way, here you go. When the Little Mermaid throws herself into the sea and dissolves, she doesn't cease to exist, but she sort of goes up into the air and becomes a daughter of the air. The other daughters of the air tell her all she has to do is spend a while doing good deeds for humans and she'll earn her own soul and eventually get to go to heaven. She never gets the prince though, because in the original story, the prince loved someone else. There was no trick, there was no octopus lady, the prince just wasn't in love with the Little Mermaid, he was in love with the girl from the temple. That's actually what really drew me to this story, the fact that it wasn't the prince's fault, he just loved somebody else. And then this temple girl who never really gets her own story, and I love this theme of unrequited love, it's just so dark and dramatic and beautiful. So many fairy tales have these nice little packaged happily ever afters, and this one doesn't, and I find that kind of exciting. Now, I do love Disney's The Little Mermaid, it's one of my favorite movies, the songs are incredible. I spent much of my childhood trying to make my hair do that thing that Ariel's does, you know? That and getting really low in pools, then bursting out and making my hair come back like hers does in that scene, you know. I was a cool kid. It doesn't bother me that Disney strayed so far from the original fairy tale. It really doesn't. What bothers me is people don't know there is an original fairy tale. And while the Disney one is great, the original is beautiful and moving and amazing in its own right. There is room for both in this world. So now you know about it, go forth and inform others so people stop thinking this was an original Disney creation, please. All right, thank you for watching and I will see you tomorrow. I'm Jackson Pearce and I'm outside. I know it's weird. Also, it's thundering and it's making me very, very nervous. And there's this bird that won't stop doing that. Anyway, so if you didn't know, I have been involved in the color guard activity since about 1998. This year I finally retired from coaching and it is band camp time, and so I'm having serious color guard withdrawal issues. So to help me get over those withdrawal issues, I thought today I would teach you how to do some basic flag moves. Now before I do this, if you are on a color guard at another school and you do things differently than I do, you are not doing them wrong. I am not doing them wrong. Different schools have different ways of teaching things and doing things, okay? So let's just go with that. All right, so for this video, you will need a flag. If you don't have a flag, a broom will work. Just, you know, stand away from your mother's fine china. Or you could get a flag by going and joining your school's color guard. Yeah, there we go, advertising. All right, anyway, so the very first move I'm going to teach was a drop spin. All right, so we're gonna start doing this on the right side. To do that, you're gonna go to something called right shoulder. You're gonna take your left hand and put it on the bottom of your flag, the bottom stopper, and your right hand and put it on the tab of your flag, which is where the silk meets the pole. And now you're gonna put it right in front of your face, like this. You're gonna push out a little bit so it's away from your body, and you're gonna stand strong with your shoulders out because you are proud, because you are holding a flag, and you can beat somebody up with this. So look strong. Yeah, there we go. Okay, we're gonna do some camera maneuvering now, so you're gonna be looking at me as if I was standing this way, okay? So that's the direction my hands are in. Here we go. All right, now I'm rolling my flag up so you can see my hands better. You do not need to do this. All right, so here we go. So you're holding your flag like this at the tab, and you look strong. And now you're gonna take your left hand off the flagpole. With your right hand, you're gonna turn the flag so that the silk is facing down. Then you're gonna put your left hand back on the flag with your thumb also facing down. So both thumbs are down. Next step, you're gonna take your right hand off the flagpole. With your left hand, you're gonna continue up
And then you're going to re-grab the flag again with your right hand, so both thumbs are facing up. So it's always thumbs down, thumbs up. Anyway, you want to make sure you're always grabbing the flag when it's straight up and down, never when it's at an angle like this, because then you'll lose track of where down and up are, which sounds stupid, but I promise you it happens. So if we were doing that a little bit faster, it would look like this. Down, up, down, up, thumbs down, thumbs up, thumbs down, thumbs up. But maybe you've done color guard before and this is all old news and you're not excited by learning to do a drop spin. If that is the case, I'm going to teach you how to do a 45 toss. Now 45s are done a lot of different ways. This is the way I've always taught them. This is the way I prefer to do them. Again, if your school does it different, that's fine. Don't freak out on me. All right, so if you've done this before, you're gonna go to this shoulder hip angle, your left hand here, your right hand here on the tab, you're gonna look strong. And what I want you to imagine is that there's a beach ball in front of you, a giant U-sized beach ball. You're gonna take the tip of your flag and you're gonna go up and over the beach ball to this position. You'll notice that when I go up and over that beach ball, the bottom third of my flag is going behind my head and I'm ending in this shape that I like to call the unicorn. So this is the point at which you're going to release the 45. When you release the 45, all you're gonna do is pretend that you have 2 handfuls of confetti that you're throwing in the air, just up, 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 up. Both hands let go of the flag at once. Here, beach ball, unicorn. Here, beach ball, unicorn. Here, out, catch. The trick to 45s is that remembering no matter how you're releasing them, you're gonna go to that unicorn position. So if it's one-handed, two-handed, it doesn't really matter, you're always gonna hit that unicorn. The other key to 45s is making sure that both hands are putting equal amounts of pressure on the flag, because if your right hand puts more pressure on the flag, it's gonna go like, ah, over into my neighbor's yard. Color guard! I miss it. All right, thank you guys for watching, and I will see you tomorrow. Color guard, color guard. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I'm just showing off because I love it so much. I'm Jackson Pearce, and today's video is about Wesley Scroggins. Again, I cannot believe that I have 2 videos on my channel about Wesley Scroggins. So Wesley Scroggins is this guy who lives in Missouri. He complained to the school board because some books in the school's library contradicted the lessons taught in the Bible. The 3 specific books he found to be Bible contradictory were Speak by Laurie Halse Anderson, Slaughterhouse-Five by Kurt Vonnegut, and 20 Boy Summer by Sarah Oakler. On Monday, after a year of debate and discussion and task force forming, the school board voted. They decided Speak could stay, but that 20 Boy Summer and Slaughterhouse-Five had to go. Now, I am actually not really mad at Wesley Scroggins. He's just some dude. Some crazy guy who thinks he knows best what everybody needs. If we all had $1 for every lunatic in the world who thought they knew what everybody else needed, we would all be like on yachts right now. There are thousands more where he came from, but luckily we have institutions like school boards in place to weed out that brand of crazy. Or that is what they're supposed to do, anyway. Instead, the Republic School Board yelled "How high" when Scroggins yelled "Jump." So I am really mad and really disappointed in the Republic School Board. I think they've done their students an incredible disservice, and so I have some questions for them I'd like to share. Question 1, Mr. Scroggins' primary concern was that some books taught a lesson contradictory to the lessons taught in the Bible. Now, putting aside the fact that religious texts are not supposed to dictate anything in a public school, is the Bible now the standard to which we hold all books? If a book contradicts the Bible, does that mean it automatically is potentially unworthy and there's gonna have to be a task force and discussions and meetings to decide if it belongs in the school? So I imagine, Republic School Board, you'll be discussing Diary of Anne Frank sometime soon. And Dante's Inferno, surely you're going to spend some time and tax dollars on that as well. Question number 2, in the article that I've put somewhere below me, the school superintendent, Mr. Vern Miner, says that they looked at these books from a curriculum point of view. So Mr. Miner, all books in your library now, they are 100% about the curriculum, not about reading for pleasure. Because I imagine that means that all books not specifically taught in the classroom are going to be removed from your library. Question 2A, is the school system's policy now to promote reading the same way it promotes homework? You know, as something that must be done. For the curriculum, as opposed to something that can be done for enjoyment and fulfillment outside the classroom. Question 3, the school board created a task force to develop book standards for all schools in the system. I don't know how many students were on the task force. I did not get the impression there were any. When you were in high school, school board, did you want adults and like guidance counselors and teachers selecting your clothes and your hair and your shoes for you? Probably not. And if they had selected all of those things for you, you probably would have detested their choices no matter how good they were. Apply that logic to books, please, and then, get back with me. Question number 4. Mr. Miner, you say that you kept this removal of books away from moral issues, yet the very reason you removed them was moral issues. 20 Boy Summer contained questionable language, lying to parents. Those are moral issues. So the school system is now dictating the morality of all students? And that aside, aren't those moral issues that teens deal with? Aren't they moral issues that adults deal with? Do you really think that removing those books will therefore remove the issues? Question 4A, are you kidding me? And question number 5, this question is both for Mr. Scroggins and for the school board. You say that 20 Boy Summer was removed due to drunkenness, lying to parents, sexual promiscuity, and lack of remorse, and that Slaughterhouse-Five was removed for adult themes. But the Bible actually has all that stuff in it too, so I assume that's out as well, Mr. Scroggins. If that's the kind of stuff we don't want our kids getting their hands on, then you know, it's gotta be out too, it's only fair. These are just some questions that I have because I'm really disappointed in the school board. You're supposed to be defending these students against that kind of crazy and helping them and fostering a love for learning and reading, and instead you're totally Scrogginsing them. I do not understand why people still think that taking books out of the hands of teenagers is ever a good decision. So yeah, and this video was kind of a downer, so we're gonna end it with footage I took of the Westies this weekend while I was staying with my parents. They're good times. All right, thank you guys for watching, and I will see you tomorrow. I'm Jackson Pearce, and this video is about celebrity hospitality writers. So a celebrity hospitality writer is this list of demands that a celebrity has when visiting a venue. That list is actually part of their contract, so if their demands aren't met, they can turn around and go home. For example, Paul McCartney requests that his dressing room have 24 bars of ivory soap in it. I guess in case he wants to take like 24 showers. MIA requests a variety of cheeses in her dressing room. Mariah Carey wants a box of Bindi straws and an assortment of stuffed lamb toys. And Katy Perry stipulates that floral arrangements in her room can absolutely not contain carnations under any circumstances. Now, celebrities make all these demands because they can. They're famous, and if they want fancy cheese and an assortment of stuffed lamb toys, they can get it. I mean, let's face it, some of the stuff is really practical. Coldplay, for example, requests 8 pre-stamped postcards so they can write to their families back home, and I don't really think it's crazy to request certain types of food so you're not stuck eating at the closest fast food joint. But some of the stuff is just really weird and nitpicky. Like Jennifer Lopez, she requires the furniture, the floor, the walls, the drapes, everything has to be white. Why? I don't know, I guess she just really likes white. All this celebrity writer stuff became fairly well known when in 1982 Van Halen created a hospitality writer that requested a giant bowl of M&Ms, but stipulated that the bowl could contain absolutely no brown M&Ms. Which meant before they arrived at a venue, some poor intern probably had to go through the giant bowl and pick out all of the brown M&Ms one at a time because, you know, at the time you couldn't order custom M&Ms in bulk. The reason they did this, though, actually, was not because they were trying to be difficult or divas or rock stars, it was for safety reasons. Van Halen's concert that year required all sorts of pyrotechnics and crazy lighting and security needs that were all in the contract as well. If they showed up somewhere and there were brown M&Ms in the bowl, then they would know the venue hadn't read the contract very carefully, so they would go and double check the pyrotechnics, the lighting, the security, the sound, to make sure everything was working right and was safe. I often wonder if I were super famous if I would have demands. I mean, when I do book-related things and they ask me if I have meal requests, I do say that I prefer Diet Coke to Diet Pepsi. Is that a demand? Am I a diva? I think my other request would be like Twizzlers and ice cream and free Wi-Fi. I'm really easy to please. Candy, computers, and Diet Coke. Anyway, would you have any crazy celebrity writer demands? What would they be? Please let me know in the comments. Alright, thank you guys for watching, and I will see you tomorrow. I'm Jackson Pearce, and this video is about laser printers. So if you didn't know, I am a big fan of laser printers, so much so that I made like a little music video about laser printers, linked somewhere on your screen. However, one thing that really annoys me about laser printers, and kind of printers in general, is toner and ink cost like $1 million. And I go through a lot of toner and ink when I'm printing like 300+ page manuscripts on a regular basis. So this video is about how to get the most out of your laser printer toner. It's a more exciting video than it sounds. I think. It's not really, actually. Let's say you've got a file and you're printing it and you're going along, things are going smoothly, and all of a sudden you get this little warning that says the printer is low on toner. And you're thinking, well, I don't care, even if it's light gray, I can read it, so continue printing, please. And the computer says, no, I will not continue printing. I refuse to print until my toner needs are met. So even though you know there is probably enough toner in there to make it through at least a few more pages, the computer refuses to print. The computer is a diva, is what I'm getting at. This is how you undiva your computer, how you trick it into thinking there is plenty of toner. So you take your laser printer cartridge, which looks something like this. You'll notice somewhere on the cartridge there will be some clear plastic. So the toner is all in this thing, and the way the printer tells the computer it's low on toner is a little light is beamed through one side of this clear thing, and if it comes out the other side of the clear thing, that means it's low on toner. All you have to do to trick the printer is cover up that clear thing, like so. Little tiny piece of tape goes right over that thing right there, and now when the light shines through, it's gonna be like, hey, there's darkness over there. That means there's plenty of toner left. I am not kidding when I say I was able to print probably another 1,000 pages doing this trick after the computer told me there was not enough toner. So if you've got a laser printer, you can't mess it up. Just find a clear thing and stick some tape over it and see what happens. Yeah, take that, laser printer companies. Need your toner. Oh, I got ink all over me. Anyway, I'm sorry this video isn't more in depth. I'm in the middle of crazy deadlines right now, and so I am writing like a maniac. I have a short story due tomorrow, I have page passes for Purity due tomorrow, and I'm still working on the work in progress, so it's madness. If you are also writing a book right now, by the way, remember on Twitter to use the hashtag writing party, and you can join all of us in our, writing woes and celebration and candy eating and whatnot. Alright, thank you guys for watching, and I will see you tomorrow. I'm Jackson Pearce, and it is 2 in the morning, and I realized at about midnight that I had forgotten to do today's video, so I am exhausted, and I'm kind of cheating, and I'm answering Twitter questions. Question 1, why do you like writing multiple narrators? I guess I like writing from multiple points of view because it allows you to understand the plot from different angles. A character might be right in her opinion, but wrong in somebody else's opinion, and having multiple narrators allows you to really explore who your heroes and who your villains are. Number 2, have you ever written fan fiction? I have not, actually, and it's not that I have anything against fan fiction, that's just not really my thing writing-wise. Number 3, what is your win percentage of solitaire on your computer? I have actually never opened solitaire on this computer, to be honest. I have a super addictive kind of personality, and I'm afraid that if I start playing it, I will never stop playing it and never write another book or leave my house again. Question 4, we're on question 4. How do you like your eggs? I actually like my eggs over easy, but my favorite thing to do is get a cup and hollow out like the middle of a piece of bread, and then you put the bread in the frying pan, and then you put the egg in the bread, and it makes like a little... They do it in V for Vendetta. You should watch the movie. It's exactly like that. It's delicious. Question number 5, why do people feel the need to wear sweaters all the time in 90s movies, even when it's hot outside? I am really not quite sure. I never liked sweaters, but I will say one of my close friends had a New Kids on the Block sweater, so... The 90s were just not really a good decade for clothes, you know? I mean, first it was sweaters, and then it was those plaid long sleeve shirts that everyone tied around their waist. It wasn't cute. Number 6, when will the cover of Purity be released? I have no idea, not even the tiniest clue, I'm sorry. And number 7, what is your favorite thing to do during the summer? My favorite thing to do during the summer is wear dresses, which is kind of a lame answer because I know you meant like outdoor activities, but one thing I do love about the summer is I can wear like a million different sundresses. This is not because I actually like to dress up. What I like about dresses is when you go to the store and you buy a dress, you're buying a whole outfit. You don't really have to think very hard about it. And then in the morning when you wake up, you put on like one article of clothing and you're done. So really, I like dresses and I like the summer because I am lazy, is what it comes down to. All right, I'm gonna go to bed now because I am extremely tired, but I will see you guys tomorrow. Bye. I'm Jackson Pearce, and this video is about my favorite 90s TV show. Now, I know 90s TV shows kind of had a bad rap because there's a lot of like, Friends Forever type shows, and those are kind of, But there were a lot of genuinely good TV shows on in the 90s. A really good example is Roundhouse, which was kind of like a teen version of SNL. And Are You Afraid of the Dark was this awesome TV show about these kids who got together around a campfire every night. They were called the Midnight Society. They gathered around the campfire and they told ghost stories, and they were like genuinely scary ghost stories sometimes. If you are a child of the 90s, you know exactly who Zeebo the Clown is. I'm not even really afraid of clowns, but Zeebo the Clown was like terrifying. But one of my guilty pleasure 90s shows was always this sort of Western that was on Nickelodeon. It was called Hey Dude, and it was about these kids who worked on a dude ranch during the summer. The writing wasn't very good, and there was a lot of like 90s clothing and, hair, but it was still a great show. But the best thing about the show was the theme song. So great in fact that I have to share it with you. I can't, I've got to.
It's a little wild and a little strange when you make your home out on the range. Start your horse and come along, but you can't get it right if you can't hold on. Singing, yippee-ti-yi-yi,
yippee-ti-yi, what?
Like the cowboys say.
Sing it again now.
Yippee-ti-yi-yi,
Get along, little darlings.
Till the break of day.
Better watch out for those man-eating jackrabbits and that killer cacti. Hey, dude.
I'm Jackson Pearce, and this is it, day 31 of 31 days of vlogging. And yet vlogging still sounds like snogging to me. I am sad that it is ending, yet I am also a tiny bit relieved because as evidenced by yesterday's 90s TV montage, I am sort of, running out of topics. Anyway, I really like doing these videos, and I will say it was substantially easier this time than when I did 30 days of vlogging last October. Vlogging, snogging, they go together. If snogging is kissing, then I feel like vlogging would be like, you know what, never mind. But the fact that it went a lot faster this time is very good because I have a book due right now, and then my third book, Sweetly, comes out August 23rd, just saying, by the way, there's a pre-order link somewhere below. August 23rd, that's in 24 days. Anyway, the one thing that always kind of strikes me when I do these marathon vlogging sprints is the YouTube community. Because I am not famous. I mean, I have subscribers, yeah, but let's face it, I'm no community channel. And yet YouTube provides this amazing platform for people to talk and comment and have conversations about important things and non-important things, and it's fantastic. I really like Facebook and Twitter, but I feel like YouTube is even better because it's like you're in a room with all of these other people and you're all conversing and you can see one another and have these conversations in real time and make responses, and it's all just much more, there. Starting on August 9th, I'll be doing videos every Tuesday and Friday with occasionally maybe another video somewhere during the week. So please stay subscribed because there are more antics in the future, and if you have a specific antic you would like to see, then shoot me an email, let me know. So yeah, subscribe, pre-order link below, shameless self-promotion. Oh, also remember that there are live shows every Wednesday night, link to that somewhere below as well. And you know what, while I'm at it, there's a link somewhere down there for a video about some sloths, and that one's just for you, enjoy it. I'm going to go. Thank you guys so much for watching for the past 31 days. I hope it was fun. I hope it was entertaining, and I will see you in a week on Tuesday. Bye. I'm Jackson Pearce, and today while I was working out, I got an email from my building's concierge that I had received a package. Now the thing is, I receive a lot of packages because I order a lot of things offline because I don't so much like going to stores. So sometimes when I'm expecting something really exciting, I rush home and I'm so excited and I open up the package and it is some menial item that I ordered off Amazon. Like a few days ago, I thought that maybe Sweetly final copies had come in, and I hurried home as fast as I could go and found an olive oil mister. When I was waiting for page passes of Sweetly, I hurried home as fast as I could go and found a hamburger press shaper. Should really stop ordering so much menial stuff is what it comes down to. But today when I rushed home and got the package, I realized it was from my publisher, which means there are probably final copies of Sweetly in this package. So I'm going to open it on camera for you. All right, you ready? Here we go. I'm glad it actually was a real copy of Sweetly, otherwise that build-up would have been quite boring. It's hard to open things in the air. Are you ready? I got package in my eye. It looks so good. I'm so excited. Here's the back. And the front. And they did the matte and gloss thing like it is on Sister's Red. You can see like it's shiny, and then, yeah. Ooh, purple. Ah. The gray makes me really happy. Okay. And then the back, that's me. That's me with oh my God, this is my third book. I feel like my first book just came out, like yesterday it just came out, which I know is a really trite thing to say, but nonetheless. Oh, and they sent me candy because it's a book about candy making. These are Godiva Bakery dessert truffles and nutritional information. That's funny that they think I would want that. Oh my God, open. Oh my gosh, the best thing I've ever eaten in my life. And no one can do it with put that. Come on. No one can do it with hit them. Look at them. They're book sisters. They go so well together. And then we could do this. So anyway, I'm gonna go eat more of my candy and look at my pretty book. Again, it comes out on August 23rd, so I would really appreciate it if you pre-ordered or if you bought it the week it comes out. That would be outstanding, and I would be very happy. And thanks for watching. I will see you on the 9th. I was supposed to wait till the 9th to do a new video, but I got excited. Okay, bye. I'm Jackson Pearce, and this video is about what it's like to be a writer. So I have 2 books that are already available on shelves, and I have a 3rd book that comes out in 14 days, not that I'm counting. Please buy it. I have a 4th and 5th book coming out next year, and so I feel like I'm finally in a place where I can really sort of discuss the pros and cons of this particular career. First, the pros. Overall, being a writer is awesome. Like seriously, it really kicks ass. But it mostly kicks ass because this is the only thing that I have ever wanted to do. Technically I wanted to be a vet for a very short period of time, but then my grandmother told me that sometimes I would have to put animals to sleep, and so that was like out the window, and it was, writer, full speed ahead. I feel like this is what I was born to do. I even kind of feel like this is pretty much the only thing I'm good at. I love writing, I love having written, I love sharing the things that I have written with the world. I like working from home, I like the quasi-flexibility of my schedule, I like having a creative outlet. I love getting paid to do something that I would probably do even if I wasn't getting paid. I love talking to other writers, I love visiting other writers. I feel like some of my closest friends are other writers that I would not have met if I hadn't chosen this profession. And of course, getting emails and letters and things from readers who love my books is still one of the best feelings in the entire world. I mean, there are a few cons, they exist, In the same way the person you're madly in love with can have cons, like, he leaves his shoes on the floor or snores, the career that you're madly in love with can have cons. Sometimes it is frustrating as an author to have people feel like they own a part of me. And I guess they kind of do. I mean, they did buy part of me for $17.99, but still. I get emails and tweets demanding free books or swag or attention, and I give what I can, but sometimes the amount I have to give is not as great as the amount demanded. Seeing my book downloaded illegally continues to frustrate and depress me, and really negative, mean reviews, they sting. It's also frustrating when people assume that I'm rich, because I am not. My bank account is currently in the triple digits, which will change, of course, when another contract or payment goes through, but pretty much if you're a full-time writer and you're not a huge seller, then you're gonna be living paycheck to paycheck, which can be very, very stressful. Even working from home can be really frustrating because sometimes people assume working from home means not working and want to know why you can't hang out all the time. Before I was a full-time author, I worked at a software testing company. We tested cable billing software for companies like the Playboy channel, which means I get to say things like, I used to work in porn, but not like that. It was a really wonderful company to work for, the people were nice, you could kind of wander in whenever you wanted. We had beer on Fridays, and I hated my job. I actually cried when I got home on the first day of training because it wasn't what I wanted to do. It wasn't how I wanted to spend my life. I wanted to be an author, not a software tester. I felt like I was trapped in someone else's career or someone else's life. That's kind of what I think is the difference between a job and a career. Sometimes being an author can suck. Sometimes it's sad. Sometimes I cry. Sometimes I have to call the cell phone company and swear that the payment really will be there at the end of the month if they could just wait a little bit longer. But I never feel like I am stuck in someone else's life, which makes this, for me, the best job in the entire world. It definitely beats working in porn. Thank you guys for watching, and I will see you again on Friday. I'm Jackson Pearce, and this video is about the Library of Alexandria. Now, before I begin this video, the history of the Library of Alexandria has been kind of muddied with a lot of theories and stories and myths. So this is what I know, but I am not a historian, so please do not use this video to write your history class paper. Alright, so anyway, the Library of Alexandria was this amazing library that existed in ancient Egypt. It was opened somewhere around 285 BC and was pretty much awesome. It was organized by one of Aristotle's students, and it had gardens and meeting rooms and dining halls and lecture halls. It was actually a lot like a college campus, only, a really cool ancient college campus. It even had an acquisitions department and a cataloging department, and the rumor is that above the shelves was written the phrase, "the place of the cure of the soul." Now, books at the time didn't exist like the ones on the shelf behind me. Everything was written down on papyrus scrolls. And the Library of Alexandria was one of the very first libraries to make a genuine effort to collect these scrolls from all over the world. Not only did they have scouts who went to other parts of the world to collect books, but they also required that any visitors to Alexandria turn over any books they had so that they could be copied down and added to the library. Some sources say the library actually insisted on keeping the original version and would give the visitor back the copy, you know, like some kind of sneaky Xerox machine. Anyway, so the library was constantly growing, just getting huge, and since no index of the library remains, we have no idea exactly how huge it was. But we do know that there were a lot of books there and that it was awesome and that it was impressive. Until some bad things happened, because you see, at the time, Egypt was ruled by Cleopatra and her brother Ptolemy, who did not get along. Ptolemy was trying to oust Cleopatra and rule all by himself. That didn't really sit so well with Rome, who was kind of in charge of making sure things ran smoothly in Egypt on the political front. So seeing that Ptolemy was getting all power hungry, Rome sent an army down to Egypt to regulate, led by none other than Julius Caesar. Ptolemy and Caesar got in a fight, and Caesar lit all of Ptolemy's warships on fire. And the fire spread, and the docks caught on fire, and then some of the buildings caught on fire, and I think you know where this is headed. The library caught on fire, and as it turns out, papyrus scrolls are not flame retardant. Now there is some debate over how much of the library was actually destroyed by Caesar's fire. Some people say that most of it remained and was later destroyed by riots and religious warfare. But either way, the point is, no more library. Though in 2004, a Polish and Egyptian team discovered what they think is the remains of the building, but you know, there were no scrolls. Lost forever, very sad. So there we go, and once again, there are a lot of varied opinions on the library and what it contained and how it was destroyed and who started it, so I really encourage you to look that kind of stuff up if you're interested. Also, if you're interested, I have done a secret video on Cleopatra's little sister Arsinoe, which there's a link to somewhere on your screen, yeah. Alright, thank you guys for watching, and I will see you again on Tuesday. I'm Jackson Pearce, and in today's video I'm going to be answering questions from Twitter. I would like to say that this is because I'm a really, good, involved person, and I just wanna answer Twitter's questions, but that is not the case. I'm doing this because Twitter question videos tend to go a little bit faster, and I have a million things to do right now. I have to finish my draft of Fathomless and get it to my editor by September 1st. Sweetly releases in 6 days, and I have like a million things to do for that, including stamping and addressing all of these purple envelopes to people so I can give them my invitations. I've only done this many because I ran out of stamps, so. I've also got to go to the post office. Let's add that to the list. But I promised videos, and so videos you will get, I will actually check Twitter, and I'm going to be answering questions as they come in on my phone. Pink Daddy's Girl asks, if you could afford a hedgehog, would you keep one as a pet? No, I would not, because I do not really like to clean out cages, and hedgehogs sort of live in a cage. I have had cage pets in the past. I had a bird once. He was really mean. And then after the bird, I had a ferret, who was actually a really, really cool pet. They're awesome. They smell terrible, but they're awesome pets. They're really friendly little weird animals. Yeah, but one thing I realized from having that pet ferret is I do not like having a pet that lives in a cage because I do not want to clean the cage. Steph Andrea asks, what is your favorite writing snack? It is usually Twizzlers Pull and Peel, which is good because somebody was nice enough to send me 10 bags of Twizzler Pull and Peels, and it's awesome. But since I can't really eat all 10 of those bags of Twizzler Pull and Peels while I write this book because I will need an entirely new wardrobe for my expanding waistline, I have been mostly eating a lot of fruit. And after I have some fruit, I'm allowed to have Twizzlers. Or before, sometimes, Or like in between bites of the fruit. I really like Twizzlers. Kitty Summer asks, so what is your favorite book on the shelf behind you, or knick-knack? Knick-knack. It is this dragon. Actually, I have a lot of knickknacks up there I like, but I do really like this dragon. It was part of a play set that I had when I was younger. And there was a castle with like a princess and a king and all this cool stuff, but I always really liked the dragon best. And it's pink, no less. I have no idea where the castle is now, but I still have the dragon. I'm Soft asks, what was your favorite book that you had to read in high school? Hands down, Fahrenheit 451, easy, no question. Artist Girl 12 asks, what is your biggest phobia? I actually don't really have any phobias. I mean, there are things that I find unpleasant, like I do not like roaches, but I wouldn't say I have a phobia of roaches. I guess right now I have kind of a phobia of not finishing this draft and all the things that need to get done. I even asked my sister today how much I would need to pay her to go through and update my address list so I could, put the addresses on the envelopes correctly and everything, and she was like, that sounds horrible. There is no price you could pay me to do that. And she's right, it would be horrible. I was just hoping I could, persuade her with money or cookies or something. All right, I am going to go because there are still a million things to do and it is already past midnight and I'm starting to kind of freak out a little bit. Farewell. That was a stupid dragon voice. I don't know what I was thinking. I'm Jackson Pearce and I've done something really stupid. You see, I ordered 250 invitations to the Sweetly release party, which is not invitation only. I just like to send out invitations, you know, to my friends and family to let them know the book is coming out. I also ordered 250 purple envelopes in which to put the invitations. The invitations are 6x9. The envelope is 6x9. And since they are the exact same size, the invitation does not fit in the envelope. It just like doesn't like, no, it doesn't fit. Why would you sell an envelope that doesn't hold a 6x9 card? Are there a lot of cards out there that are like 5.99 inches by 8.99 inches? And this is the same envelope company I ordered red envelopes for Sisters Red from last year. I called and they informed me that there is an envelope description industry standard. That when you say 6x9, that means the envelope is actually 6x9. Apparently previously when they said 6x9, they meant an envelope which will hold a 6x9 card, and people were really upset about that. I guess all those people with those 5.99 by 8.99 cards were really angry. So in the spring, they changed their website and I unknowingly ordered an envelope that is exactly 6x9. I'm at my parents' office right now because the only way to remedy this problem is to take this envelope opener, take a card, and run it through the envelope opener. It shaves off a tiny, tiny bit and then it fits in the envelope. I do not have time to do this. And so I thought I would bring my camera and film it and maybe talk to you instead of talking to myself, which is kind of what I'm doing since you're not here with me and my envelopes. If I were making a list of things that suck, this would be very high on that list.
Jump in the saddle, run to the right, jump in the line, rock your body and time. Okay, I believe you, jump in the line, rock your body child. Jump in the line, rock your body in time. Somebody help me, jump in the line.
Hi there, Jackson Pearce again, trying to get over in traffic slowly. So I'm in traffic, it's rush hour, trying to get home, and I was sitting in my car, as one does when one is in traffic. And see, last night when I was looking at the invitation to the release party, I kept thinking something is wrong with this, and I couldn't figure out what it was. Like, I couldn't for the life of me figure out what was going on, but I knew something wasn't right, but I reasoned I was just tired or something, so, you know, I wrote it off and I went to bed. I just dropped off all 190 invitations at the post office. They are currently in the mail. And as I was sitting in traffic, I thought, I really feel like something's weird about that invitation. I should look at it again. And so right now, as I'm in traffic, I looked at the invitation. Now tell me what the problem is. I proofed this invitation. The designer proofed the invitation. The printer proofed the invitation. And none of us caught the fact that it says the event is in 2012. What am I supposed to do with all of the ones that are left? You know, I mean, I was gonna give more out and like post them places, but now I'm embarrassed. See, when anybody makes a mistake like this, it's embarrassing. Okay, I get that. But like when you're a professional writer and you're supposed to pay attention, I mean, it's funny. Of course it's funny. Like, I know it's funny. It's hilarious, actually. In fact, every time I tell somebody, I do laugh about it, but it sucks. And now I'm at a light and people are stopping at the flashing yellow light because they haven't watched my video, I guess. And now I'm gonna have to stop because if I were to go, the other people would hit me because they don't understand. And see, now we've got this system. Exactly, the bus driver knows what we're supposed to be doing here. Thank you, bus driver, but okay, all right. I need to, I know where I need to go. I know exactly where I need to go right now. Ah, yes. Here we are.
Unfortunately,
excellent choice. I'm Jackson Pearce, and it is Tuesday, August 23rd, which means my third book, Sweetly, is officially released in the US. This is very exciting, not only because it is always exciting to have a book release, but because there was very genuinely a time that I never thought this book would be done. Of everything I had written up till that point, this is the one that took the most revision, the most work, the most complete reimagining in some aspects. And so I'm especially proud to finally see this book out in the world. I have several traditions on book release days. The main two are that I eat a lot of ice cream and that I go get a massage. But then last year I did this thing on Twitter where anybody using the hashtag #SistersRead for the entire release day could potentially win prizes. I ended up giving away over 100 prizes. My post office bill was quite expansive, but it was a lot of fun and we actually got Sisters Read trending in Canada for a little while and it was just really, really cool. This year I am doing the same thing, so starting at 8 a.m. today, August 23rd, tweet with the hashtag Sweetly, and over the course of the day I'll be randomly drawing people to give really awesome prizes to. Prizes include foreign editions, hardbacks, arcs, paperbacks, some swag, some candy, some mystery arcs, some of which are signed. It's good stuff and it is really, really easy. You can tweet as many times as you want. You can tweet about things that have nothing to do with Sweetly. All you have to do is use the hashtag Sweetly, and each time you tweet is basically an entry to win. I have some other Sweetly related announcements. The Kindle edition of Sweetly has some bonus material at the end. It's an interview between Rosie from Sisters Read and Gretchen from Sweetly. And also a reminder, the Sweetly release party is this Thursday, August 25th at Barnes & Noble in Alpharetta, Georgia. If you can't come to the party because you live a million miles away or you're busy at yoga class that night or whatever it is you're doing, you can call the bookstore ahead of time and they will set aside a book for you for me to sign and I can personalize it to you and everything and they will ship it to you. This is probably the easiest way to get a signed book from me if you are not going to see me in person anytime soon. Also, I just want to remind everybody that the best thing you could do to help an author and support an author is to buy his or her book the week it is released. That surge in sales in that first week really, really helps us out. So if you are going to buy Sweetly, I would really appreciate it if you did it this week. But if you gotta buy it later, that's okay too. I'd rather you buy it, period. I'm just saying, if you could buy it this week instead of on Monday, that would just be awesome. So, I'm looking at the freezer right now because I already bought my ice cream for tomorrow and it's in there and it's calling to me. I'm not gonna lie, I already sampled quite a bit of it, including some that I ate in the car, which it's in a pint container. So literally I was in the car with the container looking at cars next to me. It was awkward, but it was worth it because it is really good ice cream. All right, I have to go to bed because I have to wake up at 8 a.m. Eastern to start the Twitter contest. So yeah, but release day. They don't get old, just so you know, no matter how many books you publish. The third book, just as exciting as the first one. I'm pumped. All right, I'm gonna go, and I'm definitely not gonna go eat ice cream before bed. Definitely not.
Subliminal messages.
Hey, Rachel, can you step to your right, please?
This goes a long way.
Oh, she looks like she thinks she really does belong there, though. Yep.
No. What did your text say? This is Dino. Sisters Read. I'm supposed to have a dinosaur. Nice to meet you.
Clearly.
Cool. Hold my hand. No, do it on the. Do the wave. Do the wave. Does that look cooler than I thought?
No. Oh, that one kind of did. Okay.
Woo.
Pretty.
Okay.
That actually looks really psychotic on the, because you've got the scars and it's catching them really well.
Dang it. Is it she or he?
She. He.
Okay.
And then look up at each other. I knew you were gonna crack up. I was waiting for it. That was a noble attempt.
You can't laugh. You have scar juice all over your face. Oh no!
Okay. Okay, come back and do that again. I'm Jackson Pearce and the Sweetly release party is tonight. I know there are probably lots of cool, calm, and collected authors who know there will be a big crowd there, but I will not lie to you, I am always terrified that no one is going to show up. Even when people have told me, hey, I'll be there, I'm still worried I'm gonna look out over the sea of empty chairs and see somebody what are you doing here? It makes me very nervous. But as long as there are people there, I actually calm down because oddly enough, I sort of like talking to an audience. I kind of actually just like talking to a camera, to an audience, to my cat. Yeah. So if you are able to come, if you're in Georgia or perhaps a surrounding state, if you don't mind road tripping a little bit, it will be at Barnes & Noble in Alpharetta, Georgia. The address is somewhere below. It starts at 7. I would love it if you came. I also want to thank those of you that participated in the hashtag Sweetly Madness that was Tuesday. I gave away a lot of prizes. I will be sending things to 240 different people. I am very, very concerned about how much money I will owe the post office. But it was worth it, totally worth it. It was so much fun. I really loved it. It was fantastic. You guys got me to 5,000 Twitter followers, which is amazing. Yay. By the way, this week and this week only, if you buy a copy of Sweetly, take a picture of the receipt, or if you bought it online, forward me the receipt along with your address, and I will send you a free book plate to put inside your copy of Sweetly. A book plate is a little cute sticker thing that's designed to match the book, and I sign it, and if you can't come see me and get your book signed in person, it is the second best thing. Also, just to throw this out there, a lot of people have been saying like, hey Jackson, can you come to California or Japan or Florida or my birthday party? I would really love to come to California, Japan, Florida, and your birthday party because I really like cake, but that's beside the point. Unfortunately, authors can pretty much only go where they get invited. We're kind of like vampires that way. So if you want me to visit your city, the best thing you can do is usually talk to your school librarian or a bookstore manager about having me come visit there because I would really love to visit. I like visiting people. All right, I promise we will get back to normal, non-spastic videos next week, and I appreciate you hanging with me as I panic over Sweetly. Thanks for watching, and I will see you again on Tuesday, when it will not be Sweetly Week anymore. Oh, it won't be Sweetly Week anymore. That's sad. Okay, bye.
I'm Jackson Pearce, and this video is about Topsy the elephant, and by proxy about Thomas Edison and Nikola Tesla. The story of Topsy is kind of sad, so I'm going to show you the video of me attempting to be graceful at an aerial hoop class I took last Friday while I tell it. So Topsy was the circus elephant in the early 1900s at Coney Island. Topsy was strong and impressive and weighed 3 tons, and perhaps because she weighed 3 tons, she wasn't really into being abused by her trainers. She ended up killing 3 trainers, the last one after he tried to feed her a lit cigarette, which, let's be honest, I can't exactly blame Topsy for being pretty furious about. Since Topsy had killed so many people, Coney Island decided to kill her, but how do you kill a 3-ton elephant? Well, luckily, Thomas Edison showed up with a solution. Thomas Edison at the time was in the middle of the War of the Currents, which was this big fight between Edison and Nikola Tesla over which electrical current was more effective. Edison was backing direct current because he had a lot of money invested in it, while Tesla backed alternating current, which was flatly more effective. Edison's argument was that alternating current was dangerous, and to prove this, he electrocuted things with it, like horses and elephants. Yep, Thomas Edison hooked Topsy up to 6,600 volts of alternating current while 1,500 people watched live. Topsy died in seconds, and the event was videotaped and watched throughout the United States. The video is on YouTube, by the way, if you want to watch, but it's kind of sad, so yeah. In the end, Edison lost the War of the Currents, and Tesla went on to build the hydroelectric plant at Niagara Falls, so he pretty much won there, and alternating current is actually what we still use today. In the 40s, there was a huge fire at Coney Island, which everybody called Topsy's Revenge, and there is a memorial to her there today. So, there you have it. Me looking ridiculous on a hoop and Topsy the elephant. Thank you guys for watching, and I will see you again on Friday.
I'm Jackson Pearce, and I am very, very tired. In fact, I'm already wearing pajamas for this video. I am very tired because today was the first day of both DragonCon and the Decatur Book Festival. I will be at both events all weekend, so please, there is a link somewhere below me, and check it, and you can see where I will be and when I will be there, and you can also find out how to get a signed fail invitation from me, so yeah. Go. So since I am so exhausted, today's video is going to be a very short lesson on some commonly misused words in the English language. First up, its versus its. These are 2 different words. They are not interchangeable. Its with the apostrophe is a contraction for it is. It's easy enough to remember that. Just think that the apostrophe takes the place of the letter I. So it is becomes its. It's cold in here. It's a lovely day outside. It's a unicorn. It is. It's without the apostrophe is possessive. As in, the dog ate its food, the monkey threw its banana, the unicorn flashed its horn. Possessive, its. Second round is your versus your. Again, 2 different words, not interchangeable. This mistake is made all the time on my YouTube channel in the comments. Your with the apostrophe is a contraction for you are. You can remember that the same way you remember the other one. Just think that the apostrophe takes the place of the letter A. So you are becomes your. Without the apostrophe, again, is possessive. Your dog, your monkey, your unicorn. So both of those, its and your, remember, with the apostrophe is a contraction. Without the apostrophe is possessive in both cases. And lastly, affect versus effect. Affect is a verb, and if you remember your Schoolhouse Rock, you know that a verb is what's happening. So run, walk, sleep, eat are all verbs just like affect. So when you use affect in a sentence, it has to be doing something. For example, the long walk to Dragon Con today negatively affected my mood. I was affected. Affected was something that happened. It was a verb. Effect, on the other hand, is a noun, and if you remember, a noun is a person, place, or thing. In this case, it's a thing. In the movies, you have special effects. Those are things. That's effect with an E. Used in a sentence, my experience at Dragon Con today will have a lasting effect on me. A lasting effect, a thing, a noun. Alright, so I hope that helped. Thank you guys for watching. I have got to get to bed because I have got to wake up very, very early tomorrow, but I will see you again on Tuesday. I'm Jackson Pearce, and this video is about this. All of this. These are the prizes. These are the prizes from Sweetly Day, and there are a lot of them. They are everywhere. I've spread them out. It's not good. It's taking a really long time. My bill for the post office is going to be insanely, insanely high, and I was complaining about this on Twitter, and somebody said, wait, I thought that your publisher was paying for all this. I was surprised that they thought that because, you know, it was my giveaway, so it's my expense. And it occurs to me that there are a lot of other misconceptions about authors, and so in today's video, I'm going to try to clear up 6 of those. I was going to try to package prizes as I did that, but well, first off, I'm out of tubes, so, you know, there's that. Number 1, an author gets to choose his or her cover. No, not even a tiny, tiny bit. Authors pretty much have no say whatsoever in our covers. Sometimes publishers will show us a cover and ask us for our opinion, but it's usually more of a, you know, so what do you think about this? As opposed to, please give me your genuine thoughts on this artwork. Sometimes we say we love it and the cover ends up getting changed, and sometimes we say we hate it and the cover ends up staying. Number 2, all authors care about is that you read their books by any means necessary. This actually came up while I was doing that video on book piracy. Somebody said, wouldn't you rather people read your books illegally than not read them at all? No! Because yes, I want people to read my books, but this is my job. And if I don't make enough money doing this and I have to go get another job, it means no more books for me or for you. So yes, I do really, really want you to read my books, but I also want to get paid so I can keep doing the thing I love and providing you with books. Number 3, authors are rich. We're not all rich. If you see us traveling a lot promoting the book, usually that's the kind of thing the publisher is paying for. Number 4, all authors are poor. We're also not all poor. I mean, basically authors can be rich, authors can be poor, and authors can be anything in between because book advances range from several $100s to several $1 million. Number 5, authors can make a movie out of their book if they want to. I would love to see Sisters Red made into a movie, really I would. But I am not a producer, I am not a movie studio, and I am certainly not an actress. And for my book to become a movie studio or a producer or something along those lines, they have to buy the rights to the book and then they have to make the movie. And I would love that to happen, but they have to make the movie. I can't make a movie. I don't have those skills. I barely can even feed myself. And number 6, authors aren't coming to their city because they hate you. Authors aren't coming to your city because they haven't been invited by a library, a bookstore, a festival, or a school. That has to happen for us to visit you, so you should talk to your librarian or a teacher or a bookstore or a festival and see if you can get us invited. Alright, I'm going to pick up this giant disaster of packages that fell at the beginning of this video and get back to packing things up. I will talk to you later. I'm Jackson Pearce, and in this video I'll be answering questions from Twitter. If you don't follow me on Twitter, by the way, I'm at Jackson Pearce. It's very easy to remember if you know my name at all, which I say it at the beginning of every video, so I feel like you should by now if you've been watching with any sort of regularity. Alright, anyway, here we go. What made you first move to Atlanta? I first moved to Atlanta when I was a kid as a result of my dad's job, and then after I graduated college, I came back to Atlanta because I got a job here, so, you know, jobs. Is it better to plan out stories or to just start writing? I always plan mine out because I really like to know where I'm headed. However, there are lots of authors who just start and go for it, so you should definitely do whichever one works for you, but I do advise that you try both methods at least once. What was your favorite Decatur Book Festival moment? I had a really nice time on my panel actually, which I don't know if that really counts as a moment. You know, it was like an hour long, so I guess if I have to pick a moment out of the panel, it would be when we were discussing whether or not Justin Bieber is a witch. What movies inspire you? I don't know that I feel like movies very consciously inspire me necessarily. I will tell you this though, I have very, very mixed taste in movies. I loved Avatar. You know, yes, it was Pocahontas with blue people, but I really liked Pocahontas and I've got no problem with blue people, so I really enjoyed Avatar. I also love this movie called Cool Runnings, which if you've somehow missed it on TBS every single weekend, it's about the Jamaican bobsled team, and it's not a good movie. It's not a good movie, but I love it anyway. And I love Pixar movies, and I love indie movies for the most part. My absolute favorite type of movie though is documentaries. I really, really enjoy documentaries. I've seen most of the sort of big popular ones, but if you have a more obscure documentary that you think I might have missed, please leave a comment about it and I will watch it. What's your favorite part to write in a book? The last page, because then I'm done writing the book. Which Back to the Future movie do you like best? The first one and second one are pretty equal in my mind, actually. I really, really love the second one, and I love how if you've seen the first one, you see all the familiar scenes, and that's awesome. The third one, however, I just pretend it doesn't exist. The third Back to the Future movie is awful, and you know it is awful. Everyone knows it is awful. People try to pretend like it's good. It's not, okay? It's not. All right, so I'm going to get back to finishing up packaging Sweetly Prices, and I'm almost done. I'm so close to being done. I can feel it. I can feel the post office and so close. But anyway, I will talk to you guys again on Tuesday. Bye. Da 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 da. DeLorean. September 11th, 2001, I was a senior in high school. I was in my second period partner dance class learning a swing dance number when the first plane hit. The second plane hit just before we transitioned to third period, so I didn't even know anything was going on until that class changed. During that change, I always stopped by this favorite teacher's room to say hello, and when I went in this time, she was watching the TV and panicked, and I asked her what happened, and she explained it to me. And then I had to go on to my third period economics class where the teacher didn't turn on the news, and so it really wasn't until fourth period that I was able to watch the TV and watch the news and really understand what was happening. To be entirely honest, at that point, it wasn't that scary. It was something that was happening to a building I barely knew anything about in a state far away to people I had never met. It wasn't personal. In fifth and sixth period, we watched the news and we started hearing the really bad horror stories. The towers had long fallen, so we started seeing footage of people covered in debris, footage of people walking across the bridge out of Manhattan. We saw a lot of footage of people screaming as the towers fell, and over and over and over, we saw the footage of the second plane hitting the towers. That afternoon, marching band practice was canceled. I would later hear that the younger assistant band director, he had made everybody in all of his classes watch TV silently, and he told them all that this was history happening and they needed to pay attention. Walking home with my sister, I remember pointing up and noting how there were no planes in the sky. I mean, it's not like we lived on a major plane thoroughfare or anything, but looking up and realizing there were no planes, and if you saw a plane, it was bad news. It was a very scary and unusual experience. At home, I continued to watch the news. There were dozens and dozens of reports of, other planes that were coming for other cities, and nobody knew what was going on. I don't really remember what happened for most of the afternoon, but I remember that evening, my mom and my sister were gone somewhere, and so my dad and I were watching the news in the completely dark living room. We saw people making hundreds and thousands of wooden stretchers out of plywood and planks because they were so sure these were going to be needed to carry victims out of the towers. Nobody knew at that point that there were no living victims. We saw the footage of the towers collapsing, of the people running for their lives from the debris, and I remember my dad pointing to all the papers that were flying around and him saying, "It's incredible, those papers, they used to be on someone's desk." And oddly enough, it was at that point that I realized what that powder that was covering everything and everyone was. It was the crushed concrete, and it was the crushed desks, and the crushed papers, and the crushed office chairs, and the crushed computers, and the crushed people. And although I don't know why, it was at that moment that it suddenly felt personal. After we watched Congress address the country and break into an impromptu rendition of God Bless America, I went to my room and I cried. It felt stupid to cry in front of my father, in front of my family. It felt stupid to cry in front of anyone. In some ways, it still feels stupid to cry in front of anyone because I didn't lose anyone on September 11th. So what right do I have to be angry or upset or hurt? I didn't know anyone in New York, much less in one of those towers. Not one single person I knew, even impersonally, lost their life that day. And so sometimes I feel like I don't deserve to be affected. But I am, and what it is that affected me, that got to me so much, was thinking about the people on the upper levels of the trade towers or the people on the airplanes, the people who had longer than a moment to realize what was happening. I mean, who do you call? What is your last act? How do you look at your daughter sitting next to you on a plane and you know that you're both going to die and you have longer than a moment to realize this and yet not enough time to save yourself? What do you do when you have longer than a moment to decide if you would rather die by fire or by falling? On September 11th, I always think over and over and over all of those people, and they were forced to live their last moments in fear and panic and horror. I still don't understand why those people had to die, much less why they had to die the way they did. You know, and the answer, God has a plan, has never fully satisfied me. And yet the idea that they just died meaninglessly, I also can't be satisfied with that. Again though, why does it matter to me? I didn't know these people. I didn't really even know much about the towers until that day. And yet I think that maybe that is exactly why I am so affected. All these people who I didn't know, people who I will never get to know, people whose deaths affected my life tremendously, and I do not understand why. But I do know that I'm not alone. I think a lot of people feel the same way I do. Like, we weren't in New York on September 11th, and yet we are always in New York because of September 11th. Because we can't forget the things we saw on the news, or the anger that we felt, or the sadness that we felt, or the fear that something else was going to happen at any moment. I know there are a ridiculous amount of September 11th documentaries and books and films and articles out there, and I know a lot of people are tired of hearing the phrase, September 11th changed everything. But it did. I know a lot of you either weren't alive or weren't old enough to have really vivid memories of that day. And I don't think it's fair to somehow act like you're wrong for not being frustrated or angry. But I do think it's really important that you understand as best as you can. That you realize I am not that much older than you, and yet we grew up in entirely different worlds. When I was growing up, terror alert and Al-Qaeda were not words I heard every day. You know, there was no risk at the airport of them patting down my grandma to make sure she didn't have a bottle of water on her. And yet there was also not really a sense of patriotism and pride, not only in your country, but in your fellow man. Because September 11th really brought out the worst in some people, but it also brought out the best in a lot of people. And it will never stop. The impact September 11th had on the world will never ever stop. Even as we heal, even as we rebuild, even as we struggle to understand. And I don't know that we will ever understand. And so maybe right now healing and rebuilding has to be enough. Thank you for watching, and I will see you again on Tuesday. I'm Jackson Pearce, and this video is about writing short stories. Now, I will be the first to admit that I am no pro at writing short stories. It wasn't really something I did a lot before I wrote novels. I kind of went straight into writing novels, actually. And in some ways, I genuinely think writing a novel can be easier. However, I was asked to be in several anthologies, and so I had to start writing short stories, and it turns out I actually really enjoy writing them. So recently, I've been doing a lot of thinking about short stories, and reading short stories, and writing short stories, and brainstorming short stories, and so I thought I would share with you some of the things that I've learned. Alright, so here we go. Tips on writing short stories. Number one, this is from a friend of mine. It is okay to tell and not show in a short story. Because you're dealing with a limited amount of space, and so you don't necessarily have time to sort of slowly, meticulously, quietly build up a character's backstory. You really sometimes just need to say, you know, Julie's dad is really weird, or Steven went skydiving. Number two, don't try to be all things to all people. Understand that a short story is a single moment in time. One problem with one solution. You don't need to go into, you know, what color the horse was or how many cars he has or a really intricate subplot. There's no time for that. It's a short story. Number three, outlines are a beautiful thing. I know a short story seems sort of, well, too short for an outline, but I stand by my outline love. Having an outline means you know exactly where you're going and the best route to get there when you're dealing with a limited number of words. Number four, get to the point. Short stories usually reach the reader by way of anthologies or collections or something like that, which means if you don't snag and hold on to a reader's attention in the first paragraph, they can just flip a few pages and read somebody else's story. Don't spend the first 3 pages building up the atmosphere. Get to the point of the story. If it's the humor or the heartache or whatever, get to it in the first paragraph so your reader wants to keep going. Alright, I hope that helps. If you did not know, I have a short story coming out in an anthology called Enthralled. It's a story set in the world of As You Wish, so if you liked that book, you might like the story, maybe. But yeah, it comes out on September 20th, and I am very excited. There is a link somewhere below, and I will see you on Friday. I'm Jackson Pearce, and this video is about, I don't know. I really have no idea what to make a video about right now. My well of video topics is apparently running dry. For starters, I guess I could talk about how I missed last Friday's video, and I'm very, very sorry for that, but I missed it because once again, I felt like I didn't have anything to talk about. Somebody suggested that I do punishments like the Green Brothers do, so I always have motivation to make a video, but I don't want to be punished, so no. It's funny that this happens to me with videos because this never really happens to me with writing. You know, I always feel like there is another story to tell and another book to write and that kind of thing. Maybe it's because making videos is more like making diary entries than it is writing a book, you know, and I was never very good at diary keeping either. I remember I had one though that was pink with one of those crappy little locks on it that anybody can pop open with a paper clip. I remember writing really compelling things in that diary, like for dinner we had chicken. I don't think my mom or my sister ever really read my diary because, let's face it, nobody wants to read something that boring. In 8th grade, I complained to my English teacher, Miss Towler, about how hard I found it to write a diary, and she reminded me that, you know, Anne Frank lived in an attic, and she didn't really have contact with the outside world, and she didn't really go anywhere, and she didn't really do anything, and yet she was able to write a diary entry every day. And Miss Towler has a very good point, and that kind of made me wonder if Anne Frank were around today, would she do video entries instead of diary entries? It's very, you know, these are the things I think about instead of thinking about video topics. I lost my driver's license yesterday while walking Space Dog. If you find it, please mail it to me. I would really appreciate it because I do not want to go to the DMV. And I'm getting Purity Arcs very soon. They will not have a final cover on them, and apparently due to a mistake at the printer, they also do not have page numbers. But I'm excited nonetheless. It will be good times. I made pumpkin muffins today. They were all right, not great. Oh, and I've been watching The Tudors recently. Anne's head just got chopped off, which was really unfortunate because she had truly grown on me. And the Enthralled anthology released today. You should probably go buy it, and you should probably buy As You Wish as well because the Enthralled short story I wrote is set in the As You Wish world, so they are, you know, a pair. And pirate dance. I'm Jackson Pearce, and this video is about ebooks. A lot of people ask my opinion on ebooks. Whether or not I think they're going to slowly murder hard copies, whether or not I own an e-reader, which I don't, by the way. The reason I don't own an e-reader is because hard copies of books have a sort of nostalgic meaning to me. Holding them, having them, turning the pages, smelling them even, they have this effect on me that really takes me back the same way that smelling evergreen makes me think of Christmas or cut grass makes me think of summer vacation. It's not that having hard copies of books makes me remember my childhood in a really direct way. It's that holding a hard copy of a book makes me feel the same way I felt as a child, like a dreamer, like somebody that can get lost in a book. But if I didn't have that nostalgic connection to hard copies of books, I would probably be perfectly happy reading all my books on an e-reader. Similar to how I'm perfectly happy having all of my music in a digital file on my computer. You know, I don't need a hard copy. I don't own a single CD, not one. So while I don't personally prefer ebooks, I don't really blame those who do. I do think that until kids are brought up solely on e-readers, there will be enough people around to maintain a need for hard copies. And I will admit there will probably come a day when hard copies of books are the rarity instead of the rule, but I don't think that day is right around the corner. So despite Amazon poorly naming their new tablet the Kindle Fire, I don't think ebooks are going to burn up hard copies. Yes, I know ebooks are gaining in popularity, and yes, I know a lot of bookstores are closing. But I think that has less to do with ebooks and more to do with the cost of running a brick and mortar store, especially when compared to the cost of running an online bookstore. Which again is very unfortunate to someone who loves hard copies of books because I love bookstores. But despite all that, I will say this, I think the most important thing is reading. Yes, it makes me sad to see a part of books that I love so much essentially being wounded, but I am glad that enough people are reading to warrant a change in the technology with which they do so. I'm glad that my books are bought and read, be it via Kindle or the hardback. Ebooks are not for me, but they are not the manifestation of evil either. They are just different. All right, and now for a total change of pace. Look what I have! This is an advanced copy of my next book, Purity, which comes out in April. I will be doing giveaways, but not until January, so I'm just taunting you with this. Yeah. More information about this book is on my website. You should go visit. There is a link somewhere. Also, I'm going to be traveling a lot in October and November, and I'm also going to be working on edits for Fathomless, the third book in the Sisters Red series. Because of all that, I'm gonna kind of have to mix up my video schedule for a little bit. There will always be at least one video a week. There will usually be more. There could be videos on Wednesdays, Sundays even. The madness! Yeah, it's like 1:15 in the morning. I think I'm starting to crack. All right, thank you guys for watching. And by the way, if you're in Austin, Texas, I will be at the Austin Teen Book Festival this weekend, which I am very, very excited about. So yeah, there's that. I will see you later. I'm Jackson Pearce, and today is October 6th, which means today is the official release date of Sweetly in the UK. I feel like I need to spread the news that this book is coming out, and so there's only really one way to do that that I know of. Where is it? No, seriously, where is it? I don't know where. Ooh, there. Here we go. Testing. All right, so I'm going to go tell people that Sweetly comes out today, and I'm going to try to find a way to celebrate it. Okay, wait, this looks like it could work. All right, here we go. Hello, people of Atlanta. I just wanted to let everybody know that I have a book coming out in the UK. It comes out today. Everyone? Anyone? Hello, people of Atlanta. I just wanted to let everybody know that my book comes out in the UK today, October 6th. It's called Sweetly. Anyone? No? I don't think this is working. You know, maybe it'll work better if I'm like buying something. Like if I'm offering them something. Maybe then they'll be excited to know. I'm gonna try that. I would like 2 cheese and veggie tamales, and can I also get a Diet Coke? I'm also telling everybody that I come across with my camera that my book comes out in the UK today. It's called Sweetly. It came out here a while back. But I'm just telling everyone to see who's excited for me. Thank you, Sweetly. I'm glad you're excited for me. Very excited. Okay, you know what I just realized is because my book is coming out in the UK today, Tamale Queen, they gave me an extra tamale. They gave me 3 tamales. They're so awesome. So clearly buying something is the secret. So I'm gonna keep it up. That's what I'm gonna go do. All right, so here we go. All right, so if I figure that I need to buy things, what I should do is buy as many British things as I can find, because you know that's where my book is coming out. So here we go. Let's see. I'll just go ahead and get. I don't know what this stuff is. Okay, are you not offended by that? Because I'm offended by that a little bit. You guys actually eat that? I mean, if you do, it's. You know, I'm willing to say there are cultural differences and these things happen, but I can't get over it. I can't. Finger. A mini finger. Bite size, okay. All right. Digestive biscuits. Turkish biscuits. I thought you were English. I like the idea of gooseberry jam. Maybe I should grab that too. So I am back in my car with my bag of things that I bought, my bag of UK things, and I'm going to eat this Mars bar, which I don't actually know what is in the Mars bar because I've never had one before, and it has no description of what this candy is, but I'm going to eat it and I'm sure it will be delicious. Buying things, that's the trick to people's hearts. That's how you can get people excited about your book. That's what I've learned today. All right, so again, my book is called Sweetly. It is a companion book to last year's Sisters Red, and it comes out today in the UK. It should be available any place books are sold. I'm very excited. Thank you for watching. I'm going to eat this candy now. Unwrap the candy. Oh, it's like a Milky Way. Well, damn, that's really good. You British people, you're onto something. I'm Jackson Pearce, and I am here, and I am back, and I am on YouTube, all in your internets. I'm sorry I was gone for a little while, YouTube. I had to write a book, Fathomless. It's the 3rd in the Sisters Red series. Comes out next fall, yeah. And while I love you dearly, YouTube, writing books is kind of my job, and so I had to step back and take some time and finish my job, and now I am back to YouTube. And I am very excited about making videos again, so with all that said, here we go. This video is about NaNoWriMo. If you don't know what NaNoWriMo is, it is National Novel Writing Month, and I am a huge fan of it. I think allowing yourself to not take writing too seriously lets your creativity flourish and your mind wander, and you can kind of just go for it, and there's something really beautiful about that. I think doing NaNoWriMo was kind of like the writing equivalent of dancing around in your underwear to 80s songs, you know? I mean, is it good dancing? No, it's not good dancing, yet it's awesome to do it anyway. So here are 3 tips for those of you doing NaNoWriMo this year. Number 1, write the full 1,667 words a day before you go to bed. Don't let yourself go to bed until those words are done. Because writing 1,600 words a day, not that hard, but writing 3,300 words a day, all right, it's getting a little bit trickier, and beyond that, you'll be so far behind, you'll be frustrated, you'll give up. Just always, always, always write your 1,600 words a day. Number 2, don't fill your story with stupid stuff just to hit the word count. I know some other NaNoWriMoers disagree with me. I've heard of people having their characters sing in rounds just to meet the word count, but look, you don't have to do that. Here's the secret. Whenever you're stuck, think of the very worst thing that could possibly happen to your characters and then make that happen. Not only will it generate a lot of words, but it'll also stretch your creativity as they struggle to get out of whatever the worst thing is. And number 3, don't go back and edit. If you decide something in the beginning of the book needs to be changed or you want to go in a new direction, just type it in all caps, change this in the beginning and then keep going. That way, if you decide to go back and edit the novel, you have the big note right there to remind you and you didn't have to waste your November going back and editing. All right, I hope that helps. Good luck to everybody in Nanoland this year. And by the way, since I'm kind of back, I don't have a lot of topics to discuss, so if you have any videos you would like to see, please leave it in the comments and I will take note. All right, thank you guys for watching and I will see you later. I'm Jackson Pearce and I am exhausted. I just got back from the Dahlonega Literary Festival and I swear to you, you would think I just got back from like running a marathon or, like saving babies from sinking ships or I don't know, something else that takes a lot of physical effort. Anyway, I did want to get a video up this week though, so here are some things. Thing number 1, there was this really awesome anthology called The First Time available on Amazon as an ebook only. It only costs $2.99 and it has a short story that I wrote in it. My short story is called Turn Here and there's a whole bunch of other really great short stories in it, so I highly recommend you go get to the anthology. Even if you don't have an e-reader, you can download a program that'll read it on your computer over on the Amazon side and it's all very simple. Thing number 2, it is almost time for Thanksgiving. I love Thanksgiving. My sister and I have this tradition where we eat everything in sight, just everything, and then we lay on the floor because we're too full to actually move. We're kind of like beached whales, like, And thing number 3, I don't really have that much to talk about, as it turns out. So here's some knowledge. You know those giant heads on Easter Island, the big statues with the very straight noses and everything? Did you know they have bodies attached to them? Seriously, here's a picture. Look at that. Isn't that amazing? I had no idea. I just thought they were giant heads, but apparently they have bodies attached and one of the bodies is kneeling and the rest are like standing, I think. But yeah, there's some knowledge, some Jeopardy maybe for you there. Trivia. I don't know why you need to know that, but isn't it great? All right, thank you for watching and Jackson out. I think I just said Jackson out, didn't I? I'm not cool enough to say out. Yeah. I'll see you later is probably better for me, yeah. I'm Jackson Pearce and I just got back from NCTE in Chicago. I had to wake up at 4 a.m. to get on a 7:10 flight and so I am very tired, much like my last video. I'm wearing my pajamas, you'll notice. I'm not ashamed. You guys have seen me in my pajamas. You've seen me with a face mask on. I don't really see how things are that different. This is just gonna be a quick little video. I put together some travel tips, specifically some plane travel tips to help you out in your travels throughout the holiday season. Tip number 1, as soon as you get through security, buy a bottle of water and try to drink the entire thing before you get on the plane. There's a lot less humidity in the air on the plane, so if you don't drink water and hydrate before you get on, you're gonna kind of feel like crap later. Tip number 2, look people, everybody knows how security works. You gotta take your shoes off, you gotta take your jewelry off, you gotta take your laptop out, the liquids out. We all know this system by now. So if you show up wearing lace-up boots and 19 pieces of jewelry, I will hate you. Everyone in line will hate you. Don't wear metal, wear slip-on shoes and have your laptop and your little bag of liquids in a very easy to access location, please. Tip number 3, sometimes you're late for your flight. If you're me, that's pretty much every flight ever. Don't think of your sprint down the terminal as panicked and desperate. Think of it as a fun way to get in extra cardio before your flight. And then if you miss it, you gotta walk back and figure out a new ticket, so it's really quite a workout. Tip number 4, if you smell, stay off the plane. Thank you. Tip 5, headphones are the universal sign of leave me alone. If your seatmate is wearing headphones, she does not want to talk to you. No matter how great your daughter's Facebook page and your family photos are, your seatmate does not want to see them for 2.5 hours. And tip number 6, it's not that I don't like your child. And I understand you can't exactly put your toddler in cargo for the trip, okay? I know there are some legal issues with that. But if he kicks my seat one more time, I'm going to turn around and tell him your little trip to Disneyland is all a ruse, that he's actually headed to a vegetable plantation to become an indentured servant. I'm serious, let him kick it one more time. You'll see. All right, thank you guys for watching, and I will see you later this week. I'm Jackson Pearce, and this video is going to be kind of depressing. Seriously, I'm just warning you now, sad video ahead, because this video is about the 52 Hertz whale. So in the late 80s and early 90s, the US Navy started picking up on their instruments this sound of a whale calling out. You know, they were listening on their little dials in the submarines, I guess. I don't really know how the Navy works, but either way, they were hearing, you know, whale noises. Whale. It's my impression of whale noises. Now this was nothing unusual because their instruments pick up the sound of whales calling out all the time, but what was really strange about this is this whale was calling out at a frequency of 52 hertz. Most baleen whales, which are filter feeders like blue whales and humpback whales, they usually call out at a frequency between 15 and 25 hertz. The 52 hertz whale also called out faster than other baleen whales, and it seemed to have a kind of strange migratory pattern. And all that means the Navy has no idea what is up with this whale. All they know is this is the only whale that is like this. It's been suggested that the 52 hertz whale could be the last of its kind, a whale species we just didn't know anything about. It's also possible that it's a hybrid of two baleen whale species, or that maybe it's just a genetic abnormality. But the depressing part of this video is regardless of what the whale is or isn't, it is the loneliest whale in the world. See, because it calls out at 52 hertz instead of the normal 15 to 25 hertz, other whales can't hear it calling out. So this whale is wandering the Pacific Ocean, calling out for other whales, and they literally cannot hear its calls. And since the 52 hertz whale has that wonky migration path, it doesn't exactly run into a lot of other whales either. Lonely whale is depressing. By the way, the reason we haven't like caught it and studied it or tagged it or anything is because we really only know where it's been based on the Navy instruments, and the Pacific Ocean is a very big place. But anyway, the story of the 52 hertz whale kind of made me wonder. Is that story sad because the whale is actually sad? Or is that story sad because I'm anthropomorphizing the whale, you know, giving it human qualities? Because I know I would be sad if I was calling out over and over for friends and no one ever answered me, but I'm a person. I have different values and needs than a whale. Maybe the whale doesn't really care that no one ever answers, and maybe he just calls out because he thinks that's what he's supposed to be doing. Plus, baleen whales are pretty solitary animals anyway, so it's not like if the other whales could hear him, he'd be like, you know, having a whale party or something with like guacamole or whatever party food whales would eat. So, is the whale actually as sad as his story makes me, or is he just swimming around wondering what kind of krill he'll have for lunch being a whale? Maybe it's both. I don't know. Now I've depressed you though, haven't I? But hey, here's a way to cure that depression. Look what I have here. I have an arc of my next book, Purity, which comes out in April, and I also have this little sampler pack of The Fault in Our Stars, John Green's new book. So to undepress you, I will be giving away both of these to one commenter when this video hits 5,000 views. So 5,000 views, and then someone who commented on it gets both of these things. I'll even put like a little ribbon around them if I remember to. Yeah, so there's that. Start commenting, start viewing. 52 hertz whale, if you're out there, you could also win. All right, thank you for watching, and I will see you later. I'm Jackson Pearce, and this video is about resolutions. It's 2012! 2012! I can't wait until this year is over and people stop talking about the Mayan prophecy thing, because I've been over that since like 2000. But anyhow, as it just turned 2012, I would wager that either you or someone you know is making a New Year's resolution. Maybe it's to write books or publish books or lose weight or buy a pony or whatever. And I'm here to tell you to stop doing that. Making resolutions, that is. By all means, continue buying the pony. Here's the thing about New Year's resolutions. How many have you kept, honestly? You expect to break New Year's resolutions. Your friends and your family and your coworkers, they all expect you to break your New Year's resolutions. It's like that's what they're there for, to break them. I'm not saying you're not well-meaning when you make them, it's just everyone expects them to not work out. It's kind of like getting married at a drive-thru in Las Vegas. Sure, some of those alcohol-induced unions might last, but everyone's gonna keep the receipts to your wedding gifts. If you want to change something in your life or do something in your life, you do not need January 1st to roll around in order to do it. You can do it now, right now, like at this instant. Because changes and decisions and tasks that you can accomplish right now are the only kind you're actually ever going to be able to attain anyway. For example, right now you can start working on a book. And right now you can start being a better friend. And right now you can start exercising or eating better or, looking for ponies. I'm kind of hung up on ponies today. Those are all things you control. You can do them right at this moment. But right now, you can't necessarily finally get your book published because that relies on other people like editors and the market and the industry and agents, and you can't control all that. So you can't make that happen right now. But you can, right now, begin working on your query letter or begin submitting it or begin a major round of revisions. So if you want to do those things right now and call them New Year's resolutions, fine, but know that nothing magical happened on January 1st. You simply decided to change something about your life and you did it. So we're not making New Year's resolutions, we're simply making decisions about our lives and we're making them happen and we're in control. And I sound like a self-help tape, don't I? My point is just don't think that anything magical happens in the new year. You are in control of your life, and if you want to change it, you have the power to do so. So with all that said, I'm kind of embarrassed right now because I was going to give away prizes if my last video got to 5,000 views and didn't so much get to 5,000 views. It's kind of awkward. So if it gets there, I still will give away those prizes. Remember that every time the video starts, that counts as a view, so yeah. But either way, I need to start thinking about how to give away Purity arcs because Purity comes out in like 4 months. It's amazing. And Fathomless comes out in like 9 months. My mind is blown. All right, anyway, thank you guys for watching and I will see you later. I'm Jackson Pearce and this video is about simmering. Not cooking simmering, but plot simmering. Or character simmering or setting simmering. Basically, writing simmering. 2 questions I get asked a lot are how to overcome writer's block and what to do when you're stuck writing a book. And the answer is I let things simmer. So let's say you're writing a book and you have everything figured out except for this one detail. And it's a really big detail. It's a detail that you have got to solve or the whole book doesn't work. Maybe it's like how to explain a character's paranoia or how to get rid of the parental units, or in my case, how to get Rosie out of an abandoned subway station. You think and you think and you think and you think and you think about this problem, but it seems like the more you think about it, the more obscure the solution becomes. That's when you step back and you let things simmer. You don't ignore the book entirely, you just focus on something else, something other than the problem at hand. And more often than not, when you're not thinking about it, when you're sort of just letting the problem simmer in the background, you will find a solution to the problem. It'll hit you at a really strange time, like while you're eating ice cream or in the shower or walking the dog or whatever. Basically, you have to be patient, which sucks. No one likes being patient. No one likes letting things simmer. To be honest, I hate the word simmer. I really hated it when critique partners used to tell me, you know, Jax, just step back, let it simmer for a while. Because let's face it, telling somebody to be patient has never ever worked. It's not like someone says, look, just be patient. And you're like, whoa, I hadn't even considered that. Oh my God. All right, I think you're onto something. I will be patient. Good idea. Yeah. It's the same as when somebody tells you to calm down. Has being told to calm down ever actually made someone calmer? Oh my God, I'm freaking out. Look, just calm down. Okay. Thank God you said that. I was really freaking out there and I didn't know what to do, but thanks to your instruction, I feel a lot calmer now. I feel a lot better. Thanks for saying that. But letting things simmer, being patient, calming down for a little while about the problem, it actually does work. It's just sometimes you get so fixated on a problem and its apparent lack of solution that you stop seeing it clearly. Stepping back for a few days or weeks or months even allows your brain to refocus and it can kind of work quietly in the background instead of, obsessing. All right, there you have it, simmering. Thank you guys for watching and I will see you later. I'm Jackson Pearce and this side of my face is very dark because one of my lights broke and they're fixing it, and so I've only got the one over there. But anyway, before we get very far in this video, I need to announce some winners. That's right, my second to last video about the 52 Hertz whale has finally got 5,000 views, which is a serious relief because it was getting very, very awkward there for a minute. So I have drawn a random winner and that person is going to receive not only an ARC of my book Purity that comes out April 24th, 2012, but also a sampler of The Fault in Our Stars by John Green. And yes, I know that The Fault in Our Stars has already come out now, and so the sampler isn't really so much to sample it because all of you have read it because it's really good, but I guess it's like a collector's item, maybe. I don't know, you won it, so be happy. And so the winner is, drumroll, Bluebugs91. How'd you like that drum roll, huh? Yeah, pretty good. But because I'm pretty thrilled that you guys got that video up to 5,000 views, I'm actually going to give away a second arc of Purity. So the winner of the second arc goes to Pirate Gloria. So congratulations, BlueBug91 and Pirate Gloria. You need to email me at jackson@jacksonpearce.com immediately so I can get your stuff out to you and you can celebrate. So with that out of the way, this video is about how I have guilt. So I have not written significantly on a book in 2 months. During those 2 months were the Christmas holidays and the New Year holidays, and then of course I had to do copy edits on Fathomless, which comes out this September, and I had to do 3 sample chapters of a new book, but nonetheless, I have not really started a new book and made significant headway, and for that I feel guilt. I mean, I'm outlining a new project right now, but it hasn't really hit its stride, and so I've been watching a lot of movies and eating a lot of ice cream because I got an ice cream maker for Christmas, and I mean, obviously I had to make some test ice cream to make sure it works. Now, I know I've done videos before on how sometimes you should let things simmer and other times you need to take a step back and how you should always follow your creative muse, but I gotta tell you right now, I kind of want to hunt that metaphorical creative muse down and hit her with a brick because I got nothing here. Why do you elude me, metaphor muse? So anyway, I'm letting some plot simmer and working on some sample stuff, and I've got this new idea that's little more than some red sentences on paper, but I gotta tell you, I wish I was in the middle of writing a book, you know, when it gets really exciting, when you're 20,000 words in and you're just going and it's awesome, and that hasn't happened in 2 months and I'm bored and it sucks. So the point of this video, I guess, is if you are stuck in your writing and you are feeling guilty for not finishing something, know that you are not alone, that it happens to all writers, at least most writers that I know, unfortunately myself included. And so, you know, it's a writer thing. You gotta deal with it, I guess. So go eat some ice cream and know that the sun will come out tomorrow, and you know, at daybreak you'll have enough light to see where you're aiming that brick at the muse. So yeah. Thank you guys for watching, and I will see you later. You write young adult books? Is that porn for teenagers? Do you know J.K. Rowling? You know what you should really do is make a movie out of your book. No, I'll just download it online. Is it on rapidshare.com? So how much did it cost you to get published? What teenagers really need is a book that teaches them stuff. You know, something educational. Oh, shoes! So is your book like Twilight? So is your book like Harry Potter? So is your book like the Bible? You know, I've got a really good idea. You and J.K. Rowling should write a book together. You wrote a book? Am I in it? You should really just publish your book yourself. My brother did that and he sold 300 copies. So I've got a book idea. Maybe I could tell it to you and you could write it and then we could split the profits 70-30. You should really do a book signing in Southern Chile. I mean, I know your book isn't coming out there, but I could get 6 people to come at least. So do you know Stephanie Meyer? You know, my cousin, he's actually writing a book too. It's totally gonna be a bestseller. Oh, I wanna read it. Can you bring me a free copy? You're right way, so you're like Charlize Theron? I'm actually working on a book too. You know, I've been working on it for 4 years and I've got 2 chapters done, but it's really going places. I'm Jackson Pearce and I am on my way to record the Purity audiobook. I'm very excited. I'm very nervous also. I have my things. I have Purity. I have Shark Big with some water. I've got my video camera because I'm recording this, obviously. I'm really freaking out. I'm mostly worried that I'm going to accidentally make the male voices sound pervy. Oh, hi, Shelby. I mean, I don't know why I would do that on purpose, but I'm concerned. And I have accidentally gone into the Georgia Power parking lot. I'm coming, audiobook people. All right, here we go.
Do that kind of stuff too, so we're just a little behind the time.
Oh, no, it has helped. I think my first book would be out of print if it weren't for a YouTube following. I mean, really, it's something.
So this is,
Hi.
Jeremy is going to be directing.
Okay.
Jimmy's booth, and I put your script on an iPad.
Oh, I brought my iPad too, actually.
Okay,
yeah.
Well, great. Then I'll just pull this one out.
That's handy.
And you've got power there if you need it.
Okay.
Turn the volume up in here.
Yeah.
So that
there's actually audio,
yeah.
Oh no. So this is how recording the audiobook worked. I read the book, and when I messed up a word or read too fast or just generally botched things, they'd tell me and I'd try again.
Buy them here. You just have to ask the pharmacist for the key.
Sorry, can you do buy them here again? Kind of cut off a bit.
Tell you the truth, would you mind going back to oh no?
Yes.
Crossing his arms sounded a little funny, so
Okay.
let's just pick it up there.
And that happened pretty often because I'm totally new to the audiobook thing. My sincere apologies to that guy from earlier, Jeremy, because he had to edit out the 5 million times I started and restarted every single sentence in the book. I am so sorry, Jeremy. I really am. I just wanted it to be perfect.
My stomach is swirling. No. What if he thinks I'm a whore? What if he says something? Oh, man.
So anyway, there you have it. The Purity audiobook will be available on April 24th, and I am very excited about it and very nervous about it, and really, really hope you buy it and like it, and that I do not, in fact, sound pervy when I'm making the male voices. Anyway, thanks for watching, and I will see you later.
Well, while you study the effects of NyQuil on nursing mothers, I'm going to buy some ice cream.
I'm sorry, I know you had a hard time with this one, but give it a little bit of pause in between that. Like, well,
Okay.
while you're studying, you know.
Well, while you study the effects of NyQuil on nursing mothers, I'm going to buy some ice cream, Jonas says, shaking his head. He moves to step away, but I grab his arm. Jonas, buy them for me. I'll pay you Jonas, buy them for me. I'll pay you and buy your ice cream.
What's my Amazon rank?
Barnes & Noble has a ranking?
So if my rank is 85,000, is that a good thing?
It's like, I don't even care anymore. I just want the money.
It's not about the money. It's about the art.
Pass the hummus?
Pass the vodka.
No, it's not like Twilight.
It is not like Twilight. It's not like Twilight.
No, it's not like Twilight.
It's not like Twilight.
It's not like Twilight.
No, it's not like Twilight.
No, it's not like Twilight.
Well, it's kind of like Twilight.
No! It's not like Twilight!
It's not like Twilight.
Oh, I was waiting on a call from my agent.
I don't read reviews.
I am so looking forward to this retreat that we're on. I just need to disconnect from the internet. No Facebook, no Twitter. We don't need any of that.
Oh, there's gotta be internet here somewhere. Oh.
Has anybody seen the list?
Is the list out? How did that get on the list?
Why didn't that list?
Why is that even still on the list? I want a list. Did you see the original cover?
Wait, a new cover?
If I'm really lucky, Barnes & Noble will hate the cover.
They're repackaging?
No, it doesn't come out for another 2 years.
3 years. It just got bumped.
It got canceled. I don't even know anymore.
Where do I get my ideas from?
My vestigial twin.
I just take popular books and change all the character names.
My dog Jake tells me.
Vodka.
Dreams.
From the Kraken.
20 Master Plots by Tobias Buckle. I just spin a wheel and...
From Quentin Tarantino.
Acid flashbacks.
I never look at Bookscan.
Oh, my royalty statement.
Does anybody know how to read a royalty statement?
So I got this 13-page single-spaced edit letter, and I'm like, what did you even buy?
It's not even aware I had to state my preference on an Oxford comma.
Oxford commas are not negotiable.
I would so stet that.
But how does my book end?
I'm not sure how my book ends.
Can somebody fix my book?
And then the zombies came, and everybody died.
The end.
I have something to show you. It's a box! Alright, so what I'm actually going to show you is inside the box, obviously. Let's see, shall we? Those of you that haven't figured it out already. If you didn't know, these are final copies of Purity, which is my next book that comes out, and I have not seen them before. And they're beautiful. It's so pretty, look at it. And on the back there's a key. And this is all shiny. I don't know if you can tell, but this actually get closer to the camera. Look what they did. Look what I did not know they were doing that. Man. Oh, I always almost forget this, and I don't know why, because it excites me. Oh! Look at it go. Look, and that's my new author photo. I'm excited about it. Oh, and it has a little thing around it. Anyway, I love this book very much. It's my very first contemporary, and like it says on the little tagline that's in here, it's a novel about love, loss, and sex, but not necessarily in that order.
But it's a very personal book, a very like special book to me, I guess you could say. Not that my others weren't, but you know, you get the idea. Anyway, it comes out April 24th and the release party is April 26th at the Barnes & Noble in Alpharetta, Georgia. And you should come because there will be goodie bags and such things. Also, I don't know if you noticed, but it matches my t-shirt, which is a very notable t-shirt. I'll put you back in here for just a moment, but we'll meet again. Just stay there. So this is the official Awkward Club for Awkward People t-shirt. If you follow me on Twitter at all, you know that I am exceedingly awkward and I'm always talking about how I am a member of the Awkward Club for Awkward People. And so I made this t-shirt. Awkward Club for Awkward People, and then on the back, member. So these were designed by Jason Mallory from ImperialTrouble.com, and you can buy them. There's a black one as well. It's black and yellow and pink, and it's awesome. The link is somewhere below. For sizing information, men, it's pretty easy for you. Your sizes are pretty much always the same, you lucky, lucky bastards. But for ladies, I typically wear a women's size 8 to 10, and this is a large, and it's a little big on me. Like, I would order a size down, so you know, go with that knowledge. Also know if you order a t-shirt, it will in fact have a neck in it. Mine does not because I cut my necks out of t-shirts. Because I feel like they're touching me otherwise, I don't know. Anyway, I'm gonna go hug my book. Oh my gosh, you know what it matches? It totally matches my stand mixer and my blender. Little things like that make me really happy. Anyway, thanks for watching and I will see you later. Is that a good box? I'm Jackson Pearce and this video is about things that I've been doing lately. Yeah, it's not really a cohesive video, it's just, you know, I wanted to tell you about some of the stuff that I've been doing. First, I went rock climbing, or, you know, rubber rock climbing as it would be. Secondly, I shot this gun. Third, I taught Space Dog to jump through a hoop. Hoop. Yes, good girl. And fourth, I've been preparing for the release of my new book, Purity, which in case you somehow missed it, comes out April 24th. The release party is April 26th, and I've got to figure out something to talk about at the release party because I don't really know what I'm going to talk about at this point, and it's all just very stressful. If there's something you would like an author to discuss at her release party, say me at my release party, please mention it below in the comments somewhere. All right, I'm gonna go back to stressing now, or maybe I will just teach Space Dog to jump through 2 hoops. Yeah. Probably gonna do that one. Thanks for watching and I'll see you later. I'm Jackson Pearce and it's been a while. This is not my fault. You see, I've had my hand down my garbage disposal for the past 2 months. There's a spoon caught in it, like a measuring spoon. It's really been quite traumatic. But rather than not do videos, I thought I would do some videos while I continue to try to get the spoon out of the garbage disposal because, you know, I like to multitask. Before I start doing this, I should let you know that I'm not a professional in any way. I have no idea what I'm doing. Well, that's not true. I have some idea. I just don't really have a lot of ideas. So anyway, here's some things that I want to update you on before we get started with new videos. So if you do not know, the 3rd book in the fairy tale series, which is called Fathomless, will be coming out later this year on September 4th. I can see it. It's in there. I can grab like the entire thing. It's just some little part is hooked and I cannot get it out. Fathomless is a retelling of The Little Mermaid, and I'm really excited about it. I'm totally kidding, I'm fine. Yeah. I'm not kidding about this damn spoon though. How did it get like wedged in there? I don't understand. I also have a few events coming up. They're on my website. They're in Texas, and I'll be at the Decatur Book Festival, which I am super excited about. And because it has been a million years since I've done a video, I'm going to do a very small giveaway. So if you comment on this video, you are entered to win an Arc of Fathomless. That's an advanced reader's copy. I guess it's this way since you're looking at me. So advanced reader's copy of Fathomless. So anyway, thank you very much for sticking with me while I was sort of on a break and working on books and just various things, you know. It was a nice time off, but I'm very excited to start doing videos again, so thank you very much. And now I'm gonna go and work on the spoon situation, because it's a problem. I'm Jackson Pearce, and this video is about t-shirts. So if you've been watching my videos for any substantial amount of time, you've probably noticed that whenever I'm wearing a t-shirt, I have cut the neck out of the fabric. I have a thing about necks on t-shirts. I don't like the fabric to touch me. Turtlenecks, like I have never owned a turtleneck and I never will because that seems like a horrible, horrible creation. I don't know, I feel like I'm being choked or eaten or bleh, something. So when I get a t-shirt, without fail, I cut the neck out. I have these special neck cutting scissors. I should probably retitle these in retrospect. Anyway, so I'm gonna show you how to do it. So you're gonna lay the shirt down like so, and you're gonna start cutting like I don't know, like an inch out. I guess that's more than an inch, maybe an inch and a half. And I just cut around. And I don't try, I just leave it like this. Don't try to cut around the seam on all sides. Ta-da! Now your neck has been cut. I mean, not like your neck, but your neck. Yeah. Thanks for watching, and I will see you next time. I'm Jackson Pearce, and this video is about hate, love, and chicken. So I love Chick-fil-A. I mean, I really, really love Chick-fil-A. When I was in college, I ate Chick-fil-A for breakfast pretty much every day of my freshman year, and now I pretty much always go at least 2 times a week, sometimes 4 or 5 times a week. I get the grilled chicken sandwich because it's like the perfect meal, and it's $3.50, and it's relatively healthy, and it's also, you know, delicious. I have no idea exactly how much I've spent at Chick-fil-A in my lifetime, but I would wager it's in the thousands of dollars, honestly. Now, I've always known that Chick-fil-A operates on some pretty strict religiously based principles. For example, they're not open on Sundays, which therefore means that I always want Chick-fil-A the most on Sundays. I'd also always heard that they supported organizations that were, among other things, anti-gay marriage. However, I really, really like Chick-fil-A, and I love their sandwiches, and so for a long time I was willing to look the other way. But then the other day, Dan Cathy, who is the owner and son of the founder of Chick-fil-A, he said some things, and I can't just look the other way anymore. Basically, Dan Cathy said that he and the company support the traditional family and the biblical definition of marriage. He also said, "We are a family-owned business, a family-led business, and we are married to our first wives." That was my best Dan Cathy impression. I don't know. So there are several things that irritate me about Mr. Cathy's statement. Number one, to me, the traditional family is one where the members love and support one another. It has nothing to do with color or ethnicity or shared blood or sexuality or gender. Maybe I'm just like more traditional than you are, Mr. Cathy. And number two, if I supported the biblical definition of marriage, I would keep my mouth shut about that. Because you see, the biblical definition of marriage involves a man and potentially more than one woman and as many concubines as he wants to hire. Biblically, a rapist is required to marry the woman he raped, and ladies, if you can't prove you're a virgin on your wedding night, you're gonna get stoned. I mean, like with rocks, not the other kind of stoned. Also, biblically, if your brother dies and hasn't had a kid yet, you gotta marry his wife. It doesn't really matter if she wants to marry you or not, you have to. Biblically. In fact, nowhere in the Bible is a woman's consent required for marriage. So I'm just saying, if I believed all of those things, I would probably keep my mouth shut. But we all know what Mr. Cathy really meant when he said traditional family and biblical definition of marriage. He meant that he doesn't want gay people to marry one another. Now, ignoring the fact that I think Chick-fil-A could make a killing catering gay weddings, this whole thing perfectly exemplifies why I think people who cite the Bible as a justification for denying others their legal rights are insane. If you're going to claim that you stand up for biblical principles, stand up for them. But that means stand up for all of them. Don't just stand up for the ones that give you a person to hate or an easy victim to other. Stop wearing polyester and stop watching football and go marry your dead brother's wife. I have no problem with people standing up for their religion, but I have a big problem with people standing up for hate and trying to say it's because of religion. So don't say biblical definition of marriage unless you not only know what it means, but fully support it. To toss the word biblical out there as a PR decision and a feel-good way of saying you're homophobic without risking your business not only cheapens your Bible, but in my opinion, disrespects your God. Now, technically, Chick-fil-A's company line is that they don't discriminate against homosexual employees or customers or whatever, but that's only because it's totally illegal for them to do so. So in a way, I'm actually kind of glad that Mr. Cathy opened his mouth and exposed himself and his company for what they really are, homophobic. He's a man so desperate to other an entire group of people that he's willing to completely deny them their rights. A man who wants to shred the Constitution just a little bit, you know, all men are created equal except the ones that are different from me. And he has every right to say those things, every right. And I have every right to not spend another penny at Chick-fil-A until he recants, or in the very least stops giving money to organizations that are trying to deny my gay friends their rights. Which is what I'm gonna do, because as delicious as their food is, my moral integrity is worth more to me than $3.50. I was on Facebook earlier today and I was really surprised to see a gay friend of mine's little sister talking about how she was still gonna eat at Chick-fil-A and she was not gonna feel guilty about it. She said it wasn't like the company was gonna be hurt by a few people choosing not to eat there. I think a lot of people feel this way, like their money is just a drop in the bucket, like it's not that big a deal to eat there. I mean, you know, it sucks, but I really love their chicken, so it's okay, right? Look, it is a big deal. Your dollar dollars are what keep these companies going. Every penny you spend at a company is a vote in favor of them. And when you vote, companies take notice, even big companies. So don't sell yourself short thinking your vote doesn't matter. It does. Your money matters. Your voice matters. So anyway, Mike Huckabee wants everybody to go to Chick-fil-A on August 1st and spend some money there and show their support for Chick-fil-A's stance on marriage, or like I like to call it, hate. I would like to suggest an alternative. There's this Bible passage, Proverbs 25:21. If your enemy is hungry, give him food to eat. If he is thirsty, give him water to drink. So if you are not a fan of Chick-fil-A's stance on hate, on August 1st, I suggest you go there and ask for a large water. If they say that you need to order something, cite Proverbs 25:21. I mean, technically, if they're operating on biblical principles, they should give you an entire combo meal if your stomach growls, but let's keep it simple. Just ask for a large water and nothing else. If they give it to you, then you just got a few pennies of their profit and less money goes to their hate foundations. And if they don't, then I guess they're not even operating under their perverted version of biblical. If you do this, by the way, please videotape it and load it to YouTube, and I'll put it as a response in this video down below somewhere. All right, so maybe I will see you at Chick-fil-A on August 1st with some water. Yeah. Thanks for watching, and I will see you next time. Oh, by the way, Mr. Kathy, I believe one of the commandments, the direct word of God is to not lie. I'm just saying. Just saying. I'm Jackson Pearce, and so my other video. Wow, did not expect that. Just did not expect it to be, on The Advocate and MSNBC and all of these really amazing sites. But it's cool, it's great even, and I really appreciate those of you that have shared it and watched it and commented on it and all that good stuff. I wanted to clarify though a few points on what this issue is really about and moreover what it is not about. First off, this is not about chicken. There are a lot of comments that are like, it's just a chicken sandwich, chill out. Just go to KFC, it's better anyway. This is not about chicken. See, typically we don't really know or care where our money goes when we buy a product. The Aunt Kathy has changed all that. Now you know and can't deny the fact that if you purchase food at Chick-fil-A, you are supporting organizations that actively try to deny gay Americans the rights afforded to the rest of us. This is an issue much, much bigger than chicken. Secondly, this is not about free speech. Dan Kathy has the right to say whatever he wants, but freedom of speech does not mean freedom from judgment. He said that he is not ashamed to give money to organizations that are anti-gay. And I said that I think he's a jerk and I'm not going to give him any more money because of it. At no point did I or anyone else say that he doesn't have the right to speak his mind. He totally does. Are we clear on that? Because that was a lot of the comments in the last video and I just want to make sure we're good, okay? Let's move on. Third, this is not about the Bible. A lot of people said that I got the Bible wrong in my previous video, and a lot of other people said that I nailed it. I totally stand by what I said, but it really doesn't matter. The legality of gay marriage should have zero to do with the Bible. The First Amendment to our Constitution says that Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion. If we throw out the religious aspect of this debate, which constitutionally we must do, it becomes a really simple question. Are we all equal? Fourth, this is not about you. Probably not anyway, because gay people only make up about 2% of the population, so odds are you're not gay. The odds are this really doesn't affect you because you always have been and always will be able to marry the person that you love. But remember this, if you're a woman, if you're a person of color, if you're a person who is disabled, if you're a person who is unemployed, if you're a person who is impoverished, if you're a Christian, then at some point, and maybe still, you were the minority. You were treated unfairly because of it. You were persecuted. People like you were killed and beaten and hated, not because of anything you specifically did, but just because of your minority status. So while this particular issue may not be about you exactly, you're in a position of great power over it because you're not the minority. But remember what it was like when you and people like you were one? Is that how you want to treat others? Is that how you want to be treated should the tides change and suddenly you find yourself in the minority again? This issue is about people. People who are currently treated like second-class citizens. People who can be denied access to their loved one's deathbed. Who can be fired simply for being gay. Who can't get married to the person they love and who have their marriage license granted and then revoked as soon as the political climate shifts. We wonder how anybody could think it acceptable to set fire to someone's home or viciously beat a teenage boy or carve words into a woman's skin. They think it's acceptable because at the national level, we are telling them that when someone is gay, that person is less than. That person isn't worthy. Even if you're not participating in these violent crimes, if you are anti-gay marriage, then you are part of the machine that creates them. People are gonna get really mad about that in the comments because it's not a pretty thing to hear, but you know what? It's not supposed to be. Sometimes I see photos of people in like the 40s and 50s that are protesting interracial marriage, and they've got the big signs, often with the Bible passages on them that they're marching around with. I see those photos and I wonder how those people explain themselves to their grandchildren. How do they look at the next generation and say, I fought against what we now know is right. I tried to stop equality. I tried to keep two people in love apart for no reason other than my own bigotry. When I am old, I want to be able to look at the next generation and say that I always stood on the side of equality. That I protested, both with my vote and with my wallet, those who tried to prevent everybody from being treated fairly. What will you tell them? Anyhow, thank you so much for your support on the last video. If you haven't subscribed to my channel yet, please do. I put out new videos about once a week, and they are actually not all about Chick-fil-A. So I would really appreciate that, and thanks for watching. I hope I will see you at Chick-fil-A on Wednesday with the water.
I'm Jackson Pearce, and this video is about voting. So I kind of hate politics, okay? I admit it. I feel like politicians are a lot like the mean girls in middle school. You know, they pick fights, they form alliances and take sides and take quotes out of context and do smear campaigns. And I hate that, and I admit that it's generally kind of miserable to watch. In fact, in high school, I used to say that I was never going to vote because as far as I could tell, no candidate was worthy of my vote. They were all jerks. Plus, the entire political game just felt very overwhelming. There were just so many issues, and you know, I cared about a lot of them, but I also didn't care about a lot of them, and then some I wasn't really sure how I felt about, and many I felt like if I asked anybody about them, I would be like shamed or in trouble for not already having an opinion, and yeah. And so high school me thought, why vote at all? I am certain that I am not the only person who has ever felt that way, and I'm certain many of you still feel that way. So this video is about why, despite all of that, you should still vote. Now, I'll admit there are a lot of ways I could try to shame you into voting. Women, I'm talking to you. Your right to vote was fought for in a very serious way, so to see you shrug your shoulders is kind of a slap in the face to your great-great-grandmothers who were jailed and beaten and generally just made miserable so you could have that right. Sorry, I try not to do too much shaming, but that one is actually a kind of big deal to me. But the real #1 reason you should vote is because not voting helps 0 people. 0. Not a single person will have a better life for your silence. Not a single person will be grateful for your silence. Not you, not those around you, not people that you've never met. 0 people. Your silence accomplishes 0 good in the world. However, your silence accomplishes quite a bit of bad because silence is very helpful to the bullies of the world. I mean, think about it. You walk by a fight and you see some bully like punching the crap out of a kid, and you just shrug your shoulders and keep on walking. Who did your silence help there? The answer is the bully, not the kid getting punched. He probably wishes you'd said something. I see this thing all over Facebook, this super emo thing. If you don't understand my silence, how will you understand what I have to say? I won't, because you're being silent and I have not yet developed my mind reading powers. Tell me what you want. Tell me how you feel. Tell me how I can help you. Tell me what you care about. And you can tell me and the world those things by way of your vote. To say that your one vote doesn't matter or isn't worth the hassle or will get canceled out anyway by my mom / boyfriend / dad / that guy that works at the subway down the street is bullshit. You think your voice wouldn't matter to that kid getting punched? It matters. And that is a good thing that it matters. It matters so much that it's worth putting up with all the shenanigans of politics. And that's an awful lot of shenanigans, let's be honest. Voting does not mean you have to get in Facebook fights. It does not mean you have to swear your allegiance to a single party forevermore. It doesn't mean that you have to know the history of every single law that's ever been passed. Voting does, however, mean that you are trying to make the world better. You're trying to help. You want the world to be better in the future than it is at the present. Voting means that you have a voice, and not only are you brave enough to use it, but you're concerned enough to use it. You're involved enough to use it. You care enough to use it, and that is a pretty amazing thing. Links below on how you can register to vote. I'll be doing some additional voting themed videos in the future, not on any specific politician, but rather on sort of how to make a decision when you're overwhelmed, how to get informed, that sort of thing. All right, thank you guys for watching, and I will see you next time. I'm Jackson Pearce, and this video is about NaNoWriMo. So I'm a huge fan of NaNoWriMo, as we have already established in this old video from 2010, which is really embarrassing to show you because it's so old, but you know, there you go, huge fan. I have mostly stopped participating in NaNoWriMo because, you know, it's no longer National Novel Writing Month. It's like, you know, my job. NaNoWriMo is awesome because it's essentially practice. All writing that you do is practice for the next writing that you'll do. And practicing writing a novel in a month is really excellent because there have been times when I've had insane deadlines and knowing how to write quickly has helped me meet them. However, there is a catch. You have to practice writing a decent novel in order for this to really pay off for you as a writer. I know that per the rules of NaNoWriMo, you just have to write 50,000 words. It can be 50,000 words, of which 20,000 of them are your character singing a song in rounds. I know.
But if you have your character sing a song in rounds every 3rd chapter just to meet that 50,000 word goal, you will not end November as a better writer. You will just end November as somebody with a 50,000 word document. Now, if that 50,000 word document is the only thing you're going for, it is cool, go forth, do that. But if you're using NaNoWriMo as a tool to become a better writer, then you can't cheat. Now, you can write crap, you can write a throwaway scene, you can write books that have really bad plot or something, but you have to at least try to make it good in order to benefit from it. Characters singing in rounds is not trying. Characters discussing the way the clouds are forming for like 17 pages is not trying. Typing all the lyrics to every Katy Perry song is not trying. I've actually seen that one on the NaNoWriMo message boards. Really? Really? So with that said, here are some additional NaNoWriMo tips. First off, if it is your first time doing this, I highly recommend getting involved in the message boards. They're a lot of fun. Secondly, remember that no one dies if you don't hit 50,000 words, all right? It is okay. Don't stress about it. Third, you should buy a t-shirt because you'll be glad you have it. And fourth, do not immediately self-publish your NaNoWriMo novel at the end of November, okay? It is not good enough on December 1st. There is not a writer in the world who can write a really good publishable novel in 1 month, okay? The 1 month, think of it as a draft, all right? Go away for a while, come back, revise, edit. Learning how to edit is just as important as learning how to write. All right, so there you go. I hope you are enjoying NaNoWriMo. Let me know how you're doing in the comments, and I will see you later. I'm Jackson Pearce, and this video is some tips for heroes in spy movies. I've noticed the heroes in spy movies, they frequently make the same mistakes over and over and over, so I thought I would make this video to help them out and to help you out in case you should ever find yourself in a spy movie. Number 1, that hot girl, the one that just walked in and you're looking at her and she's looking at you, yeah, she's gonna kill you. And there's a 90% chance she's gonna do it either with her heels or something she pulls out of her hair. Number 2, apparently you can find out about anything on a given computer system by hacking into the mainframe. So, do that, whatever that is. Number 3, look around you. Which one of your friends has an accent? That's the one that's gonna betray you. Number 4, your mother is still alive. Number 5, your father is still alive. And number 6, your half-sibling is evil. Glad we cleared up all the family ones. Just done. Oh, and number 7, there's a bomb under your car. Number 8, that guy you just captured, kill him. Kill him right now. Don't let him go out of some weird sense of justice and righteousness. Kill him, because otherwise he's gonna come back in 30 minutes or less and try to kill you, okay? Also, if you don't have the stomach to kill somebody, why are you a secret spy? It seems like an odd career choice for you. Number 9, before accepting the position as a spy, go ahead and up your auto insurance rates because you're going to crash a sports car. It's just gonna happen, probably in the next hour. Number 10, seriously, the hot girl is gonna kill you. Keep it in your pants, male spies. And number 11, here are the people you need in your posse. You need a computer programmer, an ex-con, a hot girl, and a geeky ingenue. If you look around and you don't have one of those people, then you're gonna lose, all right? You need all of those people in your gang. All right, I hope that helps, heroes in spy movies. This should really assist you in not getting killed and not boring me for 2 hours. So, go forth. Use these tools. All right, thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time. I'm Jackson Pearce, and this video is about the Vestal Virgins. The Vestal Virgins, or Vestals, were priestesses of the hearth goddess Vesta in ancient Rome. No one really knows exactly when they came about, but it was probably somewhere between 1717 BC and 1773 BC. Now, the Vestals, because they were priestesses, they were obviously all female, and they were selected before puberty. To become a Vestal, they had to vow 30 years of servitude to the goddess, which included a vow of celibacy. Now, after those 30 years were up, they could retire and marry and live relatively normal lives. They even got a pension from the state. When selected as a Vestal, a girl was taken away from her parents and taken to the goddess Vesta's temple. From the moment she entered the temple, she was under the goddess's protection and she began her service. She would spend the next 30 years living in the House of Vestals, which was essentially like a dormitory behind the temple where all the Vestals lived. The job of the Vestals was to keep the sacred fire of the goddess Vesta burning and to sort of sometimes collect water from a sacred spring, and they had a lot of other Vesta-related duties that they kind of attended to. And more importantly, perhaps, the Vestals were in charge of the wills and testaments of some of Rome's most important citizens, including Caesar and Mark Antony. They were also trusted with treaties and formal documents and sacred relics. And even more impressively, the Vestals were allowed to vote, own property, and make a will, which were rights not extended to most Roman women. They could also free prisoners and slaves by touching them, and if you were on your way to execution and you saw a Vestal Virgin, then you were immediately pardoned. And their carriage got their right of way when they were riding around in Rome, which as somebody who drives around in Atlanta a lot, I think is pretty fantastic. Seriously though, the Vestals, because they were free of the obligation to marry and bear children, were some of the most socially and politically powerful women in ancient Rome. There were some downsides. If they let the sacred fire go out, then they got whipped. And if they had sex and broke that vow of celibacy, then things got really, really complicated. See, ancient rules dictated that you could never spill a Vestal's blood, so if she had sex, you couldn't just, like, and kill her. So what they would do is they would go outside of town and they would dig a pit, and then they would put the Vestal in the pit with some water and some food, and then they would cover the top of the pit. And that way, she would eventually die of starvation, and that way they weren't killing her, it was just the lack of food and water in the pit that really did her in. I don't really know, I guess that helped them sleep at night or something. I don't know, it seems like they're still killing her to me. Various Vestals were punished in such a manner, and some probably legitimately did have sex, and others were probably just being used as scapegoats when Rome fell on hard times. One of the most famous Vestals was Tuccia. When Tuccia was accused of losing her virginity, she prayed to the goddess Vesta to allow her to carry water in a sieve from the river all the way back to the temple to prove her innocence. Which, I don't know how many of you have ever made spaghetti, but carrying water in this thing is not easy. Well done, Tuccia. Don't know how you did it, but well done. All in all, the Vestals and the stories that surround them are really, really fantastic. They were some of the most powerful women in Rome at the time, and they were the only female priest in Rome's religious system. They were badasses, and they knew some secrets about sieves. Yeah. I think this one looks like a cat when I hold it this way. I think I have too much time on my hands too. All right, thank you for watching, and I will see you next time. I'm Jackson Pearce, and I made my hair do this thing, and I'm never gonna do it again because I burned the crap out of myself on that like curling wand thing. Anyway, I'm Jackson Pearce, and this video is about charities. So charities are pretty fantastic. Giving money to worthy causes is pretty awesome. For years, I actually gave money to a specific charity because I had a lot of friends that were involved with it, and I liked what they did. They seemed to do good things. They were really popular. They were everywhere. And then later I discovered that their CEO makes like $600,000 a year, which I know that running a really big charity is probably not that different from running just a really big company. And if you want the best, maybe you have to pay the best salary. I get that, but I also was kind of like, I gave you money and I don't like to think about it going towards some guy's home in Cape Cod. So this video really is about choosing which charity to give your time or your money or both to. Number 1, decide what you want to give your time and your money to. Cancer research, animals, orphans, literature, literacy, feeding the homeless. There are a lot of options available to you. Number 2, I would highly consider finding a local version of whatever your cause is. Now, there is nothing innately wrong with big national or international charities at all. They have a lot of power, they can do a lot of stuff, but giving money back to your local community is always nice. And number 3, check your charity out on a website like charitynavigator.org. Charity Navigator gives a star rating to charities based on how transparent they are about how they spend their money and how effective they are at using their money to help their cause. A lot of times the huge, popular, well-known charities are so huge and popular because they spend more money on publicity than they do on their cause. This was actually the site I was using when I discovered the charity I have been giving to paid their CEO $600,000. Now, I know a lot of you are not in a position to donate money for one reason or another. That is totally cool. I am often not in a position to donate money either when my friends and coworkers and the people that stand on the street corners near where I live are harping on me about it. So if you don't have any money, remember that you can always donate your time, which is something those local charities that are probably less well-funded really, really appreciate. Another thing you can do is just talk up the cause online, especially if it's an obscure one. There are certain causes that just already have so much press that sometimes I feel like these more obscure causes get kind of swept under the rug and we don't hear about them even though they're really, really important too. There are also some websites out there that you can use to raise money for a cause without actually spending your own money. One of those is opinionoutpost.com. Opinionoutpost.com allows you to raise money by taking like online surveys and stuff. So since I'm talking about charities, I do want to give a shout out to my sort of charity of choice, which is The Star Won't Go Out, which is the Esther Earl Memorial Charity, I guess we would call it that. But they do some really, really fantastic work. They're very, very popular in Nerdfighteria, so a lot of you probably already know about them, but if not, I will also include the link to them somewhere below. All right, thanks for watching. I'll see you guys later. I'm Jackson Pearce, and this is my new favorite hairstyle because I have not washed my hair, and you would never know. Except now you do know because I just told you, but I'm just saying, it's a thing. I also think this is probably one of those hairstyles that girls really like, but dudes probably don't really like on girls, but I'm not trying to impress you dudes, so here we go. Anyway, so this video is about the cross introduction and how I am terrible at it. So the cross introduction happens when there are two people and you know both of them, but they don't know each other. So let's say you're talking to two people and their names are Steve and Bob. The correct way to do a cross introduction would be to say like, hey Steve, this is Bob. Have you guys met before? No, now everyone's friends, yay. I am, for some reason, really bad at doing that little tiny, you know, hey Steve, meet Bob. I can't do it. I don't know why, I just don't do it. I think it's because I always assume that everyone knows everyone else because I am so rarely in situations where I know more people. I am not much the social butterfly. So I'm always talking to Bob thinking like, he knows Steve. Steve can break in at any moment now and join this conversation. When really Steve is standing over there going, Jackson is a jerk. I would really like to talk to Bob, but I haven't met Bob, so I'm just gonna stand here acting unusual. La, 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 la. I'm sorry, Steves of the world. I thought you knew. I thought everyone knew everyone else and I was the only weird one who knows like nobody. This is especially bad in the writing world for me because I always make the mistake. So like if I do introduce them, then they've already met and they're old friends and they think it's weird that I introduced them because of course we know each other. And if I don't introduce them, I walk away and my friend goes, I really wish you did introduce me because I would have really liked to met that person, Jackson. And I'm like, oh God, let's go catch him. Maybe we can find him, but they're always gone. So I guess what I'm getting at is that if you invite me to your party, I will awkward up the room single-handedly and it will truly be a thing to behold. So tell me in the comments if it is just me, are you good at the cross introduction and just sort of networking in general? Because I suck at networking. Like even the idea of networking, I'm like, I couldn't construct my friends on a spider chart and show relations. I just don't know. All right, thanks for watching and I will see you next time. I'm Jackson Pearce and this video is about selling my first book. So normally when I do videos, I kind of have an outline of what I want to say, but I kind of have been meaning to do this for a while and I thought I would just tell it the way that I remember it and probably have a lot of editing to do. So in 2007, after a long time of querying agents, I finally got an offer from a literary agent and I was super, super excited. I actually got the offer. I was looking out, I lived in a condo in Athens, and I was looking out the window spying on my neighbors who were putting a note in my little mailboxy thing. We had these little flappy mailboxes. I lived amongst all these old people, and if you drove too fast through the neighborhood, within 5 minutes there would be a little note in your mailbox that was like, please slow down in our neighborhood. And so they were putting a note in my mailbox over God knows what. I did everything wrong to these people. So anyway, I was spying on my neighbors and then my phone rang and it was a 212 area code, and 212 is the New York area code. So I was like, oh God, and I answered the phone. And it was an agent and she really liked my book. It was actually called There Are No Stars in Caliban at the time. And she made an offer of representation. I actually did end up sort of looking at another agent as well, and I went back and forth between the two, and eventually I signed with one, and I had an agent. Which for those of you that are querying agents, you know that is a big deal. Like that is a huge step. You feel so relieved when you finally get an agent after trying for so long. So then in August or September, I don't exactly remember which one it is, we went out with it, which means we began showing the book to editors and trying to get one of them to make an offer and buy the book. So it went out and I sat on my email. I mean, I would occasionally wake up in the middle of the night and check my email just in case, because you never know. I was constantly just hitting refresh. I had a day job at the time, so I'm sure I got nothing done during the few weeks when it was out. I was just constantly, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. And finally, an editor at a publishing house really, really loved it. She wasn't totally sure she was gonna make an offer yet. She wanted to talk to me on the phone. So I set up a phone call. My agent is on the line and I'm at my house and I'm like, an editor's going to call, an editor's going to call. I talked to her and she's so nice and so kind, and it is so heartwarming to hear somebody say good things about your book when you have kind of been toiling away on it for so long, and you've been toiling away on it with very little professional recognition for what you've been working on. You know, until you get that agent and publisher, sometimes it can feel like, am I doing this right? I don't know if I'm doing it right. Maybe I'm no good. Maybe I am good. I have no idea. And now that I had this agent and now that this editor was saying my book was good, it was just like, oh my God. So she was really interested and I was incredibly excited. And then another editor at another publishing house was really, really interested. So I talk on the phone to her. She is super, super friendly. She's actually interested in doing 2 books and doing As You Wish and a sequel. And so I'm just, oh my God, not only do you like my books, but you like my books so much you want to do 2 of them. I took that call in the conference room of my day job. So when I came back out, all of my coworkers were just staring at me like, how did it go?
how did it go? How did it go? And they were all so supportive, and it was fantastic. And then another editor was really interested in the book, and that, like, by this point, I was losing my mind. And the thing is I hadn't told anybody that I had any interest whatsoever. I kept completely quiet about it, with the exception of my coworkers, because I couldn't hide it from them. But I hadn't told my family, I hadn't told my boyfriend at the time, I hadn't told anybody that I had these offers on the table. So by the time the third one came in, I was just losing my mind. And you know, I talked to her on the phone. She was also so nice. And eventually all three of these publishers came back with offers. I ended up taking an offer from HarperCollins. And literally as soon as I hung up the phone, I called my grandfather, who I was very close to. He died actually the next year. So he got to see my book in ARC form, but he never got to see it come out in hard copy. But I called him immediately. He was the very first person I told. I didn't want my grandmother to know, so I called and I said, can you put Papa on the phone? I want to tell him a joke. And she was like, you want to tell him a joke? And so she goes and she gets him and she puts him on the phone, and he says, hey, you want to tell me a joke? And I say, like, no, Papa, I just said that because I wanted to get you on the phone. I didn't want her to know. I wanted you to be the first person that I told that I just sold my first book. And I actually recorded the conversation, and because he died so soon after that, that recording is very precious to me, and I'm very glad I did it. To be honest, at the time, I kind of just did it as something to put on my blog, and now I am so happy that I have that. But anyhow, what was so funny about it is I told him about how everybody wanted it, how somebody made an offer, how the book was going to be published, and he said, what's the joke? And I was like, no, Papa, there's not a joke. There's not a joke. And he said, I thought there was supposed to be a joke. And I'm like, no, there's not a joke. I promise, there's no joke at all. So anyway, he was the very first person I told. And if I'm remembering correctly, I think the next thing I did was I printed out the offer and I called my parents and I said, hey, I have some paperwork questions that I need you to help me figure out. It's something to do with taxes. I'm going to need to come to your house. My parents live about 40 minutes away from me. So they thought I had gotten fired, and I was driving up to tell them that I had gotten fired. But so I drove up there and I was like, here's the paperwork, and I handed it to him, and my dad's like, what is this? And I was like, it's an offer. And he's like, an offer for what? Who's Harper? I'm like, parents, I've sold my first book. And they were so excited, and it was amazing. It was one of the most amazing experiences of my life so far. So anyway, that is my tale. Thanks for watching, and I will see you next time.
I'm Jackson Pearce, and this video is about fake Facebook stories. So everybody has one of those Facebook friends that is constantly sharing like big news stories. Often they're political, sometimes they have to do with like health or medicine, sometimes they're just weird, but either way, this person is always clicking share and adding something that they did not themselves create to their wall. Or maybe you are that person, in which case I am talking directly to you in this video. That thing where you just share stuff you didn't write and therefore you don't really know the legitimacy of is one of the things I hate the absolute most about Facebook, and I hate a lot of things about Facebook, so that's really saying something. I saw one recently about this cancer thing, and it was basically how you shouldn't eat sugar because it feeds cancer, and you shouldn't eat like dairy products because they feed cancer, and there was this whole list of various food-related things that you could do that would pretty much guarantee you would never get cancer. And this whole list was titled something like New Cancer Developments as Discovered by Johns Hopkins. It took me about 1 second of Googling to find a response from Johns Hopkins basically saying, we didn't write that Facebook story and it is all complete crap. It is so dangerous to share incorrect health information like that. And honestly, I think it is an incredibly cruel thing to do, because almost all of us know somebody or have a family member that's affected by cancer, and to sort of say, hey, here's this new research that you can save your family member with, and then decide a major cancer research center. That is mean. That is really mean. Whoever wrote that is a bad person, and those of you sharing it without doing any research, you gotta rethink your choices, okay? I also saw this thing, it was a few months back, it was right after the Sandy Hook tragedy, and it was about this Marine who was in uniform standing outside his daughter's elementary school, and he was there in uniform, he wasn't asking to be paid, he wasn't asking for any compensation, the principal wanted him there, and he was just there for America. And the story was about how the Marines got angry that he was wearing his uniform, and they gave him a dishonorable discharge after he served like 2 tours of Iraq and like Afghanistan and jumped on a landmine or something. Only the thing was, he actually wasn't a Marine. He dropped out after basic training. So basically, there was a dude in a military uniform who didn't really have the right to wear one, hanging out outside an elementary school. That's creepy, and I'm glad that he was asked to leave. It took 1 second of Googling to discover the truth about that situation. 1 second. There's also one going around now that really, really bothers me, and it's a picture of a fetus, of a very, very detailed fetus, and the Facebook share thing says like, this is what a fetus looks like at 12 weeks old, and it's illegal to kill this baby in every state in America. How could you? Only the thing is, that's not a picture of a fetus, that's a statue. And that's also not what a fetus looks like at 12 weeks. Now, regardless of where you feel on abortion, that's just not what it looks like at 12 weeks. That's just all there is to it. It does not look like that. So anyway, the whole point of this video is before you click share, it is so easy to click it, you just click, and then it's on your wall. Before you do that, take like 1 second and Google it and make sure that it is real. Let's not spread fake information just because it's easy and convenient. Besides, there is too much actual true stuff going around that is just as cool. Share that. Put that on your wall. What bothers me is my Facebook friend who is always doing this is totally not gonna see this video. I post, every time she puts this up, I post a little reply that's like, this is not real, because it is never real with this one. I don't know if she listens, but you really should. Really bothers me. All right, thanks for watching, and I will see you later. I'm Jackson Pearce, and this video is about marathoning TV shows. So a few weekends ago, I was like, you know, I wanna see what all the internet fuss is about. I'm gonna watch the first episode of Game of Thrones, so, you know, just to see what's going on. So I download the first episode and I turn it on and I'm sort of like, here we go. So I watch an episode and then I watch the second episode, because you can't really get a good feel from the first episode. You gotta watch the second. So I buy the second and I watch the second, and then I watch the third. And then on like Wednesday, I woke up from my Game of Thrones coma that I had been in, and I was all disoriented and confused. I'm walking around like, you there? Why aren't you drinking wine? And you miss. Why can't I see your breast? Yeah, I watched the entire like 20 something hours of the show in days. And now I am really quite sad because I can't watch season 3 because I'm not paying $150 for HBO. I'm not gonna legally download it, and it's not available online for me to buy legally, so I guess I'm just sad. Anyway, I tend to do this with television shows. I tend to marathon them and just watch all of them in like one big go. Sometimes they're relatively short shows, so this doesn't present a huge interruption to my life. Firefly, for example, which is one of my favorite shows of all time, there's only a few episodes. It takes no time at all to watch them in one, sitting even. But then there was the time that I got really into Criminal Minds, and I watched all like 8 seasons that I had missed in the space of 3 weeks. Have you ever watched that much crime drama in a very short period of time? I left my house certain that I was about to be hacked up into little pieces. Like I'd seen somebody who was, upset their car, gotten dinged in the parking lot. And I'd be like, well, based on the color and the placement of that, I'd say we're looking for a mid-30s male, someone that probably works with his hands, perhaps a transient worker, or maybe some kind of mechanic. And the person would be like, lady, I just wanted to file a police report. What's wrong with you? What's interesting though about the marathoning shows thing is that even if the show is bad, I will watch all of it just to sort of get a complete package. I watched all of Lost, for example, even after it stopped being remotely good. I was recently able to wean myself off of Revenge, which was really quite an accomplishment for me. However, there was this one show that I started watching. It came on in, I think, the late 90s, maybe early 2000, called Birds of Prey. Birds of Prey had an amazing premise. It was so cool. It was Batman's daughter, Batman and Catwoman's daughter, who was working with the former Batgirl who had been paralyzed in a fight with the Joker. And I thought that is the coolest premise in the world. And Harley Quinn was a character, which was extremely cool to me because Harley Quinn is one of the best Batman characters. So I started watching and I was excited, and it is terrible. It is so bad. And I knew like after episode 3 that it was gonna be a terrible, terrible show. But I kept watching, man. It was like homework. Like I'd sit down, sorry, I'd hang out tonight, but I've got a lot of Birds of Prey to watch, and it's certainly not gonna watch itself. So anyway, this is part of the reason actually that I have not started watching Doctor Who, is because there's a lot of Doctor Who. Like even if you start with the newer Doctor Who, there's still quite a bit of it. And so I feel like I need to block off a huge portion of my time in order to marathon Doctor Who, because I know I'm gonna do it. There's no way, I'm totally gonna do it. So anyway, do you marathon shows? Are you able to step away from a show when it gets bad, or do you keep watching because you want to find out what the hell that island is all about? All right, thanks for watching, and I will talk to you later. I'm Jackson Pearce, and this video is about messes. So Clorox asked me to come up with some funny words for their new Clorox Dictionary, which is like a wiki-style dictionary for icky things. And I enjoy coming up with funny words because it's like what I do. So I was like, yeah, sure thing, and I came up with 5, and here are my 3 favorites. Number 1, apocalyptic, which is when you're bumped into while you're trying to apply lipstick. Number 2, egg drop soup, aka first down. When you try to carry all the shopping bags from the car in one trip and everything inevitably falls all over the floor. And number 3, fail polish. When you have a few spare moments to paint your nails but then can't do anything because you're afraid you'll mess them up or smear them on your clothes before they dry. So those are 3 of my 5 dictionary words. You can see the other ones and also make up your own words if you want over at dictionary.com. And yeah, thanks for watching. In all seriousness, I chipped 3 nails when all of those cans fell out of the bag because of course I did.